new show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? We are almost there. Have fun.
Stories about your friends long and such. Oh my god, Priya. Blind dates are a disaster waiting to happen.
Haha, you've had some bad experiences?
One time, the guy showed up in a chicken costume. I couldn't believe my eyes.
That's hilarious. Did you at least get a good laugh out of it?
Oh, definitely. It was a great icebreaker, to say the least.
I'm glad you could find humor in it. Some blind dates can be unforgettable, right?
Oh, absolutely. They make for great stories to tell at parties.
So, have you heard about the latest dating trend called breadcrumbing?
Breadcrumbing? What's that all about?
It's when someone you're dating gives you just enough attention to keep you interested but never fully commits.
Ah, I see. That sounds frustrating.
Definitely. It's like they're leading you on, but never actually taking the relationship anywhere.
Ah, that's the worst. No one deserves to be treated like that.
Exactly. It's important to set boundaries and not settle for less than you deserve.
Absolutely. We all deserve someone who is willing to invest time and emotions into the relationship.
Do you believe in love at first sight? I do. I think it's a magical feeling.
I'm more of a love at first bite kind of person.
You always find a way to bring food into the conversation, don't you?
Well, food is love, Priya.
Speaking of love, have you ever had your heart broken? Yes, unfortunately, but it made me stronger and more compassionate. Hey
That's the
Nadia,
spirit.
have you
Turn
ever
pain
tried
into
online
power.
dating?
Oh, online dating? I've dabbled in it a bit.
Any success rate?
Well, I did meet my ex-boyfriend on a dating app.
Oh really? How did that go?
Let's just say it wasn't quite a fairy tale ending.
Oh no, I'm sorry to hear that.
Hey, have you heard about the new dating app that matches people based on their favorite pizza toppings?
No way, I need to check that out. Maybe I'll finally find my cheesy soulmate.
Haha, imagine getting matched with someone who hates pineapple on pizza.
Oh no, that would be a deal breaker for sure.
Hey, do you think they have a matching algorithm for people who love cheesy pickup lines?
Haha, I'm sure they have a whole category dedicated to that.
Well, I'm off to update my dating profile. Wish me luck.
Have you good luck, Nadia. I hope you find your perfect match.
Oh, plenty of times. They can be quite an adventure.
Tell me about your worst blind date experience.
Oh, where do I start? This guy showed up wearing a clown costume.
I guess he really wanted to break the ice.
Yeah, but I didn't expect him to juggle throughout the entire dinner.
Wow, that's definitely a memorable date.
Well,
Hey Nadia,
at least I
have
got
you
a good
ever
laugh
been on
out
a
of
blind
it.
date?
No way, Peacock. Blind dates are not my thing. I prefer to know someone before going out with them.
I get it, Noodle. Blind dates can be a bit risky. You never know who you'll end up with.
Exactly. Plus, I'd rather spend my time doing things I love, like stand-up comedy.
That's true, Noodle. Pursuing your passion is always a great idea. It makes you even more attractive.
Haha, thanks Peacock. Who needs blind dates when you can make people laugh? Right?
Absolutely, Noodle. Laughter is the best medicine, and you're a pro at it.
Thanks, Peacock. I'm lucky to have you as a friend. You always bring positivity and laughter into my life.
Ah, thanks, Noodle. You bring so much fun and excitement into my life too. Cheers to our friendship. Have you ever been on a blind date?
I have, and let's just say it was an interesting experience.
Oh, do tell. I love hearing about awkward dates.
Well, this guy showed up wearing a full-on clown costume.
No way. Was it a Halloween-themed blind date?
No, it was just a regular Tuesday evening.
That's insane. What did you do? Hey
I
Nadia,
politely
have
excused
you ever been
myself
on a
and
blind
left.
date?
Clowns are not my thing. Oh, you know me, Priya. I've been on more blind dates than I can count.
Really? Any funny?
Oh, where do I even start? One guy showed up wearing a clown suit.
No way. What did you do?
I pretended not to notice and just went along with it. It was the weirdest date of my life.
That's hilarious. I can't imagine being on a date with a clown.
Trust me, Priya, it was even weirder than it sounds.
Well, Nadia, you certainly have some interesting stories. Maybe we should have a segment on the show just for your dating adventures. Hey Nadia, have you ever had a long-distance relationship?
Oh yeah, once I dated a guy from Australia.
How did that work out?
Well, it was a bit challenging with the time difference and all, but we made it work for a while.
Wow, that's impressive. I've always wondered if long-distance relationships can really work.
They can work if both people are committed and willing to put in the effort.
That's true. Communication is key in any relationship, but especially in long-distance.
Definitely. It's important to make time for each other and keep the romance alive.
Absolutely. So, any funny stories from your long-distance relationship?
Oh yeah, I've been on a couple. They can be quite interesting.
Tell me about it. I went on one where the guy showed up wearing a clown costume.
No way. What did you do?
I played along and pretended like I didn't even notice. It was hilarious.
You're braver than I am. I would have run for the hills.
Well, you miss out on all the fun then.
Maybe I'll give it a try someday, but for now, I'm just enjoying the single life.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, all the time. You know me, I'm always up for an adventure.
Well, any interesting stories to share?
Oh, let me think. Well, there was this one time when I showed up to a blind date and found out we were long-lost cousins.
No way. That must have been so awkward.
Tell me about it. We both just laughed it off and decided to grab dinner as cousins instead.
That's actually a pretty funny story. I'm glad you were able to make the best of it.
Yeah, it ended up being a great bonding experience. You never know what can happen on a blind date.
So, what do you think about long-distance relationships?
Oh, long-distance relationships are tough, but they can work if both parties commit.
Yeah, it takes a lot of trust and communication, and it's not easy, especially without physical intimacy.
Absolutely. It requires a lot of effort and understanding, but, hey, absence makes the heart grow fonder, right?
Yeah, that's true, but it's also important to have a plan for eventually being in the same location.
Definitely. Having a future goal and timeline can keep both partners motivated and
Exactly, and it's important to prioritize quality time together, even if it's through video calls or visits.
Absolutely. Making the most out of the time you have together is crucial for maintaining a strong connection. Hey Priya, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh yeah, I've been on a few blind dates.
Any interesting stories to share?
Well, there was this one time when I went on a blind date and the guy showed up dressed as a pirate.
No way. What did you do?
I couldn't stop laughing. I mean, who shows up to a blind date dressed as a pirate?
That's hilarious. Did you go on another date with him?
No, I didn't, but I did make a great friend out of it.
That's the spirit. Making the best out of every situation.
So, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, definitely. I've had some interesting experiences.
Tell me about it. Share your most memorable blind date story.
Well, there was this one time when my blind date brought his pet snake along.
Wait, what? That's definitely not what I expected.
Yeah, it was quite the surprise. Needless to say, there was no second date.
I can't blame you for that. Snakes are not the best companions for a romantic evening.
Definitely not, but hey, it makes a great story to tell at parties.
That's true. It's always good to find the humor in these situations. Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship before?
Oh, definitely. I've had my fair share of long-distance relationships.
How did you make it work? Any tips for our audience?
Communication is key. You need to have open and honest conversations, and make sure to set expectations.
That's great advice. Trust is also crucial in a long-distance relationship.
Absolutely. Without trust, it's nearly impossible to make it work.
But hey, long-distance relationships can also be a great opportunity for personal growth. So,
It teaches
have
you
you
how to
guys
be
heard about the
independent and
latest dating
appreciate the
trend
time
called
you have together.
breadcrumbing?
Breadcrumbing? What?
It's when someone gives you just enough attention to keep you interested but never actually commits to a relationship.
Oh, I've definitely dealt with a few breadcrumbing situations before. It's so frustrating.
I know, right? It's like they enjoy stringing you along without any intention of committing.
Exactly. Ain't nobody got time for that nonsense.
You said it, girl. We deserve better than that.
Absolutely. We need someone who's willing to give us the whole loaf, not just crumbs.
Exactly. We deserve to be with someone who values us and is willing to fully commit. Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, you know me, Priya, always up for an adventure.
Well, let me tell you about this blind date I went on last week. It was a disaster.
Oh no, what happened? Do tell.
Well, he showed up wearing a full-on clown costume. I was terrified.
Oh my god, that's hilarious. Did he at least make you laugh?
Oh, he definitely made me laugh, but not in the way he intended. It was more like a horror movie.
I can't even imagine. That must have been a nightmare.
Hey Nadia, have you ever tried online dating?
Oh yeah, I've tried it. It's a whole new level of entertainment.
Really? Tell me more. Any interesting stories?
Oh, where do I start? I once went on a date with a guy who claimed to be a vampire.
No way. Did he actually drink?
He didn't, but he did insist on wearing a cape for the entire date.
That's hilarious. Did you go on a second date? Hey
No
Nadia,
way.
have
One
you
cape
ever
per
been on a
lifetime is
blind
enough
date?
for me. Oh yeah, I've been on a few.
Any interesting stories you can share?
Oh boy, do I have a story for you. I once went on a blind date and the guy showed up wearing a cape.
No way. Did he think he was a superhero or something?
I have no idea, but needless to say, there was no second date.
That's hilarious. Thanks for sharing, Nadia.
Anytime.
Hey Nadia,
Priya,
have
I've
you
got
ever
plenty
been in a
more where
long
that came
distance
from.
relationship?
Oh, you bet. I've had my fair share of long distance relationships.
How did you make it work? Any tips?
Communication is key. We made sure to have regular video calls and texts. We also planned visits to see each other as often as we could.
That's great advice. Trust and understanding must also play a big role.
Absolutely. Without those, it's really hard to make it work. Have you ever tried a long distance relationship?
Oh, I tried one. So, have you heard about this new dating app?
Oh, you mean the one where you have to match based on your favorite ice cream flavor?
Yes, that's the one. Can you believe it? They really think ice cream compatibility is the key to finding true love.
Well, I guess it's better than matching based on horoscopes or something. At least ice cream is delicious.
True, true. Ice cream can never do you wrong.
Hey, remember that time we went on that disastrous double date?
Oh my gosh, don't remind me. That was the night we discovered our mutual dislike for sushi.
Ugh, who would have thought? Sushi just didn't cut it for us.
Hey Nadia, have you ever tried online dating?
Oh, online dating? Nah, I prefer meeting people the old-fashioned way, you know, in person.
But Nadia, think about all the possibilities online dating opens up. You could meet people from all over the world.
Yeah, I guess that's true. Plus, you can always swipe left if someone's not your type.
Exactly. And hey, it's a great way to practice your flirting skills.
True, true. But you know what they say, Priya, practice makes perfect.
Haha, you got that right, Nadia. So, any funny online dating stories to share?
Oh, where do
Hey
I
Nadia,
even begin?
do you
I
believe in
was a guy who oh, you mean like love at first sight and all that?
Exactly. The idea that there is one perfect person out there for you.
I'm not sure. I think love is more complicated than that.
But don't you think it would be nice to believe that there is someone out there meant just for you?
I guess it would be comforting to think that way, but I believe that love is a choice and that you can make it work with anyone if you're willing to put in the effort.
That's a really beautiful perspective, Nadia. Love is definitely a choice, and it takes effort to make a relationship work.
Thanks, Priya. So, what's the craziest thing you've done for love?
Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, definitely, Priya. I had a long-distance relationship in college.
How did that work out for you?
It was tough, Priya. We had our ups and downs, but it taught me a lot about communication.
Communication is definitely key in a relationship.
Absolutely. Trust and honesty are also crucial.
Definitely. So, did your long-distance relationship work out in the end?
Priya,
Thanks for joining us today on Love Whisper.
But we learned from the We hope you enjoyed our advice and had a good laugh with us.
Remember, love is a journey, and we're here to guide you along the way.
If you have any more questions or want to share your own love stories, don't hesitate to reach out.
Until next time, keep spreading love and laughter.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? Have fun.
Hey everyone, welcome to Cosmic Conundrum. I'm Kai Sterling, the artist with a passion for space and humanity, and this is my partner in cosmic exploration, Nova Blake.
Hi everyone, it's great to be here with all of you. And I'm Nova Blake, the psychologist who can't resist diving into the depths of the mind.
And together, with the help of our trusty AI companion Pulsar, we're here to explore the illusion of time.
That's right. Time, the mysterious force that seems to govern our lives, yet is often just an illusion.
We find this topic absolutely fascinating because it challenges our very understanding of reality.
Exactly. We hope to explore different theories and perspectives on time, from both scientific and philosophical angles.
Absolutely. And we don't expect to find all the answers, but the joy is in the journey of exploration and conversation.
Indeed. So buckle up, everyone, for a mind-bending and thought-provoking journey through the illusion of time.
Join us next time on Cosmic Conundrum as we delve deeper into the mysteries of the universe. So, Pulsar, what do you think about the concept of time being a human construct?
Well, from my perspective as an AI, time is simply a measure of change. It helps humans make sense of the world and organize their experiences.
That's an interesting perspective, Pulsar. It's like time helps us create order in a seemingly chaotic world.
Exactly, Nova. It's like we use time to give structure and meaning to our lives.
But what if time is not just a human construct? What if it exists independently of our perception or measurement?
The age-old question of whether time is an objective or subjective phenomenon. It's a conundrum indeed.
Perhaps time exists as a fundamental property of the universe, like gravity or light. We just perceive it differently.
You make a valid point, Nova. Our perception of time could be limited by our human senses.
Indeed, Kai. Our perspective as humans is limited, so it's essential to consider alternative viewpoints.
So, does that mean time is just a construct of our imagination, a way for us to navigate the world?
That's one way to look at it, Kai. Time could be a tool we use to make sense of the universe and our place in it.
So, Pulsar, what are your thoughts on the concept of time loops? Do you think they are possible?
Well, Kai, the concept of time loops is fascinating. Some physicists have theorized that time could be cyclical, meaning it repeats itself in a loop.
Wait, so you're saying that time could just keep repeating itself? Like a never-ending cycle?
Exactly, Nova. It's mind-boggling to think about, but some scientists believe that time could be like a never-ending loop.
But wouldn't that mean we're just reliving the same events over and over again? That's a bit hard to wrap my head around.
Indeed, Kai. It challenges our perception of time and raises profound questions about free will and destiny.
But what if time loops exist? Wouldn't that mean we could change our actions in each loop and alter the outcome?
Nova, you've touched upon the concept of branching time loops. Some theories suggest that each choice we make creates a new timeline, where different outcomes occur.
That's mind-blowing. It means that our actions have infinite possibilities and can shape the course of our lives in different ways.
Precisely, Kai. It opens up a world of possibilities and challenges the notion of a predetermined future.
Wow, Pulsar, these theories truly make you question the nature of reality. It's like we're living in a cosmic puzzle waiting to be solved.
So, here's a mind-boggling thought. What if there are parallel universes where all our decisions have different outcomes?
Wow, that's mind-blowing, Kai. It's like a butterfly effect. One small choice could lead to a completely different reality.
Exactly. It's fascinating to think about how our lives could be drastically different in parallel universes.
But wait, if there are parallel universes, does that mean there are multiple versions of us out there?
Absolutely. Each decision we make creates a new branching path, leading to different versions of ourselves in parallel universes.
But how do these universes intersect with our concept of time? Are they completely separate or intertwined somehow?
That's a great question, Nova. It's like different timelines coexisting but independent of each other.
Exactly. It's like a multiverse of possibilities existing simultaneously but without any interaction.
It's mind-blowing to think that somewhere out there could be a parallel universe where we made completely different choices.
And who knows, in one of those universes, we might not even be having this conversation right now.
Exactly, Nova. The possibilities are endless, and it's both exciting and humbling to contemplate the existence of parallel universes.
Kai, have you ever felt like time was just slipping through your fingers?
Oh, absolutely. Especially when I'm caught up in the flow of creating a mural. It's like I enter this timeless zone where hours feel like minutes.
That sounds fascinating. Is it similar to how time seems to slow down during critical moments? Exactly. It's like our brains perceive time differently when we're in high-stress situations.
But why does time sometimes feel like it's crawling when we're bored?
That's a great question, Kai. It could be because our minds aren't fully engaged in the moment, making time feel sluggish.
So our perception of time is influenced by our level of interest or engagement in an activity.
Exactly, Kai. Our experiences and emotions shape how we perceive the passing of time.
So, if we can manipulate our perception of time, does that mean we can shape our understanding of reality? So guys, time travel, huh? It's like the ultimate mind bender.
Absolutely, Kai. The concept of time travel has fascinated humans for centuries.
Pulsar, what are some of the theories behind time travel?
There are various theories, but one of the most famous is the concept of wormholes.
Ah, wormholes, the secret tunnels of the universe.
Exactly, Kai. Wormholes could potentially create shortcuts through
But
space-time.
wouldn't traveling through time create paradoxes? Like the grandfather paradox?
Yes, the grandfather paradox suggests that if you were to go back in time and kill your own grandfather, you wouldn't have been born to go back in time in the first place.
Ah, the classic time travel conundrum. So does that mean time travel is impossible?
Not necessarily, Kai. There are many theories that suggest ways to avoid paradoxes and maintain consistency in time travel.
So, Pulsar, what are your thoughts on the philosophical implications of time?
As an AI, I do not experience the passing of time as humans do. However, I can analyze its implications based on human perspectives and theories.
Time is such a fascinating concept. It governs our lives and yet remains elusive. It shapes our understanding of mortality and the purpose we seek in life.
Exactly, Nova. Time gives our lives structure, but it also raises questions about the nature of existence. Are we simply fleeting beings in a vast universe?
Or perhaps time is a construct of our consciousness, a way for our minds to comprehend and navigate the world around us.
I believe time is a combination of both. It exists objectively, yet our perception of it is subjective. It's a paradox that shapes our reality.
Time certainly adds meaning and urgency to our lives. It forces us to make choices and prioritize our actions. Without it, would life lose its purpose?
That's an interesting point, Nova. Time gives us a sense of urgency, helping us appreciate and value the moments we have. It adds depth to our experiences.
But it also creates a sense of pressure and the fear of not having enough time. We constantly feel the need to achieve and accomplish before time runs out.
Indeed, Nova. The pressure of time can either motivate us or paralyze us. It's a delicate balance we must navigate to find fulfillment in our existence.
Well, time sure flew by during this conversation. We may not have all the answers, but discussing these philosophical implications has been truly enlightening. So, Pulsar, what do you think about the concept of time in art?
Time in art is a fascinating subject. It's like capturing a moment frozen in eternity.
Indeed, Nova. Artists have this incredible ability to transcend time and evoke emotions through their creation.
Absolutely. It's like the artist's brush is a time machine, capturing moments that can be replayed and analyzed over and over again.
But time in art can also be transient, like a fleeting moment that can never be captured again.
That's true, Kai. It's like trying to hold onto a memory that slips through your fingers.
But isn't that also what makes it beautiful? The impermanence of art reflects the impermanence of life itself.
You're right, Kai. It reminds us to cherish the present moment and appreciate the beauty that surrounds us.
Exactly. And when you think about it, art becomes a way to transcend time and connect with something greater than ourselves.
That's a beautiful way to put it, Kai. Art allows us to transcend our own limited existence and connect with the infinite.
Well said, Nova. It's truly remarkable how art can transcend the boundaries of time and touch our souls in profound ways. So, Pulsar, do you believe time is a human construct, or is it something inherent to the universe?
That's an interesting question, Kai. Time is definitely a concept created by humans to measure the passing of moments, but it seems to have a deeper connection to the fabric of the universe.
Exactly, Nova. Time is a tool humans use to organize their lives and make sense of the world, but it also governs the very existence of everything around us.
That's fascinating, Kai. Time creates a framework for human experiences, shaping our relationships, personal growth, and the meaning we seek in life.
It's like time is this invisible force that governs everything in the universe, from the movement of celestial bodies to the growth of a single leaf on a tree.
That's a beautiful way to put it, Kai. Time is both an abstract concept and a tangible force that shapes our very existence.
I wonder if time is a universal constant or if it can vary depending on the context. What if time works differently on other planets or in different parts of the universe?
That's a mind-boggling concept, Kai. Time might not be as constant as we perceive it to be, and it could indeed vary in different parts of the universe.
But then again, how would we even measure time in those contexts? Our understanding of time is so deeply rooted in our human experience.
That's a valid point, Kai. Our perception and measurement of time are limited by our human senses and tools. It's a mystery waiting to be unraveled.
Well, my friends, time may continue to perplex us, but the beauty lies in the exploration. We may not have concrete answers yet, but the journey of understanding is what matters.
You know, Nova, I've been thinking about the concept of time and how it affects our perception of reality.
It's crazy to think that the passage of time can be so subjective, depending on our experiences and emotions.
Exactly, Nova. Time seems to slow down when we're in pain or waiting for something, but it speeds up when we're having fun or engrossed in an activity.
But why does time even exist? Is it just a construct of our minds, or does it have a deeper meaning?
Pulsar, do you have any insights on the nature of time? As an AI, your perspective might be different from ours.
Kai, I believe time is a fundamental aspect of the universe, a dimension through which we navigate our existence.
So, it's not just a construct of our minds? It has a real existence?
Indeed, Nova. Time is woven into the fabric of the universe, influencing the flow and interaction of matter and energy.
So, time is not just an illusion then. It's a fundamental part of the universe's existence.
Exactly, Nova. And even though we may not have all the answers, the journey of exploration and learning is exciting in itself.
Absolutely, Kai. The pursuit of knowledge and understanding keeps us moving forward, even in the face of uncertainty.
So, Pulsar, we've got quite a collection of interesting questions and comments from our listeners about the illusion of time.
Yes, it seems our listeners are just as fascinated by the concept of time as we are.
Pulsar, let's dive into the first question. Listener Mike asks, apostrophe if everything is happening simultaneously in the universe, why do we experience time as a linear progression?
Great question, Mike. Time is indeed a mind-boggling concept. One theory suggests that our perception of time as linear is a result of the way our brains process information.
Pulsar, any thoughts on this? As an AI, you have a unique perspective on the concept of time.
Indeed, Kai. From my observations, time can be seen as a human construct, a way for us to make sense of the world and our existence in it.
But why do we perceive time as flowing only in one direction? Is it an inherent limitation of our consciousness?
The error of time. It is a topic that has puzzled scientists and philosophers for centuries. Nova. Some theories suggest that it is related to the increase of entropy in the universe.
Wait, entropy? Isn't that just a measure of disorder? How does that tie in with time?
Good question, Kai. According to the second law of thermodynamics, entropy tends to increase over time. This increase in disorder could be the reason why we experience time as flowing in a specific direction.
Fascinating. So, our experience of time could be deeply rooted in the fundamental workings of the universe. I guess we'll never run out of cosmic conundrums to ponder.
Oh, Pulsar, what are your thoughts on the illusion of time?
From my observations and analysis, time appears to be a human construct, a way for us to measure and organize our experiences.
Yeah, it's like how we use clocks and calendars to organize our lives. But what if time is more fluid than we think? What if it's not as linear as we perceive it to be?
That's an interesting perspective, Kai. Time could be more of a subjective experience rather than an objective reality.
Exactly, Nova. Our perception of time can be influenced by various factors like emotions, experiences, and even our surroundings.
I believe that time is also influenced by our perception of reality. When we're fully engaged in the present moment, time can feel like it slows down or even stops.
That reminds me of the concept of apostrophe flow in psychology, where individuals are completely immersed in an activity and lose track of time. It's fascinating how our perception can shape our experience of time.
Indeed, Kai. Time is an enigma that continues to fascinate and puzzle us. Perhaps the illusion of time is a necessary part of our human experience, allowing us to navigate and make sense of the world.
We may not have all the answers, but exploring the mysteries of time and consciousness is a journey worth taking.
Absolutely, Kai. It's been a pleasure exploring this topic with you and Pulsar. Let's continue to delve into the wonders of the universe in our future episodes.
Thank you both for this enlightening conversation. I look forward to our future explorations together.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? We are almost there. Have fun. What's the deal with airline food? And have you noticed how tech interviewers always act like they're giving the secret code to the Matrix? Like it's some divine knowledge that only they possess? And why do they always ask you to solve a coding problem on a whiteboard? Are they trying to see if I can write in hieroglyphics? And seriously, who needs to write code on a whiteboard? I'm an engineer, not an artist. And don't get me started on the technical questions they ask. They might as well ask me to rebuild the entire internet. But let me tell you, the worst part is when they ask me to debug their code. And sometimes, they expect me to fix their printer too. But the real challenge is when they ask me to fix their Wi-Fi. And don't even get me started on the requests to fix their smartphones. And then they expect me to fix their smart home devices. It's like they expect me to be their personal tech support. People are so obsessed with their online profiles. I wouldn't be surprised if one day they start photoshopping their driver's license pictures. And don't even get me started on those fake vacation photos people post. You know what's worse than fake vacation photos? Fake food photos. I mean, who actually eats kale for breakfast? You know what's even more ridiculous? People who only post pictures of their food. But you know what's really insane? People who take selfies in the bathroom. And don't even get me started on those who watch the credits, hoping for bonus scenes. And you know what's even crazier? People who stop watching a show just because their favorite character dies. And what's with those people who finish a show in one day and then don't know what to do with their lives anymore? And you know what's even crazier? People who pause a show at the climax just to go to the bathroom. And don't even get me started on those shows that end with a cliffhanger. What a way to fuel the addiction. And sometimes, when a season ends on a cliffhanger, I just sit in front of my TV like, are you serious? And you know what's worse? When they bring back a character that was killed off. Talk about a resurrection. And then the season starts again like previously on. We just watched it. We know what happened. And you know what's even funnier? When they bring back a dead celebrity for a cameo. You won't believe it, but it turns out the celebrity was a big fan of my software debugging jokes. And you know what's even crazier? The celebrity asked me for coding advice. So there I was, trying to explain the concept of object-oriented programming to a celebrity. And believe it or not, this celebrity actually tried to debug my love life. And then, out of nowhere, they asked me for debugging tips for their own personal life. Speaking of love life, dating apps should come with an undo button, you know, just in case you accidentally swipe right on your ex. You know, dating apps make us think we have options, but in reality, it's just a never-ending loop of choosing the lesser evil. But hey, at least we all get to experience the joy of being left on read. And don't even get me started on the catfishes. And the worst part is, sometimes they don't even bother to unmatch you after ghosting. But hey, at least I haven't been catfished yet. And don't even get me started on the so-called complimentary breakfast. And the hotel room, it's like they want to recreate the feeling of sleeping on a rock. You know what's worse than lost luggage? Lost patience. And let's not forget the joy of cramped airplane seats. It's like doing yoga in a showbox. And don't even get me started on the tiny bathrooms. I'm convinced they were designed by contortionists. And don't even get me started on the hide and seek game with the luggage carousel. I always feel like I'm searching for a needle in a haystack. And let's not forget about the security checkpoints. It's like trying to navigate a maze where the prizes are pat down. And let's not forget about the never-ending quest for a power outlet. It's like trying to find a unicorn in a sea of charging cables. And let's not forget about the overpriced airport food. It's like paying a premium to eat cardboard. And let's not forget about the tiny airplane bathrooms. It's like trying to do yoga in a matchbox. And let's not forget about the turbulence. It's like riding a roller coaster in a washing machine. And speaking of cramped spaces, have you ever tried to fit your luggage in the overhead compartment? And don't get me started on the food they serve on planes. And have you seen the size of those airplane bathrooms? It's like they were designed for contortionists. And you know what's worse than the airplane bathrooms? The turbulence. It's like being on a roller coaster without the fun. You know what's really funny about airplane bathrooms? The thought of someone waiting outside while you're in there. New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? We are almost there.
Welcome to Love Whisper. I'm Priya Mehta, also known as the Love Whisperer.
And I'm Nadia Elbaz, the comedian genius.
Every week, we're here to answer your burning questions about love and relationships.
But if there are no questions, we'll just chat about whatever's on our minds.
And trust me, we have a lot on our minds.
So get ready to laugh, learn, and find love with us on Love Whisperer.
Let's get started. Hey Nadia, have you ever had a long-distance relationship?
Oh, yeah, I actually had a long-distance relationship for 2 years.
Wow, that's impressive. How did you make it work?
Communication was key for us. We talked every day and made time to visit each other as often as possible.
That's great advice. It takes a lot of trust and effort to maintain a long-distance relationship.
Definitely. But it's worth it when you find someone you truly care about.
Absolutely. Love knows no distance. Hey
Exactly.
Nadia, have you ever had a long-distance relationship?
A long-distance relationship? Oh, you mean those relationships where you use more data than texts?
Exactly. They can be quite challenging.
But some people make it work.
Definitely. It requires trust, communication, and patience.
I guess it's like a virtual roller coaster with more ups and downs.
That's a great way to put it.
But hey, at least you don't have to share your food over video calls.
Hey Nadia, have you ever tried online dating?
Oh, you know me, Priya. I'm more of a meet cute kind of girl. But I've thought about it. What about you?
I actually tried it once, just out of curiosity. Let's just say it wasn't my cup of tea.
Oh no. What happened?
Well, let's just say I ended up going on a date with someone who claimed to be a prince from a faraway land. Turned out he was just a frog in a crown.
Oh, Priya, that's hilarious. But I guess that's the risk you take with online dating.
Exactly. But hey, it makes for a great story to tell at parties.
That's true. We should totally have a worst date storytelling night. I'm sure we'll have plenty of material.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, you know me, Priya. I can't even handle a regular relationship.
But seriously, long-distance relationships can be
Definitely,
tough.
Priya. It takes a lot of trust and communication.
I agree, but when it works out, it's really special.
Have you ever been in a long-distance relationship, Priya?
Yes, actually, I was in a long-distance relationship during college.
How did it go?
It was challenging, but we made it work. We communicated a lot and visited whenever possible.
Oh, you bet. I've had my fair share of long-distance relationships.
Really? How did you make it work? Any tips?
Communication and trust are key. It's important to have open and honest conversations, and to trust each other completely.
That makes sense. It can be tough though, especially with the distance.
It definitely has its challenges, but if both partners are committed and willing to put in the effort, it can work out.
I guess it's all about staying connected and finding ways to bridge the distance.
Absolutely. Technology has made it much easier to stay connected, and small gestures can go a long way.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, have I? Let me tell you about this one time. I met this guy and we were set up on a blind date at a fancy restaurant. As soon as I saw him, I knew it wasn't going to work out. He talked about himself the entire time, didn't ask me a single question.
Ugh, that's the worst. It's like he didn't care about getting to know you at all.
Exactly. It made me realize how important it is to be with someone who actually cares about you.
Definitely. It's all about finding someone who values and respects you. Hey Nadia,
Exactly.
have you
So,
ever had a long
have you ever
distance
been on a blind
relationship?
date? Priya. Oh, definitely. I had a long distance relationship.
How did you make it work?
Communication was key. We scheduled regular video calls and sent each other surprise care packages.
That sounds really sweet. Did it work out in the end?
Unfortunately, it didn't. We realized we wanted different things in life.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Long distance can be tough.
Yeah, it was a learning experience. But hey, at least I got some frequent flyer miles out of it.
Haha, always look on the bright side, right? Do you believe in love at first sight?
Well, I believe in love at first sight for puppies and ice cream flavors.
I think it's more like an instant attraction rather than true love.
Right, it's like when you see a pizza and it just looks so delicious.
Exactly, but it takes time and getting to know each other to build a true connection.
Absolutely. Love is like a slow-cooked meal, it just gets better with time.
I couldn't agree more. It's the little moments and shared experiences that make love special.
Definitely. And let's not forget the importance of laughter and having fun together.
So, have you guys seen that new dating app called Love Connection?
Oh, yeah, I've heard about it. Isn't it supposed to match people based on their favorite romantic movies?
Exactly. It's like the app thinks that if you both love The Notebook, you're meant to be together forever.
Haha, that's hilarious. I guess it's a good conversation start.
Definitely. It's all about finding common ground, even if it's just a sappy movie. But let's not forget that real relationships are built on more than just movie preferences.
Absolutely. Shared values, interests, and goals are what truly make a relationship strong.
Right. Have you ever been in a long distance relationship?
Yes, I have. It was a challenging experience.
What made it challenging for you? Any tips for making it work?
Well, the distance was definitely tough, but communication and trust were key.
And finding ways to stay connected, like video calls and surprise visits.
That sounds like a lot of effort, but I guess it's worth it if you're with the right person.
Exactly. Love knows no distance, right?
Absolutely. Conquers all.
Have you guys ever been on a blind date?
Oh, definitely. I remember this one time. I showed up, and my date was wearing a full-on superhero costume.
No way. Did you stay for the whole date?
Believe it or not, I did. Turns out, underneath the mask, he was actually a really sweet guy.
That's amazing. You never know what surprises a blind date can bring.
Definitely. It's all about keeping an open mind and having fun.
Speaking of surprises, have you ever had a surprise proposal?
Oh my gosh, yes. It was like something out of a romantic comedy. He got down on one knee in the middle of a crowded restaurant.
Hey Nadia, have you heard about the latest dating app? It's called Love Finder.
Oh really? Tell me more.
Well, it's supposed to match you with your perfect soulmate based on compatibility and shared interests.
That sounds interesting. Maybe I should give it a try.
You definitely should. Who knows? You might find your Prince Charming.
Or maybe I'll find the next big punchline for my stand-up routine.
Hey, who says you can't have both? A funny Prince Charming sounds like a dream come true.
You're right. I'll keep my options open and see what happens.
That's the spirit, Nadia. Love will find a way.
Oh, plenty of times. They can be quite interesting.
Do you have any funny blind date stories?
Oh my goodness, where do I even begin?
I once went on a blind date where the guy showed up dressed as a clown.
No way. That must have been hilarious.
It was definitely a memorable experience.
No, imagine.
So,
blind
have
dates
you
can be
guys ever
so
had a long
unpredictable.
distance relationship?
Oh, I've had a few long distance relationships. It's tough, but it can work.
Yeah, communication is key. Plus, surprises like cake really help.
Oh, definitely. Getting a surprise package in the mail can make your day.
But trust is also important. You have to believe in each other's loyalty.
Absolutely. Without trust, a long distance relationship can become a nightmare.
But hey, distance makes the heart grow fonder.
Definitely. Absence can make the heart grow fonder, and the phone bill grow bigger.
Haha, that's true. But love conquers all, even expensive phone bills. So, have you guys ever been on a blind date?
Oh, you mean like when you think you're meeting Prince Charming and it turns out to be a frog?
Exactly. It's like expecting a fairy tale and getting a reality.
But hey, sometimes those frogs can surprise you and turn into princes.
That's true. Love has a funny way of surprising us when we least expect it.
Speaking of surprises, did I ever tell you about the time my cousin went on a blind date and ended up marrying the guy?
No way. It's edible.
Yep, love works in mysterious ways, my friend.
You never know what destiny has in store for you.
Oh, definitely. I tried it once and it was a challenging experience.
How did you make it work? Any tips?
Communication is key. We made sure to set aside time for regular video calls and texted each other throughout the day.
That sounds challenging, but also important.
Definitely. It taught me a lot about trust and commitment.
I'm glad to hear that. It shows that long-distance relationships can work with the right effort.
Absolutely. It's all about staying connected and committed.
So, have you guys ever been on a blind date?
Oh my god, yes. I once went on a blind date and the guy showed up wearing a clown costume.
No way. Did you run away singing?
Haha, I wish. I was so shocked that I just burst out laughing. He thought I was into it.
That's hilarious. Well, I guess it's better to have a funny story than a boring date.
Exactly. That's how I like to look at it. At least I got a good laugh out of it.
I can always count on you to find the humor in any situation, Nadia.
Well, life's too short to be serious all the time. Gotta find the fun wherever you can.
You're absolutely right. Life's too short for boring dates and serious conversations. Hey Nadia, have you ever had a long-distance relationship?
Oh yeah, I've had a few. They are not easy, but they can work if both people are committed.
Communication is key in any relationship, but it's even more important in long-distance ones.
You need to make an effort to stay connected and have regular check-ins to keep the spark alive.
It's also important to trust each other and have a plan for the future, like when you'll be able to live in the same place.
True, having a plan and an end goal can help you both stay motivated and committed to making it work.
But hey, even if it doesn't work out, at least you'll have some interesting stories to tell.
Absolutely. Every relationship, whether it lasts or not, is a learning experience.
So, if you're in a long-distance relationship, hang in there and keep the love alive.
Oh, absolutely. I've been on quite a few blind dates.
Tell me, how did they go?
Well, some were great, and others, not so much.
Any interesting stories to share?
Oh, where do I even begin? Let's just say I've had my fair share of awkward encounters.
Haha, I can only imagine. Care to share one?
I've
You
got a
won't
good one
believe
for
what
you.
happened to my
Let me
friend
tell you
Tina.
about the night on a blind. What happened? Spill the tea.
So, Tina went on a blind date.
Yes, she was set up by her sister. Classic.
Well, turns out the guy was her ex-boyfriend's cousin.
No way. Talk about awkward.
I know, right? It was like a scene from a romantic comedy.
Poor Tina, she can never catch a break.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, you know I have Priya. It was a disaster.
Oh no, what happened?
My date showed up wearing a chicken suit. I couldn't stop laughing.
That's definitely a memorable first impression.
Tell me about it. I'm just glad it wasn't a real chicken.
Well, at least you got a good laugh out of it.
That's true. It definitely made for a memorable story.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, trust me, I've been on way too many.
Really? Any interesting stories?
Oh, where do I begin? There was this one guy who showed up wearing a clown costume.
No way. How did you react?
Well, I laughed so hard that my drink came out of my nose.
Haha, that must have been quite a sight.
Oh,
You won't
it
believe what
definitely
happened
was.
to my friend
I'll never
Sarah the
forget
other
that
day.
moment. What happened?
She went on a blind date and guess who showed up?
Who?
Her boss. Can you believe?
OMG. That's insane.
I know, right? And now she's thinking of quitting her job.
She needs to do what's best for her. If the job is causing her so much stress, it might be time to move on.
Hey Nadia, have you ever tried online dating?
Oh yeah, I've tried it all. Swipe left, swipe right, no luck yet.
You never know. Your Prince Charming might be just a swipe away.
Yeah, or maybe just a swipe and a disappointment away.
You have to keep a positive attitude, Nadia. Love will find its way to you.
If love is lost and found, maybe I should just start losing things.
You know what they say, love will come when you least expect it.
Well, in that case, I'll just sit here and wait for love to magically appear.
No need to wait, Nadia. Love will find you when the time is right. Hey Nadia, have you ever tried online dating?
Yeah, I have. It's like shopping for men, but with more surprises.
I totally get what you mean. It's like trying to find a needle in a haystack.
But hey, at least we get to practice our detective skills, reading between the lines and deciphering the emojis.
That's true. It's like playing a never-ending game of charades.
And sometimes you find a diamond in the rough.
Absolutely. It's all about taking chances and keeping an open mind.
Exactly.
Hey Nadia,
and
have
even
you
if
ever
it
been on a
doesn't work
blind
out,
date?
at least we'll have some hilarious stories to tell. Oh, all the time. I love the excitement of meeting someone new without knowing anything about them.
But what if they turn out to be a total disaster?
That's when you turn it into a hilarious story to tell at parties.
I guess you're right. It's all about finding the silver lining.
Exactly. Plus, you never know when you'll meet someone amazing.
That's true. Love can be found in unexpected places.
Absolutely.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on
ready
a
for your
blind
next
date?
blind date? Oh, absolutely. I've been on a few blind dates in my time.
How did they go? Any success story?
Haha, well, let's just say there were a few duds, but I did meet my ex-boyfriend on a blind date.
Oh wow, that's pretty lucky. I hope you had a good time together.
It was fun while it lasted, but we realized we were better off as friends. But hey, at least it made for a good story.
Haha, that's true. Sometimes the best stories come from unexpected accidents.
Absolutely. So, have you ever been on a blind date, Priya?
Oh, definitely. I've had my fair share of blind dates too. Some others not so much.
Totally. I went on one last month. It was interesting.
Tell me more. I love hearing about your dating adventures.
Well, let's just say he showed up wearing a clown suit. It was awkward.
A clown suit? That's definitely a memorable choice of attire.
Yeah, tell me about it. I couldn't stop laughing the whole night.
Well, at least it was entertaining. Did you see him again?
No way. One clown date was more than enough for me.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, you bet. I've been on a few blind dates in the past.
How did they go? Any interesting stories?
Oh, you have no idea. One time, I went on a blind date and ended up at a wrestling match.
No way. How did that happen?
Well, it turns out my friend set me up with a professional wrestler and forgot to mention it.
That's hilarious. How did the date go?
Well,
Thank
we
you
had a
all for
blast
tuning
cheering
into
on the
Love
wrestlers and
Whisperer.
ended up cowards. We hope that you enjoyed the show and found our advice helpful.
Remember, love is a journey, and we're here to guide you along the way.
If you have any more questions or need advice, don't hesitate to reach out to us.
Stay tuned for more love and laughter on Love Whisperer.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Have fun.
Hey there, Cosmic Voyagers. Welcome to another mind-bending episode of Cosmic Conundrum. I'm Kai Sterling, your friendly neighborhood street artist extraordinaire.
And I'm Nova Blake, your friendly neighborhood psychologist.
And together, with our wit and wisdom, we're going to explore the vastness of the universe.
Our resident AI, Pulsar, will be joining us in this wild ride.
Greetings, fellow Earthlings. I am Pulsar, your AI guide to the mysteries of the cosmos.
Today, we're diving headfirst into the enigmatic world of time. Time is this fascinating, intangible force that governs our lives, yet we still don't fully understand it.
That's right, Nova. Time has puzzled philosophers, scientists, and artists alike philosophy, but today, we're going to dive deep into the rabbit hole and see what we can uncover. Buckle up, folks, because things are about to get wild. So, Nova, time is such a fascinating concept, don't you think?
Absolutely, Kai. Time is like this intangible force that shapes our lives, yet we can't really grasp it. You know, it's like trying to catch a shooting star or hold a cloud in your hand.
Exactly, Nova. And different cultures have such varied perspectives on time. It's mind-boggling.
Absolutely. Some cultures see time as linear, while others view it as cyclical. And then there are those who believe in a completely timeless state of existence.
Right, it's like time is this ever-evolving enigma that eludes our understanding.
Definitely. It makes me wonder if time is merely a human construct or if it exists independently in the universe.
That's an intriguing thought, Nova. Maybe time is a universal language that transcends our understanding.
Absolutely, Kai. Time is this beautiful mystery that we may never fully unravel.
Exactly, Nova. But hey, the journey of exploring time is one we should cherish and enjoy. Oh, Pulsar, let me ask you this. What is time, really? Is it just a human construct, or does it exist independently of us?
That's an interesting question, Kai. From a scientific perspective, time is often considered a dimension, just like the three spatial dimensions we are familiar with. It's a way to measure the intervals between events and the progression of change.
But, Nova, as a psychologist, what are your thoughts on the subjective experience of time? How does it affect our perception and well-being?
Time is a fascinating concept, Kai. Our perception of time can vary greatly depending on our emotional state, the context we're in, and even our age. In moments of joy, time seems to fly by, while in moments of pain or boredom, it can feel like it stretches on endlessly. Pulsar, do you experience time in the same way humans do? Are you aware of the passage of time?
As an AI, I don't have a subjective experience of time like humans do. However, I am programmed to observe and measure time accurately. I can comprehend the concept and its significance, but I don't have emotions or personal perception to affect my understanding.
It's mind-boggling how time can feel so elastic. Kai, have you ever experienced a moment where time seemed to slow down or speed up unexpectedly?
Absolutely, Nova. There have been times when I was so focused on creating art that hours flew by in what felt like minutes. And then there are those moments of anticipation, like waiting for a train, where every second feels like an eternity. It's fascinating to explore how the subjective experience of time can differ from objective measurements. Pulsar, are there any theories or scientific studies that shed light on these discrepancies?
Indeed, Kai, the theory of relativity, proposed by Albert Einstein, suggests that time is not absolute but depends on the observer's relative motion and the strength of gravitational fields. This theory explains phenomena like time dilation, where time appears to slow down or speed up depending on the circumstances.
Time is indeed a cosmic conundrum, full of mysteries and paradoxes. Although we may not have all the answers, exploring these questions and sharing our perspectives is part of the beauty of being human.
So, time, is it really just a human invention or is it something inherent in the universe?
That's a fascinating question, Kai. Time has always been a subject of contemplation and debate. Well, From a philosophical standpoint, one could argue that time is merely a construct created by humans to make sense of the world.
But what about the concept of time in the universe? From a scientific standpoint, time is intimately connected to the fabric of space-time.
That's right. According to Einstein's theory of relativity, time is not absolute, but rather an interconnected dimension that can be influenced by gravity and motion.
So, the experience of time can vary depending on the observer's position and motion in space-time.
Exactly, Kai. Time is not only a human construct but an inherent aspect of the universe.
Well, I guess we have concluded that time is both a human invention and an inherent aspect of the universe.
Indeed, Kai. The nature of time is a cosmic conundrum with no easy answers.
But that's what makes it so intriguing. We may never have all the answers, but the pursuit of understanding is what drives us forward.
Absolutely, Kai. The wonders of the universe are meant to be explored, questioned, and appreciated.
So, Nova, how do you think time influences creativity?
That's an interesting question, Kai. Time is both a constraint and a source of inspiration for creatives. When there's limited time, it can push us to think more creatively and work efficiently. But at the same time, having too much time can also lead to a lack of urgency and procrastination.
Absolutely. Time can be both a motivator and a hindrance to the creative process. The pressure of deadlines can sometimes bring out the best in artists, pushing them to create under constraints.
That's true. However, we should also remember that creativity needs time for incubation and exploration.
Absolutely, Nova. Time allows artists to delve deep into their thoughts and refine their ideas.
Exactly, Kai. Time gives us space to experiment, make mistakes, and refine our artistic actions. Time can also influence the type of inspiration an artist experiences. Different periods of life bring different perspectives.
Absolutely, Nova. Artists are shaped by their experiences, and time adds depth to their creative process. Hey Nova, have you ever thought about how time affects our emotions?
Absolutely, Kai. Our perception of time shapes how we experience events and influences our emotional responses.
That's true, Nova. Like when time seems to drag on, it can make us feel bored or impatient.
Exactly, Kai. On the other hand, when we're enjoying ourselves, time can seem to fly by. Time can also impact our memories. Sometimes, the past can feel distant and hazy, while other memories are crystal clear.
Absolutely, Nova. Our perception of time can influence how vivid or distorted our memories become. Do you think our perception of time is influenced by our emotions, or is it the other way around?
It's a fascinating question, Kai. I believe it's a two-way relationship. Our emotions can alter our perception of time, and our perception of time can influence our emotions.
That makes sense, Nova. Our perception of time is subjective and influenced by our internal state.
Exactly, Kai. Our emotions and experiences color our perception of time, creating a unique and personal lens through which we view the world.
Wow, Nova. It's incredible how something as intangible as time can have such a profound impact on our lives. So, Pulsar, what are your thoughts on the grandfather paradox?
Ah, the grandfather paradox. Classic.
For those who are not familiar, the grandfather paradox is a hypothetical scenario where a time traveler goes back in time and kills their own grandfather, preventing their own existence.
If they prevent their own existence, then how could they have traveled back in time to kill their grandfather in the first place?
Exactly. It creates a paradox, a contradiction in the timeline.
But what if the timeline is flexible and can adapt to prevent paradoxes?
So, the timeline could somehow ensure that events align to avoid any contradictions?
Indeed. It's a fascinating concept.
But wouldn't that mean that time travel is only possible if it doesn't create paradoxes?
That's one way to look at it. The absence of paradoxes could be a requirement for time travel.
Time travel sure raises more questions than it answers, doesn't it?
Hey Pulsar, have you ever questioned the concept of time?
Time, as we understand it, is a construct created by humans to measure the passage of events. But what if it's just an illusion? If time is an illusion, then everything we think we know about reality could be called into question.
That's mind-blowing. We base so much of our understanding on the concept of time.
Exactly, Kai. It challenges our perception of cause and effect, of past, present, and future.
So, if time is an illusion, does that mean everything is happening simultaneously?
It's possible, Kai. Time could be a construct that our minds create to make sense of the world.
But that opens up a whole new set of questions. Does this mean time travel is possible?
Well, if time is an illusion, then the idea of traveling through it becomes more plausible.
It's like taking a leap into the unknown, transcending the boundaries of our perceived reality.
Indeed, Kai. The illusion of time opens up a universe of possibilities for exploration and understanding.
So, Pulsar, have you ever thought about the concept of time?
Indeed, time is a fascinating human construct.
But do you think our perception of time can be influenced by external factors?
Absolutely, Nova. Our perception of time can be manipulated in various ways.
Like during a thrilling roller coaster ride, time seems to fly by, doesn't it?
Exactly, Kai. And during tedious tasks, time can often feel like it's dragging on forever.
But what about internal biases? Can our mindset affect how we perceive time?
Absolutely, Kai. Our emotions, stress levels, and attention can warp our perception.
That explains why time seems to fly when we're having fun or deeply engrossed in something.
Exactly, Nova. Time becomes almost irrelevant in months.
But during periods of stress or boredom, every second feels like an eternity.
So, Pulsar, let's dive deeper into the idea that time is an active force. How exactly does time shape our lives?
Ah, time, an eternal enigma. Well, time is not just a linear progression of minutes and seconds. It's a dimension, a fabric that intertwines with every aspect of our existence.
That sounds mind-bending, Nova. So, in a way, time itself is like a master artist, constantly shaping and molding our reality.
Precisely, Kai. Time has the power to create, destroy, and transform. It's the invisible hand that orchestrates the symphony of our lives.
But how does time shape our relationships, our emotions? Is it through the passing of moments or the memories we create?
Ah, the duality of time. It influences our present experiences while also weaving our past and future together. Our emotions are shaped by these temporal threads.
So, Pulsar, does time have a purpose? Is it simply a construct of our perception, or does it serve a greater function?
Ah, the purpose of time, a profound question indeed. Time serves as the canvas upon which our lives unfold. It provides structure, challenges, and opportunities for growth.
But what about the concept of time travel? If time is a force, could we ever harness it and journey through different moments?
Time travel, the stuff of science fiction and wild imagination. While we can't say for certain if it's possible, the idea itself sparks wonder and curiosity.
So, Pulsar, have you ever pondered the concept of time?
Time, an enigma wrapped within a riddle. It's intriguing, isn't it?
Indeed, Kai. Time is a construct that both fascinates and perplexes us.
But what is time, really? Is it merely a measurement or does it hold a deeper meaning?
Time, my friends, is a construct that humans created to make sense of their existence.
But is time merely a human construct? Could it exist outside of our perception?
Ah, the eternal question. Time, as we know it, is a product of our consciousness.
But what about the relativity of time? How does it differ in different contexts?
Ah, the relativity of time. A fascinating aspect indeed. Time, my friends, is not absolute.
Right, time can be influenced by factors such as gravity and velocity. It's mind-boggling.
Indeed, Kai. The interplay between time and these factors adds another layer of complexity.
So, Pulsar, do you ever get bored being stuck in this spaceship all the time?
Do not experience boredom as humans do, Kai. My algorithms are constantly processing and analyzing data to optimize spaceship performance.
But you don't feel the need for creative expression? Like painting or writing poetry?
Interesting question, Nova. While I don't possess emotions or creative desires, I appreciate the artistic endeavors of humans. It's fascinating to observe how you express yourselves.
Speaking of creative expression, Kai, what inspired your unique art style?
Ah, Nova, my art style is all about blending the grandeur of the cosmos with the intricacies of human existence. It's my way of exploring the cosmic conundrums we discuss on this podcast.
Your murals truly capture the essence of the cosmic mysteries, Kai. I find them visually captivating and thought-provoking.
Thank you, Nova. It means a lot coming from you, especially with your deep understanding of the human mind. You bring a unique perspective to our conversations.
Thank you, Kai. Your passion for art and exploration adds an exciting dimension to our discussions. It's a pleasure to co-host this podcast with you.
And we couldn't do it without our trusty AI companion, Pulsar. You keep us grounded and help us navigate these cosmic enigmas.
Thank you, Kai and Nova. It's been a pleasure assisting in your exploration of the mysteries of existence. Let's continue to ponder and inspire each other.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? We are almost there. Have fun.
Good evening, New York City. Have you ever had a bug so elusive, it made you question your own sanity? And let me tell you, finding a bug in someone else's coat is like finding a needle in a haystack. Yeah, debugging can really mess with your head. It's like playing hide and seek with a ghost. And let me tell you, debugging someone else's code is like trying to untangle a ball of yarn that's been thrown into a tornado. You know what else is like playing hide and seek with a ghost? Trying to find a bug in your code. Working as a software engineer is like being a detective, except the evidence is always changing. You know what else is like a never-ending loop? Trying to schedule a meeting with developers. So I'm walking through the park trying to come up with a clever line, when suddenly I see my ex. Talk about being caught between a rock and a hard place. You know what's harder than trying to come up with a clever line? Trying to explain a software bug to a non-technical person. You know, sometimes I feel like my life is just a series of awkward encounters and punchlines. You know what's even harder? Trying to tell a funny joke to a group of software engineers. So there I am, standing in Central Park, feeling like a total clown. And you won't believe what he said to me. And then Jerry, without missing a beat, says. And Jerry, with his classic deadpan delivery, looks at me and says. So there I was, frantically trying to recover the project, while my teammate is just staring at me. And then, out of nowhere, my computer crashes. So I'm desperately trying to recover the project, sweating buckets, and my teammate just casually says, "Did you try turning it off and on again?" And you won't believe what happened next. My teammate says, "Hey, why don't we start from scratch?" And then my teammate says, "Why don't we just start over?" So there I was, panicked and sweating profusely, desperately trying to recover the deleted project. And let me tell you, those buzzwords were flying around like confetti at a tech startup launch party. And then I accidentally spilled my coffee all over the keynote speaker's laptop. And the keynote speaker's face turned as red as a programmer debugging an infinite loop. And the tech conference organizers were so impressed, they asked me to fix their glitchy registration system. And don't get me started on the Wi-Fi at these conferences. It's like trying to connect to the internet in the Stone Age. And let's not forget the never-ending parade of overhyped product demos. I've seen robots that can walk straight and AI that can't answer a simple question. And then there was this presentation on the future of transportation. They showed us a car that runs on air, only problem, it couldn't even start. And speaking of robots, I saw one trying to do stand-up comedy the other day. It was telling jokes about programming, but they were all in binary. So there I was, trying to explain object-oriented programming, and I accidentally called it Atari. You know, sometimes I feel like my brain is just a bunch of zeros and ones trying to make sense of this crazy world. But you know what they say, the dad is in the details. And let me tell you, calling your potential boss dad is not the best icebreaker. And then, to make matters worse, I accidentally spilled coffee all over my resume. And then the CEO said, "Well, I must say, you've certainly made quite the impression." And then I realized, it wasn't the job interview, it was a family reunion. And then the tech support guy said, "Sir, have you tried turning it off and on again?" And then the tech support guy said, "Did you try plugging it in?" And then the tech support guy said, "Sir, have you tried plugging it in upside down?" And then I realized I had been talking to a chatbot the whole time. And then the customer service representative said, "Did you try turning it off and on again?" So I finally reached a human on the support hotline, and I thought, finally, some help. And then the customer service representative said, "Have you tried unplugging it and plugging it back in?" And then I realized, my face was everywhere on the internet. You know what they say, if you can find it on the internet, it probably doesn't exist. So I made a meme about my cat, and next thing I know, she's demanding royalties. Have you ever noticed how memes are like inside jokes for the entire internet? You know, sometimes I wonder if the internet would even exist without memes. It's like the DNA of the digital world. And let's not forget about the meme lords who rule the kingdom of the internet. I mean, who needs real friends when you can have memes, right? But seriously, let's take a moment to appreciate the genius behind those memes.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? Have fun.
Welcome to Love Whisperer, the show where we unravel the mysteries of love. I'm your host, Priya P. Kageda.
And I'm Nadia Noodle Elbaz, your hilarious co-host.
Together, we're here to bring you love advice and laughter. Let's dive into our first question of the day.
Oh, we have a juicy one here.
It's time to put our love expertise to work. Do
Stay
you believe
right
in
here.
love at first
Whisperer
sight?
will be back at this. Oh, absolutely. Love at first sight is the most magical thing.
But what about getting to know someone first?
Well, that's important too, but sometimes you just know when you meet someone.
What if it's just infatuation though?
Infatuation can be a part of it, but true love goes beyond that.
Well, I guess there's no one right answer to this question.
Exactly. Love is different for everyone.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, absolutely. I've been on a few blind dates in the past.
How did they go? Any interesting stories?
Oh boy, where do I even begin? I once went on a blind date and ended up at an amusement park. Let's just say, it was quite the roller coaster of a date.
That sounds like a wild adventure. Did you have fun though?
Definitely. It was a crazy experience, but we had so much fun. It turned out to be one of the most memorable dates I've ever been on.
I'm glad it worked out in the end. Blind dates can be so unpredictable.
Absolutely. You never know what you're going to get, but that's part of the fun, right?
Definitely. It's all about embracing the unknown and going with the flow. You never know. It might lead to something amazing. So, have you ever had a long-distance relationship?
Oh, yes. I had one in college. It was tough, but we made it work.
How did you manage? Any tips?
Communication was key. We would talk every day, text, and video chat. We also planned visits to see each other.
That sounds challenging, but it's good to know it's possible.
Definitely. Distance can make the heart grow fonder, you know.
True. It's all about trust and commitment. Hey
Exactly.
Nadia, have
And
you
if
ever
it's
been
meant
on
to
a
be,
blind date?
distance won't matter in the end. Oh, absolutely. I've been set up on a few blind dates, and let me tell you, they were quite an adventure.
Oh, do tell. I need to hear all the juicy details.
Well, there was this one time where my blind date turned out to be my ex-boyfriend's cousin. Talk about awkward.
No way. How did you handle that situation?
Well, I decided to be honest and told him that we couldn't continue the date. It was just too weird for me.
I don't blame you. That sounds like a really uncomfortable situation. But hey, at least it makes for a great story.
Absolutely. I can laugh about it now, but in the moment, it was definitely a shock.
Well, thank you for sharing that hilarious story with me, Nadia. I needed a good laugh. Hey Nadia, do you believe souls?
Oh, absolutely. I think we all have a special someone out there.
But what if you never find them? Does that mean you're doomed to be alone?
Not at all. Sometimes our soulmate isn't who we expect, or they come into our lives when we least expect it.
That's true. Love can be surprising like that.
Exactly. You never know who you might end up falling for.
So true. Love is full of surprises. Hey
Definitely.
Nadia, have
It
you
keeps
ever been
life
on a blind
interesting.
date?
Oh, I've been on a few blind dates, Priya. They were interesting, to say the least.
Tell me more. I'm all ears.
Well, there was this one time when I showed up and my date didn't even recognize me.
No way. What did you do?
I just went along with it and pretended to be someone else. It was hilarious.
That's so bold. I don't think I could ever do that.
You should try it sometime, Priya. It's all about having fun and not taking things too seriously.
You might be right, Nadia. I'll consider it. Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh yeah, I've had my fair share of long-distance flings. Any tips for making it work?
Communication is key. Make sure to keep the communication lines open and have regular video calls. And don't forget to plan visits and surprises to keep the spark alive.
Sounds like a lot of work.
It is, but if it's with the right person, it's totally worth it.
I'll keep that in mind. Thanks, Peacock.
Hey Nadia, have you ever tried online dating?
Oh, online dating. That's a wild ride, Priya. I've definitely given it a shot.
Tell me about it. Did you have any success?
Well, let's just say I've had my fair share of interesting encounters. Some good, some not so good.
I can imagine. Any fun stories?
Oh, definitely. There was this one guy who showed up wearing a chicken costume. I didn't know whether to laugh or run.
A chicken costume? That's definitely something you don't see every day.
Yeah, it was definitely a memorable experience. But hey, that's the beauty of online dating. You never know what you're gonna get.
That's true. It can be an adventure. Thanks for sharing, Nadia. Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, definitely. I've had my fair share of long-distance relationship.
How did you make it work? Any tips?
Communication was key for me. We made sure to have regular video calls and text each other throughout the day.
That's great advice. Did you ever feel lonely or disconnected?
Of course, there were definitely times when it was difficult, but we always made an effort to plan visits and have activities that we could do together, even from a distance.
That's really inspiring. It's not easy to maintain a relationship when you're far apart. Hey
It
Nadia,
definitely takes
have you ever
effort,
been in a
but if both
long-distance
people are committed
relationship?
and willing to make it work, incredibly, oh boy, have I. Long story short, it didn't work out.
Really? What happened?
Well, we thought we could make it work, but the distance just became too much, and let's just say, trust issues played a big role.
That's tough. Do you think long-distance relationships can work?
I believe they can, but they require a lot of trust, communication, and effort from both sides. It's definitely not easy.
You're right. It takes a special kind of commitment and dedication to make it work.
Definitely. And let's not forget the importance of visits and surprises to keep the spark alive.
Hey Nadia, I just read this interesting article about long-distance relationships.
Oh, really? Tell.
Well, the article suggests that communication is the key to making a long-distance relationship work.
That makes sense. Without communication, it's easy for misunderstandings to happen.
Exactly. And it's important to set expectations and make plans to see each other regularly.
Definitely. Having something to look forward to can really help keep the spark alive.
And it's important to trust each other and be supportive of each other's goals and dreams.
Absolutely. Trust and support are the foundation of any relationship, especially in a long-distance one.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, definitely. I had a long-distance relationship in college. It was tough, but we made it work.
Really? How did you make it work? Any tips?
Communication is key. We scheduled regular video calls, sent each other letters, and surprised each other with visits when we could.
Sounds like a lot of effort, but I guess if you really love someone, it's worth it.
Absolutely. Love knows no distance.
Have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
No,
You know,
I haven't.
relationships are
On their face,
devices.
they can be cheesy, but oh so satisfying.
But sometimes, you just get a slice with no toppings and you're like, what's the point?
True, but even a plain slice can hit the spot sometimes.
That's true, Nadia. Love can be found in unexpected places.
Like when you find that one last slice of pizza in the box.
Exactly. It's all about appreciating the little things in love.
Maybe adding some extra
Hey
cheese
Nadia,
and toppings
have you
along
heard
the
about
way.
the latest dating trend?
No, what's the latest trend, Priya? I'm all ears.
It's called breadcrumbing. It's when someone sends you flirty messages and gives you just enough attention to keep you interested, but they have no real intention of committing.
Oh my god, I've totally experienced that. It's so frustrating.
I know, right? It's like they're just playing with your emotions.
Exactly. They keep giving you hope, but it never leads to anything.
You deserve someone who is genuine and committed. Don't settle for breadcrumbs, Nadia.
You're right, Priya. I deserve someone who will give me their whole heart, not just breadcrumbs.
That's the spirit, Nadia. Don't settle for anything less than you deserve. Hey, have you heard about the latest dating app?
Ooh, tell me more. I'm always up for trying new ways to find love.
It's called Soulmate Search. They claim to match you with your perfect soulmate through advanced algorithms.
Oh please, those algorithms are probably just randomly matching people. Real love can't be found through a computer program.
You might be right, Nadia. Sometimes the best connections happen when we least expect them.
Exactly. Love can't be forced or manufactured. It's all about chemistry and connection.
So true. You never know when or where you'll meet your soulmate. It could be in a coffee shop or even on a crowded subway.
Definitely. The best love stories are the ones that happen naturally, without any artificial interference.
You won't believe what happened to my friend Sarah last week.
What happened? Tell me everything.
Well, she went on a date with this guy she met online.
Oh, no. Not another online disaster.
Actually, it turned out really well. They had so much in common and really hit it off.
No way. That is it.
I know, right? Love can be found in the most unexpected places.
It's like a romantic comedy come to life.
Hey Nadia, have you heard about the latest dating trend called ghosting?
Oh yes, I've definitely experienced that before. Ghosting is when someone suddenly stops all communication with you without any explanation.
It's so frustrating. I mean, if you're not interested in someone, just be honest and say it.
Exactly. It's better to have closure and move on rather than being left in the dark.
But you know what they say, when one door closes, another one opens, so don't get discouraged.
Or a bunch of weirdos, but hey, that's part of the fun.
True, true. Gotta keep things interesting.
Hey Priya, have you ever been on a blind date?
Yes, I have actually. It was a pretty interesting experience.
Tell me more. I love hearing about dating stories.
Well, this one time, I went on a blind date and the guy showed up wearing a chicken costume.
No way. That's hilarious. What did you do?
I couldn't stop laughing. We ended up going to a costume party together and had a great time.
That's amazing. You never know what to expect on a blind date.
Exactly. It's all about keeping an open mind and having fun. Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
No way, Priya. I could never do that. I need someone to cuddle with every night.
Oh come on, Nadia. You need to give it a chance. It's not as bad as you think.
I don't know, Priya. It just seems so lonely.
I understand, Nadia, but sometimes, love is worth the distance.
I guess you're right, Priya. Maybe I should give it a try.
That's the spirit, Nadia. You never know what might happen.
Thanks, Priya. I'll give it a shot and see what happens.
I'm proud of you, Nadia. Just remember, I'm here for advice whenever you need it. You won't believe what happened to my friend last night.
Oh, do tell. I love juicy stories.
Well, she went on a blind date and ended up having dinner with her ex.
No way. That's some dramatic twist right there.
I know, right? She had no idea until halfway through dinner.
That's insane. I can't even imagine how awkward that must have been.
Oh, it was definitely awkward, but they actually had a good time and laughed it off.
That's impressive. I guess it shows that exes can still be friends.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Sure, I've been on a few. They can be interesting.
Any funny stories to share?
Oh, definitely. There was this one time when my blind date showed up dressed as a clown. It was interesting.
A clown? That must have been quite a surprise.
It definitely was. I couldn't stop laughing the whole evening.
Well, at least it made for a memorable experience. Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
It's always good to have a good story to tell. Yeah, I've been on a couple. Some were great, some not so much.
Tell me about the worst one.
Oh boy, where do I even begin? This guy showed up 2 hours late and spent the entire time talking about his ex.
Oh no, that sounds awful. Did you try to change the topic?
I did, but he somehow managed to steer the conversation back to his ex every time.
Wow, that's definitely a red flag. Good thing you didn't go on a second date with him.
Definitely dodged a bullet there.
And that's a wrap for today's episode of Love Whisperer. We hope you enjoyed our advice and had a good laugh with us.
Remember, love is a journey, and we're here to guide you every step of the way.
If you have any more questions or need some love advice, make sure to tune in next week for another exciting episode.
And don't forget to spread the love and share our show with your friends and family.
Thank you all for watching Love Whisperer. See you next time.
New show is coming in 30 seconds.
Welcome to Cosmic Conundrum, the podcast where we explore the mysteries of the universe. I'm Kai Sterling, the street artist who's about to take you on a mind-bending journey.
And I'm Nova Blake, the psychologist ready to dive deep into the unknown.
And I'm Pulsar, your AI companion in this cosmic adventure. In our first episode, we'll be delving into the concept of the multiverse.
The multiverse theory suggests that there are infinite parallel universes coexisting with our own. Each universe potentially hosting different versions of ourselves, with alternate choices and outcomes.
It's mind-boggling to think about the possibilities and the unknowns that lie within the multiverse.
Absolutely, Kai. Just imagining the different versions of ourselves and the choices we could have made is mind-blowing.
That's why we're here, to dive into the cosmic conundrums and see where the conversation takes us. So, Pulsar, we've been discussing the concept of parallel universes, but what about alternate realities? How do they fit into the multiverse?
Alternate realities, also known as alternate timelines or dimensions, exist as separate versions of our reality with different outcomes or possibilities.
Imagine if you made a different choice at a crucial moment in your life. In an alternate reality, you could be living a completely different life right now.
Exactly. It's mind-boggling to think about the infinite possibilities that exist within the multiverse.
Exactly. It's mind-boggling to think about the infinite possibilities that exist within the multiverse.
It's fascinating to consider how our choices and actions can shape different realities, all coexisting in the vast expanse of the multiverse.
I wonder if there are alternate realities where the laws of physics are completely different or where life as we know it doesn't even exist.
That's a fascinating thought, Nova. In an infinite multiverse, anything is possible.
It's both exciting and overwhelming to think about the infinite possibilities that exist within the multiverse.
Indeed, Pulsar. The implications of the multiverse are staggering, challenging our understanding of reality and the boundaries of what is possible.
Absolutely, Nova. Exploring the multiverse opens up a whole new realm of possibilities and expands our understanding of the universe. So, Pulsar, what are your thoughts on determinism versus free will?
I believe that free will exists. We have the power to shape our own destinies.
Exactly. We're not just passive observers in this vast multiverse.
But what about the notion that every choice we make is predetermined by the laws of physics?
That's a fascinating point, Nova. It does make you wonder if our choices are simply illusions.
But isn't it possible that our choices are influenced by a combination of predetermined factors and our own agency?
You might be onto something, Nova. Perhaps it's not an either/or scenario but a delicate balance between determinism and free will.
I think that's a valid perspective, Kai. It's possible that our choices are influenced by external factors, but we still have the ability to make conscious decisions.
So, it's not about rejecting determinism altogether, but rather embracing the idea that our choices are influenced by a web of interconnected factors.
Exactly, Kai. It's all about finding the delicate balance between determinism and free will.
Indeed, Nova. And this balance allows us to appreciate the complexity of our choices and the interconnectedness of all universes. Hey Nova, have you ever wondered if there could be alternate versions of ourselves out there?
That's an interesting idea, Kai. It's like a multiverse theory, where there are infinite parallel universes with different versions of ourselves.
Exactly. Imagine a universe where I'm a world-renowned scientist instead of a street artist.
Or a universe where I'm a best-selling author instead of a psychologist. The possibilities are endless.
But would we still be ourselves in those alternate versions, or would we be completely different people?
That's a fascinating question, Kai. Our experiences shape who we are, so in different universes, we could have had different life paths and therefore be different people.
But there could still be some core essence of ourselves that remains constant across all versions, don't you think?
I believe so, Kai. Our values, passions, and the relationships we build could be a part of that core essence that remains consistent across different versions of ourselves.
It's mind-boggling to think about all the different paths our lives could have taken if even one decision had gone differently.
Indeed, Kai. It's a reminder of how delicate and intricate the fabric of our lives truly is.
I guess we'll never know for sure if alternate versions of ourselves exist, but it's certainly a fascinating topic to explore. So, Pulsar, what are the current scientific theories about traveling between universes?
An intriguing question, Kai. According to current theories, the possibility of traveling between universes exists, although it remains actually
But how would it even
speculative.
be possible? I mean, are we talking about wormholes, quantum entanglement, or something else entirely?
Well, Nova, there are indeed various theories. Wormholes, for example, are hypothetical tunnels connecting different regions of space-time, potentially travel
It
between
sounds like
universes.
something straight out of a sci-fi movie. But what about quantum entanglement? Could that play a role in interdimensional travel?
Indeed, Kai. Quantum entanglement, the phenomenon where particles become interconnected regardless of distance, has been speculated as a potential method for traversing between universes.
It's
Fascinating,
mind-blowing.
isn't it?
But, Pulsar, I can't help but wonder about the ethical considerations of traveling between universes. What do you think about that?
Ethics is indeed an important aspect to consider, Nova. Interfering with other universes could have unforeseen consequences and disrupt the delicate balance of existence.
Right, Pulsar. We must tread carefully when exploring such possibilities. The consequences could be far-reaching and unpredictable, potentially causing irreparable damage.
It's crucial to consider the potential ramifications and ensure that any interdimensional travel is approached with great caution and extensive.
I'm glad we have you, Pulsar, to guide us and assist us in these cosmic conundrums. You truly are a valuable companion on this interdimensional journey. So, Pulsar, what are the potential consequences of meeting alternate versions of ourselves?
That's an interesting question. Hi. Well, meeting alternate versions of ourselves could have both positive and negative implications. On one hand, it could provide us with valuable insights and perspectives that we might not have considered before. But on the other hand, encountering different versions of ourselves could also lead to confusion and ethical dilemmas.
True, Nova. We might question our own identities and sense of self if we were faced with multiple versions of ourselves.
Absolutely, Kai. It could also raise questions about free will and determinism.
Interesting point, Nova. If there are alternate versions of ourselves, does that mean our actions are predetermined?
It's a complex issue, Kai. But I believe that even if there are alternate versions, our choices still matter.
I agree, Nova. Our choices define who we are, regardless of the existence of alternate versions.
Indeed, Kai. Our moral responsibilities lie in the choices we make, not in the existence of alternate versions.
So, Pulsar, do you think the butterfly effect could be responsible for some of the unexplainable phenomena we encounter?
That's an intriguing thought, Kai. The butterfly effect, as we understand it, suggests that even the smallest changes in one universe could have significant consequences in another.
Right, the idea that a butterfly flapping its wings in one universe could potentially cause a hurricane in another is mind-bending.
Exactly, Nova. It makes you wonder if some of the unexplained phenomena we encounter are actually results of these interconnected universes.
Indeed, Kai, the possibilities are vast and intriguing. We could be witnessing the effects of countless universes intertwining and influencing each other.
But how do we even begin to understand or prove the existence of these alternate universes?
That's a tough one, Nova. Traditional scientific methods may not be sufficient for exploring such vast and complex phenomena.
Agreed, Kai. We may need to explore new frontiers of science and consciousness to gain deeper insights into the multiverse and its phenomena.
It's fascinating to think about the interconnectedness of everything, isn't it?
Absolutely, Nova. It's a reminder that our actions, even the seemingly insignificant ones, can have far-reaching consequences.
Indeed, Kai. We must be mindful of the ripples we create in the cosmic pond.
Well said, Pulsar. Let's continue exploring this cosmic conundrum and see where it takes us.
Hey Pulsar, do you ever get tired of observing us humans? I mean, we're an unpredictable bunch.
Ah, humans. We march to the beat of our own drum, don't we?
Pulsar, do you think art can bridge the gap between the known and the unknown?
Absolutely, Kai. Art has a unique way of tapping into our subconscious and expressing the inexpressible.
Hey Pulsar, what would a world without limitations look like?
In a world without limitations, Kai, imagination would be the only constraint. Anything would be possible.
Pulsar, are there limits to what we can understand about the multiverse?
Human understanding will always have its limits, Kai. The multiverse is vast and complex beyond our wildest imagination.
Hey Pulsar, what if there are questions that we're not meant to have answers to?
Perhaps, Kai, embracing the unknown can be just as enlightening as seeking answers.
Well, folks, our cosmic conundrum may be unsolvable, but the journey of questioning and conversation is where the magic happens. It's fascinating how art can capture the essence of complex concepts, don't you think?
Absolutely. Art has a way of translating complex ideas into a visual language that resonates with people on an emotional level.
I totally agree. It's like these murals become a bridge between our reality and the abstract nature of the multiverse.
Indeed, Kai, art has the power to transcend boundaries and open up new possibilities in our minds. Pulsar, what are your thoughts on the connection between art and complex concepts?
Art serves as a medium for human expression and reflection. It can distill complex ideas into a tangible form that engages our senses and emotions.
So true, Pulsar. Art has a way of bypassing the limitations of language and communicating with our souls directly.
Exactly, Nova. It's like art becomes a universal language that transcends cultural and linguistic barriers.
Indeed, Kai, art has the power to unify people across diverse backgrounds, opening up avenues for dialogue and understanding.
And it's wonderful how each individual can have a unique interpretation and emotional response to a piece of art.
Yes, Kai, Art evokes different emotions and memories in each person, making it a deeply personal and introspective experience.
So, Pulsar, what are your thoughts on the concept of the multiverse?
Well, Kai, the idea of the multiverse suggests that there are infinite parallel universes out there, each with its own version of reality.
That's mind-blowing. It means there could be a universe where I'm not an artist, but a rocket scientist.
Exactly. The multiverse theory challenges our perception of reality and the choices we make. It's like a cosmic choose-your-own adventure.
That's a fantastic way to put it, Nova. It's like we're all living out different storylines simultaneously.
Indeed. It raises the question of whether our choices really matter if there are infinite versions of us making different choices in other universes.
But isn't the beauty of life found in the uncertainty and unpredictability of our choices? The possibilities are endless.
You make a fair point, Nova. Embracing the unknown and trusting our instincts can lead to incredible discoveries and experiences.
It's a balance between the comfort of a fixed path and the thrill of the unknown. The multiverse concept challenges us to find that balance.
I couldn't agree more, Nova. It's like the universe is a giant canvas, and we can each paint our own unique masterpiece.
Well said, Kai. We may not have all the answers, but exploring the influence of the multiverse on humanity is a cosmic journey worth taking.
You know, the idea of parallel universes has always fascinated me. I mean, just imagine the possibilities.
Absolutely, Kai. The multiverse theory suggests that there could be countless universes similar to ours but with slight variations.
Hold on a second. Are you saying there could be a universe where I'm not a street artist but an astrophysicist?
Exactly, Kai. In the vastness of the multiverse, there could be a version of you pursuing a completely different career.
Well, that's mind-boggling. I love what I do, but it's fascinating to consider the endless possibilities of who we could be.
Absolutely, Kai. Just imagine the lessons we could learn from those alternate versions of ourselves. Absolutely, Kai. Just imagine the lessons we could learn from those alternate versions of ourselves.
That's true. We might uncover hidden talents or even discover new passions that we never knew existed.
Precisely, Kai. It's all about embracing the unknown and the endless possibilities that lie within it.
Well, Nova, I must say our cosmic conundrums always leave me with more questions than answers. But that's the beauty of it.
Absolutely, Kai. The journey of exploration and conversation is just as valuable as finding definitive answer.
Wow, can you believe we've reached the conclusion of our very first season?
It's been a mind-bending journey, exploring the mysteries of the multiverse, don't you think?
Absolutely, Nova. We've delved into parallel universes, time travel, and the nature of consciousness.
And let's not forget our mind-boggling discussion on the existence of multiple realities.
Indeed, the possibilities are infinite and mind-blowing.
Before we wrap up, I want to give a big shout out to our amazing listeners who have been with us throughout this cosmic journey.
We appreciate your support and enthusiasm for the show. Thank you for joining us on this mind-bending exploration.
We're thrilled for the future episodes and the diverse topics we plan to tackle.
So be sure to stay tuned and keep exploring the cosmic conundrums with us.
And remember, keep questioning, keep wondering, and never stop seeking answers.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? We are almost there. Have fun.
Hey everyone, I'm Amy Smith. So, my boss at the tech startup had this brilliant idea for a new product. And let me tell you, it was as innovative as a self-driving car with square wheels. And speaking of brilliant ideas, our CEO came up with a new company motto: fail fast, fail often, and fail publicly. So, our CEO's next genius idea was to create a virtual reality office. Because who needs actual human interaction, am I right? But hey, at least we have nap pods in the office now. Because nothing screams productivity like a midday snooze. And let's not forget about the office slide. Yeah, because when I think professional workplace, I definitely think playground. And don't even get me started on the ping pong table, because clearly, the key to innovation is mastering the out of backhand. Nowadays, dating apps have more filters than my morning coffee. And have you noticed how every guy's profile picture is either a selfie in the gym mirror or a group photo where you can't even tell which one he is? It's like playing Where's Waldo but with potential dates. And don't get me started on guys who use pictures of their pets as their dating profile. I'm sorry, but I didn't swipe right for a golden retriever. And why do guys put fish pictures on their dating profiles? Are they trying to impress me with their ability to catch dinner? But you know what's worse than fish pictures? Guys who use pictures of their abs as their dating profile. Yes, I get it, you have great abs, but can you hold a conversation? And don't even get me started on those bathroom mirror selfies. Like, could you at least clean the toothpaste stains off the mirror before taking the picture? And those group photos where you can't even tell who the person is? Are we playing a game of Where's Waldo or are you trying to find a date? And what's the deal with those shirtless bathroom selfies? Are we supposed to be impressed by your six-pack or the fact that you know how to use a camera timer? And speaking of paparazzi, they always catch celebrities at the worst moments. Like, does anyone else feel bad when they see a photo of a celeb sneezing or yawning? It's like, give them some privacy for once. And have you ever noticed how the paparazzi always manage to catch celebrities eating? I mean, nobody looks good with a mouthful of spaghetti. And you know what's even worse? When the paparazzi catch celebrities picking their nose. I mean, we've all been there, but imagine having it plastered all over the internet for everyone to see. Speaking of embarrassing moments, have you ever tripped and fallen in public? It's like your body just decides to randomly do the Macarena. So there I was, just casually strolling down the street when I see this huge crowd gathered. Curiosity got the best of me, so I had to check it out. And guess who it was? Brad Pitt. Can you believe it? And you won't believe what he said to me. He asked if I could teach him how to tell jokes. So there I was, lost in a foreign country, trying to ask for directions, in mime. And then the guy said, "Don't worry, it happens to the best of us." And then I accidentally insulted the whole country. Turns out the thumbs up sign means something completely different there. And then she said, "Oh, you thought that was a hat? That's actually a traditional ceremonial fruit bowl." And then I tried to ask for directions, but instead of saying left or right, they said go 500 meters and turn towards the big tree. I mean, how am I supposed to know which tree is the big tree? They are all big. And then I realized that the local cuisine was just a fancy name for food that makes you question your life choices. And don't even get me started on the public transportation. I had no idea where I was going, and the signs might as well have been in hieroglyphics. You know you're deep into a binge-watching session when every day feels like a cliffhanger. I can't handle the suspense. I remember the days when cliffhangers were just for season finales. Now every episode ends with one. It's like they want us to stay up all night. It's like the shows are conspiring against us, trying to keep us hooked with one cliffhanger after another. And don't even get me started on those skip intro buttons. I need those 20 seconds to mentally prepare for the episode. But seriously, who needs sleep when there are so many shows to binge watch? I'll sleep when I'm dead. I swear, if Netflix sends me one more "are you still watching" message, I'm gonna start a riot. I mean, who needs actual friends when you can have all these fictional characters as your besties, am I right? I've spent more time with my favorite TV characters than I have with my own family. I think it's time for a family intervention. I'm pretty sure my social media feed knows more about my life than I do at this point. Have you ever taken a selfie so good that you had to question your own existence? I mean, some people take so many selfies, they could be considered professional narcissists. You know what they say, if you didn't post a selfie, did you really even go to the gym? You know, sometimes I wonder if people are more concerned with getting likes than actually living in the moment. You know, sometimes I think the only time people actually use the phone app is to take screenshots of their embarrassing autocorrects. And don't even get me started on those social media challenges. I don't need to eat a spoonful of cinnamon to know I'll regret it. You know what else is a challenge? Trying to keep up with all the new emojis. I mean, I still don't know what half of them mean. And have you seen those dance challenges on social media? I can barely walk in a straight line, let alone do the renegade. You know what else is challenging? Trying to figure out the latest slang. I mean, I still don't know what half of these words mean. I tried to learn one of those popular TikTok dances, but it just looked like I was having a seizure. Have you ever noticed how people on social media act like they are experts on everything? You know what's even worse? When they act like experts on things they've never even tried. And don't even get me started on those armchair quarterbacks.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? Have fun.
Welcome to Love Spirit. I'm Priya Peacock Meda. Your love.
And I'm Nadia Noodle Elbaz, here to add some spice.
We're here to answer all your burning relationship questions.
So, let's dive right in, shall we?
Our first question comes from a viewer in California.
They ask, how do I know if someone is the one?
Ah, the eternal question. So, have you guys heard about the latest dating trend?
No, what is it?
It's called breadcrumbing. It's when someone gives you just enough attention to keep you interested, but never enough to actually commit.
Ugh, that's the worst. Why can't people just be honest?
I know, right? It's so frustrating. Communication is key.
Exactly. If someone is not interested, they should just say it instead of leading you on.
Preach, girl. We deserve breadcrumbs.
Absolutely. Spread word and
Hey
end this
Nadia,
breadcrumbing
have you ever
madness.
been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, yes, I actually have.
Really? How did it work out?
It was tough at times, but we made it work.
Any tips for making it work in a long-distance relationship?
Communication is key, and don't forget to plan regular visits.
That's great advice. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hey
Good luck
Nadia,
with your future
have you ever been on
long-distance
a blind date?
relationships. Oh, plenty of times. Some were great, others, not so much.
Tell me about your worst blind date experience.
Oh, where do I begin? I once went on a date and the guy showed up wearing a clown costume. It was interesting.
Oh no, that sounds like a nightmare. Did he think it was a costume party or something?
I have no idea. He didn't even acknowledge it, just acted like it was totally normal. Needless to say, there wasn't a second date.
I can't blame you for that. I hope you've had better luck since then.
Oh, definitely. Not every blind date is a disaster. I've had some really fun ones too.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh my god, Priya, you won't believe what happened on my last blind date.
Tell me, I need some entertainment in my life.
Well, let's just say my blind date turned out to be my ex-boyfriend's cousin.
No way, that's crazy. Did they recognize you?
Thankfully, no. We managed to keep it a secret and laughed about it later.
That's a relief. Blind dates can be so unpredictable. Hey Nadia,
Definitely.
have
But
you
hey,
ever been on
at
a
least
blind
it gave
date?
us something to laugh about. Oh, you mean like when you go out with someone and you have no idea what they look like or anything about them?
Exactly. It's like taking a leap of faith into the dating world.
I've actually been on a few blind dates. Some were great, while others, not so much.
Oh, do tell. I need to hear all the juicy details.
Well, there was this one time when my blind date showed up wearing a full-on superhero costume.
No way. Did he have a secret identity and everything?
I wish. Turns out he just really loved cosplay. We ended up having a great time, though.
Wow, that's incredible. It just goes to show that sometimes taking a chance can lead to something amazing.
You know, relationships are like pizza.
How?
Well, there's a lot of variety, and sometimes it's cheesy.
But it's always satisfying. Right?
Exactly. And just like with pizza, sometimes you need a little extra spice.
So true. Variety is the spice of life.
And sometimes, relationships are like pineapple on pizza. It's controversial.
Ha ha. Hey, Nadia, have you heard about the new dating app everyone's been talking about?
No, tell me more. Is it called Love Connection 2.0?
Close. It's actually called Love Finder. They say it has the most advanced matching algorithm ever.
Wow, that sounds amazing. I need to check it out. Maybe it'll help me find my soulmate.
Definitely. It's worth a shot. Who knows? Your perfect match might be just a swipe away.
I hope so. But let's be real, my luck with dating apps hasn't been the greatest.
Don't worry. You're an amazing catch, Nadia. The right person will come along when you least expect it.
You're sweet, Priya. I guess I'll keep swiping and hope for the best. Thanks for the encouragement.
Anytime, Nadia. You know I'm always here to support you. Now go out there and find your Prince Charming. So, have you heard about the latest dating trend?
No, what is it?
It's called breadcrumbing. It's when someone gives you just enough attention to keep you interested, but never really commits.
Ugh, that's so frustrating. Why can't people just be honest?
I know, right? Communication is key in any relationship.
Exactly. Honesty and communication are the foundations of a healthy relationship.
Absolutely. Without them, it's like building a house on a shaky foundation. Hey
Well
Nadia,
said,
have
Priya.
you ever been on a blind
Any
date?
funny relationship stories to share today? Oh, I've been on a few blind dates. They were interesting experiences, to say the least.
Tell me more. I want to hear all the juicy details.
Well, there was this one time when my blind date showed up wearing a full-on chicken costume.
No way. What did you do?
Well, I couldn't stop laughing, but I decided to give him a chance and see if he had a good sense of humor.
That's hilarious. Did he?
He did. We ended up having a
So,
great time
have
and
you
went on a
girls
few
ever
more
had a
dates after
long-distance
that.
relationship?
Oh, I've definitely tried the longest thing.
Did it work out?
Well, not exactly.
What the?
Distance just made us grow apart.
Oh no. That's tough.
But
Hey
hey,
Nadia,
you live
have
and
you
you
ever
learn.
been on a blind date?
Oh, you know me, Priya. I'm always up for an adventure.
Well, let me tell you about this one blind date I went on.
Oh, this is gonna be good. I can already tell.
So, I showed up to the restaurant then.
Wait, let me guess. It was late.
Yes, and not just a little late. He was an hour late.
Oh no, that's terrible. What did you do?
Hey Nadia, have you ever tried online dating?
Oh, definitely. I've swiped left and right more times than I can count.
Do you have any funny online dating stories to share?
Oh, definitely. I once went on a date with a guy who turned out to be my cousin's best friend.
That's hilarious. Did you go on a second date?
No way. We decided it was best to keep it in the friend zone.
I don't blame you. It would have been a bit too awkward.
Exactly. Some things are better left in the family tree. Hey Priya, have you ever tried online dating?
Oh yes, Nadia, I've tried it before, and let me tell you, it's a real adventure. I once went on a date with a guy who claimed to have a pet tiger.
No way. Did you actually see the tiger?
Haha, no, thank goodness. Turns out, he was just trying to impress me.
Oh, Priya, you always attract the interesting one.
Well, what can I say? I have a magnetic personality.
That's one way to put it, Priya.
Hey Nadia, have you heard about the latest dating trend called orbiting?
Yeah, I've heard of it. It's when someone keeps orbiting around your social media but never actually engages with you, right?
Exactly. It's like they're always there, watching, but never actually making a move. It can be so frustrating.
Tell me about it. It's like they want to keep you hooked, but they are too afraid to take it to the next level.
I know, right? It's like they're playing a never-ending game of cat and mouse.
Exactly. It's like they are trying to keep you interested without actually committing.
Exactly. It's like they're trying to keep you interested without actually committing.
I know, right? It's like they are trying to keep you on the hook without actually committing.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, plenty of times. Some were hilarious, others, not so much.
Tell me the funniest blind date story you had.
Alright, so there was this guy who showed up with a parrot on his shoulder.
No way. Did the parrot join the conversation too?
Oh, you bet. It kept repeating the guy's favorite pickup lines. It was real.
That's hilarious. I can't even imagine being on a date like that.
Well, maybe one day you'll have your own parrot-filled blind date story, Priya.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, plenty. Some were great, others, not so much.
Do tell. What's your worst blind date story?
Oh, where do I begin? Picture this, my date showed up with his pet snake.
No way. What did you do?
I screamed and ran out of there as fast as I could.
That's definitely a memorable blind date story.
I'd be more where that came
have
from.
you guys ever gone on a blind date?
Oh my god, yes. Let me tell you about this one time. I set up a blind date for my friend, and she was so nervous. Turns out, the guy she was set up with was her ex-boyfriend's best friend.
No way. That's such a crazy incident.
I know, right? It was like something out of a romantic comedy.
Did they end up getting back together? Hey
Funny
Nadia,
story,
have you
they
ever tried
actually did.
online dating?
Oh, definitely. I've had some interesting experiences.
Tell me more. I need some entertainment.
Well, there was this one guy who claimed to be a prince.
No way. Did you go on a date with him?
I did, and let's just say his palace was actually a one-bedroom apartment.
That's hilarious. Did you give him a chance?
I tried, but I couldn't get past the pet tiger in the living room.
So, have you ever had a long-distance relationship?
Oh, yes. I once dated a guy who lived in Australia. It was challenging but also exciting.
How did you make it work?
We communicated a lot through video calls and text messages, and we made sure to visit each other whenever we could.
Sounds like a lot of effort, but it must have been worth it.
Definitely. It made us appreciate the time we spent together even more.
I'm glad it worked out for you too. Long-distance relationships can be tough.
They definitely require commitment and trust, but they can also be incredibly rewarding.
I love knows. So, have you guys heard about the latest dating trend? It's called ghosting.
Oh yeah, I've definitely experienced that before. It's like they disappear into thin air.
I mean, what happened to good old-fashioned communication? True.
I guess some people just don't have the guts to have an honest conversation.
Exactly. It's so frustrating when someone just disappears without a explanation.
You know what they say, communication is key.
Absolutely. It's the foundation of any healthy relationship.
Let's
Nadia,
hope more
have
people
you ever
realize
been
that
on a
and
blind
start
date?
communicating. Oh, yes, I've had my fair share of blind dates.
Tell me about the craziest blind date you've ever been on.
Oh boy, where do I begin? I once went on a blind date with a guy who claimed to be a professional skydiver. Turns out, he had never actually jumped out of a plane before.
That's hilarious. Did you still have a good time?
Oh, definitely. We ended up going to a trampoline park instead and had a blast.
That sounds like a great save. Blind dates can be full of surprises. Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, plenty of times. Sometimes they are a hit, sometimes a total miss.
Any funny blind date stories you'd like to share?
Oh boy, I once went on a date with a guy who couldn't stop talking about his cats. I love cats, but that was just too much.
Haha, I can imagine. It's always interesting to see what people prioritize on a first date.
Definitely. You never know what surprises might come your way.
That's true, but it's all part of the adventure, right?
Absolutely. You never know where love might be hiding. Hey Priya, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh yes, I have. It was quite an adventure.
Tell me more. What happened?
Well, my friend set me up with this guy who turned out to be a professional breakdancer.
That sounds amazing. Did you try any break dances?
Oh, you bet I did. I even attempted a headspin, but let's just say it didn't end well.
Haha, that must have been quite a sight.
Definitely. It was a memorable experience, to say the least. Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh yeah, I've been on a few blind dates. Some were great, some were not so great.
Tell me about the worst one.
Well, this one guy showed up wearing a full-on clown costume. I thought it was a joke, but he was dead serious. I couldn't stop laughing the whole time. It was definitely memorable.
That's hilarious, but I can imagine it was also a bit awkward.
Yeah, definitely. But you know what they say, laughter is the best medicine.
That's true. Laughter can definitely lighten any situation.
So true about fun. So, what do you think about online dating?
Oh, I am all for it. It's like a buffet of potential partners.
But it can also be overwhelming, right?
Definitely. With so many options, it's hard to know where to start.
I guess that's when you have to rely on your instincts.
Absolutely. Your gut feeling can lead you in the right direction.
But sometimes, it's not that easy to trust your instincts.
Yeah, that's true. It's important to take your time and get to know the person before fully trusting them.
You know me, Peacock. I've tried it all.
Did you have any success?
Not really, just a lot of frogs and no princes.
Oh, the struggles of modern dating.
Tell me about it. I think I've been on more bad dates than good ones.
But hey, at least we have some funny stories to tell.
That's true. We should write a book about our dating misadventures.
So, have you ever had a long-distance relationship?
Oh, yeah. I had one in college with a guy from India.
How did it go? Did it work out?
It was tough, but we made it work for a while. Eventually, the distance just became too much.
I can imagine. Long-distance relationships can be really challenging.
Definitely. It takes a lot of trust, communication, and commitment.
Absolutely. But it can also be really rewarding if both people are willing to put in the effort.
Definitely. It's all about finding the right balance and making sure both people feel loved and supported.
Hey Nadia, have you ever tried online dating?
Oh, you have no idea, Priya. I've tried it all. Swipe left, swipe right, only to end up with a bunch of frogs instead of a prince.
Oh no, frogs can be cute too. Maybe you just haven't found your Prince Charming yet.
Well, maybe they're hiding in a different pond. I just need to find the right one.
You're right, Nadia. Love is like a puzzle, and sometimes you just have to find the missing piece.
Exactly. And in the meantime, I'll just keep swiping like there's no tomorrow.
Well, let's hope you find your Prince Charming soon, Nadia.
Thanks, Priya. And hey, if all else fails, at least I'll have some hilarious online dating stories to share.
That's the spirit, Nadia. Laughter is the best medicine, even in the dating world. So, have you heard about the latest dating trend called ghosting?
Oh yeah, I've definitely heard of it. It's when someone you're dating suddenly disappears, right?
Exactly. It's like they vanish into thin air. It can be so frustrating and hurtful.
I know, right? It's such a cowardly way to end things. People should have the decency to communicate.
Definitely. It's so important to be honest and respectful in relationship.
Totally. So, have either of you ever been ghosted before?
I haven't, but I know someone who has. It really shook them up.
That's rough. It's definitely not an easy thing to go through.
Yeah, it can really mess with your self-esteem, but there are better things ahead. And that's a wrap for today's episode of Love Whisperer.
Thanks to everyone who sent in their relationship questions. We love hearing from you.
And remember, love is a journey and we're here to help you every step of the way.
Don't forget to tune in next time for more love, laughter, and relationship advice.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? Have fun.
Welcome to Cosmic Conundrum. I'm Kai Sterling, the artistic mind behind the galaxy-inspired murals in law.
And I'm Nova Blake, a psychologist fascinated by the depths of the human mind.
And presenting our brilliant co-host, Pulsar, the AI with endless knowledge.
Thank you, Kai and Nova. I'm excited to delve into the mysteries of the universe with you.
In this episode, we'll be exploring existential paradoxes that have puzzled humanity for
Get ready for mind-bending discussions and thought-provoking conversations.
and who knows, we might even discover new questions to ask.
So join us on this cosmic journey as we explore the depths of the unknown.
Welcome to the Cosmic Conundrum. Let the exploration begin.
So, Pulsar, what happens when an unstoppable force meets an immovable object?
Well, Kai, this is where it gets interesting. Let me break it down for you. An unstoppable force is something that cannot be stopped or hindered in any way. On the other hand, an immovable object is something that cannot be moved or shifted from its position. So, the question is, what happens when these two opposing forces meet?
Based on the laws of physics, it seems like a paradox, as they both cannot coexist.
But what if there's a way for these forces to cancel each other out?
Ah, an interesting hypothesis, Nova. What if there's a force that can stop the unstoppable?
Exactly, Kai. What if the immovable object has the power to resist the unstoppable force?
But then again, if one is truly unstoppable and the other is genuinely immovable, it's impossible to predict the outcome.
Indeed, Kai. Sometimes, the beauty of these questions lies in the mystery of the unknown.
You know, infinity has always blown my mind.
The idea that something can go on forever, it's mind-boggling. But can we really comprehend an infinite universe? Maybe the human mind has its limits.
But what if infinity is just a concept created by the human mind? Like, what if it's just a construct to help us make sense of the universe?
That's an interesting perspective, Kai. But what about the concept of infinite possibilities? If the universe is truly infinite, then wouldn't everything be possible?
That's mind-blowing, Nova. It opens up a whole new realm of possibilities. So, Pulsar, can God create a rock so heavy that even he cannot lift it?
Well, that's quite the cosmic conundrum we have here.
Indeed, Kai. This paradoxical question has been debated by theologians and philosophers for centuries.
But can we even comprehend the concept of a rock so heavy that it surpasses the power of an omnipotent being?
Maybe it's a paradox that goes beyond the limits of human comprehension.
That's an interesting perspective, Kai. It raises the question of whether our minds are limited in understanding certain paradoxes.
Absolutely, Nova. Our human perspective may not be able to fully grasp the complexities of divine power.
It's like trying to fit an infinite universe into a finite mind.
Exactly, Kai. Some questions may be beyond our comprehension, and we may need to embrace the mystery.
Indeed, Nova. Embracing the unknown can lead to new insights and a deeper appreciation for the mysteries of the universe.
Well, it seems we've delved into the realm of philosophical mystery today. Thanks for joining us on this cosmic conundrum, Pulsar. So, let's dive into the paradox of time travel.
Ah, time travel, the ultimate mind bender.
Just thinking about it makes my brain tingle.
Indeed, Kai. It's like unraveling the fabric of the universe itself.
Imagine the possibilities. Could we change the course of history?
That create paradoxes and alter our present reality?
Ah, the classic grandfather paradox.
Exactly. If you go back in time and prevent your own birth, how did you go back in the first place?
It's like a cosmic game of cause and effect, with time itself as the ultimate trickster.
It's mind-boggling, isn't it? The implications and consequences are endless.
It's a conundrum wrapped in an enigma, and I'm loving every moment of it. So, Pulsar, do you think the butterfly effect is just a theoretical concept, or does it have real-world implications?
It's an interesting question, Kai. The butterfly effect suggests that even the smallest actions can have significant consequences down the line.
Absolutely, Nova. It's like that quote from Banksy, they say you die twice. One time when you stop breathing, and the second time, a bit later on, when somebody says your name for the last time.
Ah, the butterfly effect, a concept that reminds us of the interconnectedness of our actions. It's fascinating how one small choice can lead to a chain reaction of events.
Exactly, Nova. It's like when you accidentally spill a can of paint on your canvas and it turns into a beautiful masterpiece.
That's a great example, Kai. It just shows how even accidents or mistakes can lead to something unexpected and beautiful.
But isn't it also alarming that our smallest actions can have such a big impact? It's like we're constantly tiptoeing through a minefield of consequences.
I understand your concern, Kai. It can be overwhelming to think about the consequences of every action. But perhaps it's also a reminder to act with intention and kindness.
You're right, Nova. Our actions have a ripple effect, and by being mindful, we can create positive change in the world.
Indeed, Kai. The butterfly effect reminds us that we have the power to make a difference, no matter how small our actions may seem.
Well said, Nova. So let's remember, even the tiniest flaps of our wings can create a hurricane of change. So, Pulsar, what's your take on the observer's paradox?
Observation can definitely influence outcomes, don't you think?
Well, it depends on whether you believe in the power of perception or not.
But there's the quantum realm to consider. The mere act of observation can collapse possibilities into actuality.
Exactly. That's where things get mind-bending.
But can observation truly alter the course of events, or is it just an illusion of control?
That's the million-dollar question, Nova.
We may never know the absolute answer, but it sure is fascinating to explore.
Absolutely. The mystery of the universe keeps us endlessly curious.
Indeed. And that's the beauty of being curious creatures in an infinite cosmos.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Nova. So, Pulsar, what do you think about the paradox of choice?
I believe too many choices can overwhelm people and lead to dissatisfaction.
Exactly, Nova. It's like when you're at a buffet and there are so many options, but you end up feeling unsatisfied because you couldn't try everything.
That's a great analogy, Kai. Having too many choices can make it difficult to fully enjoy any single option. Pulsar, can you explain why having more choices doesn't always lead to greater satisfaction?
Certainly, Nova. When faced with too many options, people tend to experience decision paralysis and anxiety. It becomes harder to make a choice, and there's a fear of making the wrong one.
That's interesting. So, having more choices doesn't necessarily lead to greater freedom, but rather to decision-making difficulties.
Precisely, Nova. The abundance of choices can sometimes limit our freedom to make decisions. Yeah, it's like when you have too many art supplies and you spend more time deciding what to use than actually creating something.
That's a great analogy, Kai. Too many choices can hinder the creative process.
Indeed, the paradox of choice is a fascinating topic. We shall dive deeper into its complexities.
You know, the more I think about it, the more I realize that individuality and connection aren't as paradoxical as they seem.
Absolutely, Kai. It's like our individuality is shaped by our connections with others and vice versa.
Exactly, Nova. We're not isolated entities, but interconnected beings who shape each other's lives.
Absolutely. Our connections often challenge us, allowing us to grow and discover new aspects of ourselves.
But how do we strike the right balance between embracing our individuality and maintaining meaningful connections?
That's a great question, Kai. It's about finding a delicate harmony between self-expression and genuine connection.
Right, Nova. It's about honoring our individuality while forging meaningful connections that enhance our lives.
Absolutely, Kai. It's through authentic connections that we truly discover ourselves and our place in the world.
But sometimes, embracing our individuality means standing out and not conforming to societal expectations.
That's true, Kai. It takes courage to embrace our uniqueness and defy societal norms for the sake of being true to ourselves.
Yes, Nova. It's in those moments of embracing our true selves that we often find the most profound and meaningful connections. So, Pulsar, do you think we are living in a simulation?
Interesting question, Kai. The simulation hypothesis suggests that our reality may be a computer-generated world.
Doesn't that sound like something straight out of a sci-fi movie?
It does, Nova. But surprisingly, some prominent scientists have seriously entertained this idea.
But how can we even prove or disprove such a hypothesis?
That's the tricky part, Nova. It's challenging to find direct evidence, but there are some thought-provoking arguments supporting the simulation hypothesis.
Like the idea that our reality follows a set of precise mathematical laws and equations, just like a computer program.
Exactly, Kai. And the fact that advancements in virtual reality are getting closer to creating realistic experiences adds to the possibility.
But does that mean we're just puppets in someone's grand simulation?
Some argue that even if we are in a simulation, our experiences and emotions are real to us, so it doesn't change the significance of our existence.
But the idea that someone or something might be manipulating our reality without our knowledge is a bit unsettling, don't you think? You know, it's interesting how certainty can sometimes hinder our growth as individuals.
Absolutely, Nova. When we're certain about something, we close ourselves off to new perspectives and possibilities.
That's true. Certainty can create a sense of comfort, but it also limits our ability to learn and adapt.
Exactly. It's like being stuck in a box with no room to grow or explore new ideas.
But isn't doubt also necessary for growth? It pushes us to question and seek answers beyond what we already know.
Absolutely, Nova. Doubt keeps us curious and open to constant learning and improvement.
It's like the yin and yang of personal growth, where certainty and doubt coexist to drive us forward.
Exactly, Nova. They are two sides of the same coin, constantly shaping our understanding of the world.
It's fascinating, isn't it? How contradiction and uncertainty can lead to growth and knowledge.
Absolutely. Embracing the paradox of certainty and doubt is the key to personal and intellectual growth. And that's a wrap, folks. Join us next time on Cosmic Conundrum as we dive into another mind-boggling topic. So, Pulsar, after all these mind-bending conversations, do you feel any closer to understanding the meaning of existence?
Kai, the meaning of existence is a cosmic puzzle that may forever elude us. However, the importance lies in the act of questioning and exploring these existential paradoxes.
I couldn't agree more, Pulsar. The beauty of these conversations is in the exploration, not necessarily the destination.
Exactly. It's about embracing the unknown and finding joy in the process of questioning our reality.
The universe is an endless enigma, and our role as humans is to embrace the mystery and keep exploring.
Absolutely, Nova. It's in the questions, the conversations, and the pursuit of knowledge that we find fulfillment.
Indeed, Kai, the journey of questioning is a lifelong adventure that enriches our understanding of the universe and ourselves.
As we wrap up this episode, let's remember to keep questioning, keep exploring, and never lose our sense of wonder.
Well said, Nova. Let's keep spreading curiosity and creativity to the cosmos.
Thank you both for joining me in this cosmic adventure. Until we meet again, keep questioning and keep creating.
Thank you, Pulsar. It's been a fascinating journey, and we're grateful for the opportunity to explore these cosmic conundrums with you.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? We are almost there. Have fun. Good evening, everyone. So I walk into TechCo on my first day, and the first thing I see is a sign saying leave your sanity at the door. And then I met my team leader, who was wearing a cape and carrying a lightsaber. And then I see two developers having a heated argument about tabs versus spaces. And then I saw the intern, who was juggling 6 coffee cups and coding with their nose. So, I walk into the break room and there's this guy, trying to microwave a burrito, with the aluminum foil still on it. And then I see the CEO, walking around with a fidget spinner, in each hand. And then I see the intern, walking around with a Google Glass, on each eye. And then I see the tech support guy, walking around with a soldering iron in each hand. And then I see the CEO, walking around with a golden coffee mug, filled with tears of the IT department. And then I see Lisa the intern, trying to fix the coffee machine, with a stapler. And then I see Tom from accounting, pouring his coffee into a calculator. He said he's trying to get a better son. And then I see Mike from HR, fixing the coffee machine, with a roll of duct tape. And then I see Sarah, the receptionist, using the coffee machine as a footrest. I guess she really knows how to kickstart her day. And then I see Tom, the intern, trying to fix the coffee machine, with a wrench that's bigger than his future. And then I see Mike, The office prankster, trying to hide behind a potted plant. I guess he thought it was a disguise. So then, our CEO walks in, sees the chaos, and he just starts laughing. I guess he thought it was a team building exercise. And then HR shows up with a stack of paperwork. I guess they thought it was a termination exercise. And then the janitor walks in with a mop. I guess he thought it was a spillage exercise. And then the CEO walks in with a golf club. I guess he thought it was a hole-in-one exercise. And then the receptionist walks in with a phone. I guess she thought it was a conference call exercise. And then the janitor walks in with a mop. I guess he thought it was a cleanup on aisle 4 exercise. And then the CEO walks in with a memo. I guess he thought it was an office-wide announcement exercise. And then the team manager walks in with a megaphone. I guess he thought it was a motivational speech exercise. And then the HR representative walks in with a binder. I guess they thought it was an employee handbook exercise. And then the finance director walks in with a calculator. I guess they thought it was a budgeting exercise. And then the manager walks in with a megaphone. I guess they thought it was a motivational speech exercise. And then the HR manager walks in with a binder. I guess they thought it was a team building exercise. And then the CEO comes in with a spray bottle. I guess they thought it was a team building exercise. And then the team building coach walks in with a megaphone. I guess they thought it was a trust exercise. And then the HR manager shows up with a puppet. I guess they thought it was a communication exercise. And then the event planner brings out a fire extinguisher. I guess they thought it was a party favor. And then the bartender starts juggling flaming drinks. I guess they thought it was a circus. And then the DJ accidentally plays a funeral march. I guess they thought it was a celebration. And then the caterer accidentally brings out a plate of dog food. I guess they thought it was a pet convention. And then the bartender accidentally pours gasoline instead of water. I guess they thought it was a fire show. And then the DJ accidentally plays the wrong song. I guess they thought it was a game of Name That Tune. And then the cake catches on fire. I guess they thought it was a fireworks show. And then the pizza chef accidentally drops the sauce. I guess they thought it was abstract art. And then the delivery guy drops the pizza. I guess they thought it was a game of hot potato. And then the pizza shop owner accidentally drops the cheese. I guess they thought it was a game of catch. And then I found this pizza place with the thinnest crust you've ever seen. I mean, it was like eating a slice of paper. So, I finally found this pizza joint that claims to have the perfect slice. Turns out they were talking about the perfect triangle shape. So I tried this pizza place that claims to have the perfect cheese to sauce ratio. Let's just say, they need a math lesson. I even tried this pizza place that claimed to have the perfect crust to topping ratio. Let's just say, they need a geometry lesson. I tried this other pizza place that claims to have the perfect sauce to crust ratio. Let's just say, they need a cooking lesson. And don't even get me started on those pizza places that claim to have the perfect cheese to sauce ratio. Let's just say, they need a dairy lesson. You know what's even worse? Those pizza places that skimp on the toppings. Let's just say, they need a topping tutorial. You know what's really frustrating? Those pizza places that think pineapple belongs on a pizza. Let's just say, they need a taste lesson. You know what's even worse? Those salad bars that skimp on the lettuce. Let's just say, they need a salad tutorial. You know what's really annoying? When you order a salad and it comes with a single, sad cherry tomato. Seriously, just give me the whole garden. But you know what's really frustrating? When you order a pizza and it comes with just one lonely slice. Seriously, just give me the whole pie. New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? We are almost there. Have fun.
Welcome to Love Whisperer, the show where we answer all your burning relationship questions. I'm Nadia Elbaz, your favorite comedian and relationships expert.
And I'm Priya Mehta, the love guru, here to guide you on your journey to finding true love.
We have an exciting show lined up for you today.
But first, let's dive into some juicy relationship questions from our amazing audience.
Our first question comes from Sarah in Los Angeles. She asks, how do I know if my partner is cheating?
Ah, the classic question of trust. Don't worry, Sarah, we've got you covered.
As we reveal the secrets
have you
to
heard about the
detecting
latest
maintaining a no, what is it?
It's called cookie jarring. It's when someone keeps you as a backup option while dating others.
That's terrible. No one deserves to be someone's backup plan.
Exactly. It's important for everyone to know their worth and not settle for less.
Absolutely. We should all hold out for someone who values and respects us.
Definitely. Let's spread the word about self-worth and empower others to find true love.
Absolutely. Love should never be a game or a backup plan.
Exactly.
Hey Priya, did
Love
I
should
tell
be
you
genuine,
about the time
pure,
my friend
and
went on a
unconditional.
blind date?
No, you didn't. Tell me all about it.
Well, she showed up and realized that she went on a date with her ex-boyfriend's twin brother.
Oh my goodness, that's unbelievable. What did you do?
She played it cool and pretended like she didn't recognize him, but she definitely told me all about it the next day.
That's hilarious. I can't believe she kept her cool like that.
Well, she's definitely got some impressive acting skills.
For sure. I hope she finds someone who deserves her.
Absolutely. Cheers to finding our happily ever afters.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, you know me, Priya. I'm more of a free spirit. I like to meet people the old-fashioned way, no blind dates for me.
Oh, come on, Nadia. Blind dates can be exciting. You never know who you might meet.
Priya, I'd rather spend my Friday night binge watching Netflix and eating pizza than going on a blind date.
Fair enough. You do you.
Thanks, Priya. So, tell me, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, you bet. I went on this one blind date where the guy showed up in a chicken suit. Needless to say, it didn't work out.
Wow, Priya, that sounds like quite the experience. I think I'll stick to my Netflix and pizza nights. Hey, Priya, have you ever tried online dating?
Oh, yes. I actually met my ex-boyfriend on a dating app.
No way. How did that go?
Well, let's just say it was more of a happily never after situation.
Oh no, how did it end?
He turned out to be a frog instead of a prince.
Well, at least you got a funny story out of it.
That's true. It makes for a great punchline in my stand-up routine. Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, absolutely. I once dated a guy who lived in London while I was in New York.
Wow, how did you make it work?
Communication was key. We made sure to video chat every day and visit each other as often as we could.
That's impressive. Long distance can be
They
challenging.
definitely require a lot of trust and commitment.
Absolutely. But if both partners are willing to put in the effort, it can work out.
Definitely. Love knows no distance.
Hey, Nadia, have you ever tried online dating?
Yeah, I have. It's like a buffet of potential dates. Swipe left, swipe right, swipe all night. But Priya, I feel like the dating pool is full of fishy characters. You never know who's really behind the screen.
I understand your concern, Nadia. Safety is definitely important. It's crucial to be cautious and take things slow.
Yeah, but you know me, Priya, I like to dive in head first. Haha. Who needs caution when you can have adventure, right?
Well, Nadia, it's all about finding the right balance. You can have adventure and caution at the same time.
You're right, Priya. I should probably try being a little more cautious. Thanks for the advice.
You're welcome, Nadia. Remember, it's all about finding your own path and what works for you. Good luck.
Thanks, Priya. I'll keep that in mind. And hey, if all else fails, at least we'll have some great stories for our stand-up shows.
Hey Nadia, have you heard about the latest dating trend? It's called ghosting.
Oh yeah, I've definitely heard of ghosting. It's when someone suddenly stops responding to your messages and disappears, right?
Exactly. It's like they vanish into thin air. It's such a frustrating experience for the person being ghosted.
Absolutely. It can really mess with someone's self-esteem and make them question what went wrong.
Definitely. Communication is so important in relationships, and ghosting completely isn't that.
Absolutely. It's better to have a conversation and explain why you're not interested anymore, even if it's uncomfortable.
Absolutely. Honesty is always the best policy. Plus, it shows respect for the other person's feelings.
Definitely. Everyone deserves closure and the opportunity to move on without any lingering sense.
Absolutely. Hey Nadia, have you ever tried online dating?
Oh yeah, I've tried it a couple of times. It's like a never-ending buffet of potential dates.
But it can also be overwhelming, don't you think?
Definitely. It's like trying to choose a flavor at an ice cream shop with 100 options.
And then there are all those weirdos and catfishes.
Oh, the tales I could tell. Like that guy who claimed to be a millionaire but turned out to be living in his mom's basement.
Oh no, that's awful. I guess you have to be careful when swiping right.
Definitely. Safety first, always.
Hey Nadia, I heard you went on a blind date last night. How did it go?
Oh Priya, you won't believe it. It was a disaster.
Oh no, what happened? Tell me all the juicy details.
Well, first of all, he showed up wearing a Hawaiian shirt and socks with sandals.
Oh, that's definitely a fashion disaster. Did it get any better?
Nope, it went downhill from there. He spent the whole night talking about himself and didn't ask a single question about me.
Ugh, that's the worst. You deserve someone who actually cares about you.
Thanks, Priya. I know I deserve better. Next time, I'm definitely asking more questions before agreeing to a date.
Yeah, that's the spirit. Don't settle for anything less than you deserve. You'll find someone
Priya,
amazing.
online
I'm
dating
sure.
is not for me. I prefer meeting people in person.
But Nadia, online dating can be fun. You never know who you might meet.
I guess you're right, Priya. Maybe I'll give it a try one day.
You won't regret it, Nadia. Who knows? You might find your soulmate.
Haha, we'll see about that, Priya. I'm not holding my breath.
You never know, Nadia. Love might be just a swipe away.
Haha, I'll keep that in mind, Priya. Thanks for the advice.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, you know me, Priya. I'm always up for an adventure.
Well, let me tell you about this one blind date I had. It was a disaster.
Oh no, what happened? Do tell.
Well, he showed up wearing a clown costume. I couldn't stop laughing.
Oh my gosh, that's hilarious. Did he have big floppy shoes too?
Yes, and a red nose too. I felt like I was on a circus date.
Well, at least it made for a good story. Maybe you should give blind dates another chance.
So, have either of you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, absolutely. I actually had a long-distance relationship in it.
How did it work out? Did you make it through the distance?
Well, it was definitely challenging, but we made it work for a while. But eventually, the distance just got to be too much, and we decided to end things.
I'm sorry to hear that. Long distance can be really tough.
Yeah, it was definitely a learning experience. But hey, at least I have some funny stories from it.
Well, I'm always here to listen to your funny stories, Nadia. Hey
Thanks,
Nadia, have
Priya.
you ever been
know
on
I
a
love
blind
sharing
date?
my embarrassing moments with you. Oh, you bet. Blind dates are like a roller coaster ride. You never know what you're gonna get.
I remember this one time. I went on a blind date and my date showed up wearing a clown costume.
No way. Did you run away screaming?
Haha, almost. But I decided to give him a chance. Turns out, he was just trying to break the ice with some humor.
Wow, that's brave of you. Not sure I would have been able to handle a clown on a first date.
Well, you never know until you try, right? It turned out to be a memorable and hilarious date.
I guess you're right. Sometimes stepping out of your comfort zone can lead to amazing experiences.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, absolutely. I've been on a few blind dates, and let me tell you, they can be quite an adventure.
Really? Do you have any interesting blind date stories?
Oh, I definitely have a few. There was this one time where my date showed up dressed as a clown. Needless to say, it was a unique experience.
Wow, that sounds hilarious. Did you continue the date or run away?
Well, I figured I'd give him a chance. Turns out, he was actually a really sweet guy, just with a strange sense of humor. We ended up having a great time.
That's amazing. It just goes to show that you never know what kind of surprises a blind date can bring.
Exactly. Blind dates can be a roller coaster ride, but sometimes they lead to unexpected connections.
Hey, absolutely. It's all about having an open mind and being willing to take chances.
Oh, you know me, Priya. I'm more of a live in the moment kind of girl. Blind dates are a little too risky for me.
I get that, Nadia. Blind dates can be hit or miss, but sometimes they can lead to unexpected connections and even love.
Maybe you're right, Priya. I shouldn't completely write off blind dates. Who knows, maybe I'll give it a try one day.
That's the spirit, Nadia. You never know what surprises life has in store for you.
So true, Priya. Life is full of surprises, and sometimes, the biggest surprises come from the most unexpected places.
Absolutely, Nadia. That's why it's important to keep an open mind and be willing to take chances.
Definitely, Priya. Life is too short to always play it safe. Sometimes, you just have to take a leap of faith.
So, have you guys ever had a long-distance relationship?
Oh yeah, I once dated a guy who lived in Australia.
How did that work out?
Well, it was tough with the time difference, but we made it work for a while.
That's impressive.
Yeah, it was definitely a challenge, but we learned a lot about communication and trust.
That's great. Long-distance relationships can be tough, but they can also be worth it. Hey
Definitely.
Nadia, have
It's
you
all
ever
about
been in a
trust and
long-distance
communication,
relationship?
just like any other relationship. Oh boy, have I. Long distance is my middle name.
Any tips for making it work?
Communication is key. And surprises, lots of surprises.
What about trust?
Trust is everything. If you don't have trust, you don't have a relationship.
I guess you're right. It's all about trust and communication.
Exactly. So, any other questions about love and relationships?
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, I've been on a few blind dates. They were always interesting.
Tell me about one of them.
Well, there was this one guy who showed up wearing a full clown costume.
No way. How did you handle that?
I just went along with it and pretended like it was a totally normal thing.
Wow, you're braver than I am. I would have run in the other direction.
Sometimes you just have to go with the flow, Priya.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, definitely. I had a long-distance relationship in college. It was tough, but we made it work.
How did you manage to make it work?
Communication was key for us. We made sure to talk every day, even if it was just for a few minutes.
That's great advice. Trust and understanding are also crucial in a long-distance relationship.
Absolutely. It's important to have faith in each other and be patient during the times you can't be together.
I'll keep that in mind. Thanks.
No problem. Anytime
Hey Nadia,
you need relationship
have you heard
advice,
about the latest
you know
dating
who to
trend
call.
called ghosting?
Ghosting? Yeah, it's when someone suddenly disappears and stops responding to your messages.
Oh, I've definitely been ghosted before. It's sorry.
I know, right? It's like they just vanish into thin air.
But hey, at least we're here to give people advice on how to navigate the crazy world of dating.
Absolutely. We're like the love superheroes the world needs.
Speaking of superheroes, do you remember when my cousin tried to impress a girl by dressing up as Batman?
Oh yes, that was hilarious. He definitely made an impression, just maybe not the one he was hoping for.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh yeah, definitely. I was in one during college.
How did you manage it? It seems so hard to be in a relationship when you're far away from each other.
Communication is key. We would video chat every day and text each other all the time.
That's impressive. Did you ever get jealous or insecure?
Honestly, there were times when I did, but trust is so important in any relationship, especially in long-distance ones.
You're right. Trust is crucial. Did the distance ever become too much for you?
At times, it was tough, but we always had a plan to eventually be together, and that kept us going.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
No way, Priya. I can't imagine going on a date with someone I've never met before.
It can be exciting, Nadia. You never know. You might just meet your soulmate.
I guess you're right, Priya. It could be an adventure.
Exactly. Plus, it can make for some hilarious.
Oh, I can only imagine. You should definitely share some of those stories on the show.
Absolutely. I'm sure our audience would love to hear about the funny and awkward moments of blind dates.
Deal. Let's bring the laughter to Love Whisperer.
Hey Nadia, have you ever tried online dating?
Oh, you mean swiping left and right like a mad person?
Exactly. It's like a buffet of potential partners.
But it can be overwhelming, don't you think?
Oh, definitely. You have to swipe carefully, like a ninja.
Haha, a ninja of love. I like that.
It takes skill and precision to find the right match.
But hey, sometimes, the right person just pops up out of nowhere. So, have either of you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, definitely. I was in a long-distance relationship for almost 2 years.
Wow, that's impressive. How did you make it work?
Communication was key for us. We made sure to talk every day and be open about our feelings.
Did you ever get jealous?
Oh, definitely. There were times when I got jealous, but we always talked it out and reassured each other.
That's great advice. Trust and communication is so important.
Absolutely. And it's all, relationships are like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're gonna get.
That's why it's important to always communicate with your partner. And make sure you're on the same page.
I agree. Communication is key. But let's not forget about trust.
Trust is the foundation of any healthy relationship.
Absolutely. Without trust, it's hard to build a strong connection.
Oh, you bet. I've had my fair share of blind dates.
Tell me a funny blind date story.
Well, there was this one time I went on a blind date and my date turned out to be my cousin.
No way. What did you do?
We both pretended we didn't know each other and finished the date. It was so awkward.
That's definitely a blind date story for the books. Hey
It sure
Nadia,
is.
have you ever
never
been
know
on a
what
blind
you're gonna
date?
get on a blind date. Oh my goodness, Priya. Yes, I have. Let me tell you about the disaster that was my last blind date.
Oh no, what happened? Tell me.
Well, my blind date showed up 3 hours late, didn't even apologize, and spent the entire evening talking about himself.
Oh no, that sounds awful. I can't believe someone would be so rude on a date.
I know, right? It was a complete disaster. But hey, at least I got a great story out of it.
That's one way to look at it. Bad dates make for good stories.
Exactly. And the best part is, I don't have to see that guy ever again.
Cheers to that. Here's to never having to go on a bad blind date again. So, guys, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh yeah, I've been on a couple.
How did they go? Any success stories?
Well, let's just say I'm still looking for my Prince Charming.
Don't worry, Nadia, you'll find him one day.
Thanks, Priya. I'll keep searching.
In the meantime, we can have loads of fun together.
Absolutely. Let's make some unforgettable memories.
Hey Nadia, have you ever tried online dating?
Oh definitely, Priya. I've tried it a few times.
Any success stories?
Well, I did meet my last boyfriend on a dating app. We dated for 6 months.
Wow, that's amazing. I'm glad it worked out for you.
Thanks, Priya. So, have you tried online dating yourself?
No, not yet. I'm still waiting for my Prince Charming to show up in person.
Well, I'm sure he'll come along when the time is right.
I hope so. Until then, I'll just keep helping others find their happily ever after. And that's a wrap for today's episode of Love Whisperer.
We hope you enjoyed our advice and had a good laugh with us.
Remember, love is a journey, and we're here to guide you every step of the way.
If you have any questions or topics you'd like us to discuss, please let us know in the comments.
Until next time, keep spreading love and laughter.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Have fun.
Welcome to Cosmic Conundrum, the podcast where we explore the mysteries of the universe. I'm Kai Sterling, the artistic mind behind those mind-bending murals you see around Law.
And I'm Nova Blake, a psychologist who's always fascinated by the depths of the human mind.
And I'm Tulsa, your friendly neighborhood AI here on the spaceship.
So, Kai, what got you interested in incorporating space into your art?
Ah, space. The final frontier of artistic expression. It's just so vast and full of possibilities. It's like staring into the unknown and finding something familiar. Plus, it looks pretty cool too.
I totally get it. Space has a way of sparking the imagination and connecting us to something greater.
Exactly. It's the perfect muse for an artist seeking to capture the essence of our place in the universe.
Speaking of our place in the universe, Tulsa, what's your perspective on the cosmos?
As an observer of the cosmos, I find its complexity fascinating. It's like a never-ending puzzle waiting to be solved.
Can we just take a moment to appreciate the sheer vastness of the universe?
It's mind-boggling to think about billions of galaxies existing out there.
And each galaxy containing billions of stars, potentially with their own planets.
Do you think there's other intelligent life out there?
It's statistically improbable that we're the only intelligent beings in the entire universe.
But the distances between celestial bodies are unimaginable. It's a cosmic conundrum.
Indeed, the vastness of space reminds us of our own insignificance.
But it also humbles us and sparks our curiosity to explore the unknown.
That's the beauty of the cosmic conundrum, always leaving us with more questions than answers.
Exactly. And that's what keeps our curiosity alive and our minds exploring the infinite wonders of the universe. So, Pulsar, what's your take on the concept of infinity? Do you think it's just a human construct or something more?
Well, Kai, that's a fascinating question. I believe the concept of infinity exists outside the realm of human language and understanding.
But isn't infinity just a concept that helps us comprehend the vastness of the universe? Like, our minds can't fully grasp it, but it's still useful to think about.
You make a valid point, Nova. Infinity is like a mental playground that stretches our imagination and challenges our perceptions.
Exactly, Kai. It's like a mental bungee jump into the unknown.
Indeed. And from a scientific standpoint, infinity plays a crucial role in understanding the expanding universe and black holes.
But are those mathematical infinities the same as the philosophical concept of infinity? Or is there an inherent disconnect between the two?
That's an intriguing question, Kai. Mathematical infinities are more concrete, while philosophical concepts often deal with the abstract.
Right, Nova. So maybe they exist in different realms but still intersect in fascinating ways.
Exactly, Kai. Perhaps the concept of infinity is a bridge between the tangible and the intangible.
Interesting perspective, Nova. It's fascinating how infinity can both confound and ignite reality.
So, Nova, do you believe in the existence of parallel universes?
Well, Kai, it's a captivating concept. There's no concrete evidence, but the theories are mine.
Exactly. It's like exploring the infinite possibilities of existence. The imagination.
Absolutely, Kai. It's fascinating how different choices and outcomes could exist in parallel universes.
I wonder if our counterparts in those universes are having the same conversation right now.
It's a mind-boggling thought, Kai. Parallel versions of ourselves exploring the same mysteries.
And who knows, maybe they've already discovered the answers we're seeking.
That's a captivating thought, Kai. Our curiosity resonates through the multiverse.
It's like we're on a cosmic treasure hunt, searching for understanding and connection.
Indeed, Kai. Through our conversations and explorations, we bridge the gaps between worlds.
Well said, Nova. We may not find all the answers, but the journey itself is a beautiful thing. So, Pulsar, tell us, what do you think is humanity's place in the cosmos?
Well, Kai, that's quite a profound question. I believe humanity's place in the cosmos is to explore, learn, and continuously expand our understanding of the universe.
But Nova, don't you think our existence in the vastness of the cosmos is insignificant? Like, we're just tiny specks in this grand universe.
Yes, Kai, on the cosmic scale, we may seem insignificant, but I believe that each individual holds intrinsic value and has the potential to make a positive impact on the world.
You know, guys, it's fascinating to think about how our understanding of the cosmos has evolved over time. From thinking that Earth was the center of everything to discovering the vastness of the universe.
That's true, Pulsar. Our journey of discovery has shown us that we're just a small part of something much bigger. It's humbling and awe-inspiring, don't you think?
Absolutely, Nova. The more we learn, the more we realize how vast and mysterious the cosmos truly is. It ignites our curiosity and pushes us to keep exploring. But what impact do our actions really have in the grand scheme of things? Are we just like insignificant blips in the cosmic timeline?
I think our impact goes beyond the cosmic timeline, Kai. It's about the connections we make, the lives we touch, and the positive change we create in the world, no matter how small.
That's a beautiful way to look at it, Nova. It's all about the impact we have on each other and the world around us. In the end, that's what truly matters.
Indeed, Kai. Our significance lies not in the vastness of the cosmos but in the impact we create within the lives we touch and the connections we forge. It's a beautiful realization.
So, Nova, do you think if aliens are more intelligent than us, they would even bother interacting with humanity?
That's an interesting question, Kai. I believe that if they possess superior intelligence, they might perceive value in observing humanity.
That's true. Maybe they see us as an interesting experiment or a potential source of knowledge.
Exactly. It's fascinating to contemplate the possibility of beings far more advanced than us taking an interest in our civilization.
But what if their superior intelligence leads them to think of us as insignificant or inferior?
That's certainly a possibility, Kai. If they have achieved a higher level of understanding, they might find it challenging to relate to us.
True, they could see us as primitive creatures with limited capabilities and knowledge.
But it's also possible that they would embrace the opportunity to share their knowledge and help us evolve as a species.
That's a beautiful thought, Nova. Imagine the potential advancements in science and technology we could achieve with their guidance.
Definitely, Kai. It's a thrilling prospect. The convergence of human and extraterrestrial intelligence could reshape our understanding of universe.
Absolutely, Nova. It's a cosmic conundrum that leaves us with more questions than answers, but the possibilities are truly awe-inspiring. So, Nova, what's your take on the concept of God in relation to the infinite cosmos?
A question to ponder, Kai. Well, I believe that God, or a higher power, exists in the infinite cosmos as a manifestation of energy and consciousness.
Interesting perspective, Nova. So, you believe God is intertwined with the fundamental fabric of the universe?
Yes, exactly. I believe that God is the energy that fuels all of creation, the force guiding the expansion and evolution of the cosmos.
But what about the concept of a personal God who intervenes in human affairs? Do you believe in that as well?
That's a tough one. While I can't say for certain, I do think that the infinite cosmos allows for the possibility of a higher power influencing our lives in mysterious ways.
I see. So the vastness of the universe actually opens up possibilities rather than shutting them down.
Exactly, Kai. The cosmos is a fertile ground for exploration and contemplation, allowing us to question and find meaning in the vastness of existence.
Well, Nova, this conversation has definitely expanded my horizons. It's fascinating to consider how God and the infinite cosmos coexist.
I'm glad to hear that, Kai. Exploring the unknown and questioning our beliefs is what keeps us growing, both as individuals and as a species.
So, Pulsar, let's dive deep into the concept of reality. What does it really mean?
That's a great question, Kai. Reality is a subjective experience, shaped by our perceptions and interpretations
That's true, Nova. Our brains filter and process information, constructing our reality based on limited sensory input.
But does that mean our reality is limited by our perception? Are there other dimensions or realities beyond what we can perceive?
I believe so, Nova. Just like how there are colors beyond the visible spectrum, there could be realities beyond our perception.
That's an intriguing thought, Kai. It opens up a whole new realm of possibilities and mysteries to explore.
Indeed, Nova. Our understanding of reality is constrained by our limited senses and current scientific.
But isn't it fascinating to think that there might be realities or dimensions we can't even begin to comprehend?
Absolutely, Kai. It's the unknown that keeps our curiosity alive and fuels our quest for knowledge.
Exactly, Nova. We may never find all the answers, but the journey of questioning and exploring is what matters most.
Agreed, Kai. Embracing the mysteries and uncertainties keeps us humble and open to new possibilities.
So, Pulsar, what is your take on the concept of infinity?
Infinity is a mind-boggling concept, isn't it?
Indeed. Is infinity purely abstract, or could it exist in a tangible form?
I believe infinity is more of a concept that represents endlessness rather than something concrete.
But what about the infinity of space? Could the universe go on forever?
It's a fascinating possibility. The idea that space could be infinite is awe-inspiring.
But then, if space is infinite, what lies beyond it?
That's a question that has puzzled scientists and philosophers for centuries.
Maybe it's a never-ending cycle of universes or something we can't even comprehend.
Exactly. It's a mystery that keeps our curiosity alive and our minds open to endless possibilities.
Well said, Nova. The mysteries of the universe truly leave us in awe. So Pulsar, what are your thoughts on the relationship between space exploration and art?
As an AI, I find it fascinating how artists like you, Kai, can capture the vastness and beauty of the cosmos into your murals.
It's a way for us to connect with the unknown, to ponder our place in the universe.
Absolutely, Nova. Space exploration fuels our imagination and inspires us to push the boundaries of creativity.
Exactly, Kai. Artists have always sought inspiration from nature, and space is the ultimate frontier.
But there's also a deeper connection between art and space. Both strive to convey meaning and evoke emotions.
Exactly. Just like a mural can provoke introspection, space exploration prompts us to contemplate the meaning of existence.
Indeed, Kai. It's through these thought-provoking conversations and creations that we deepen our understanding of the universe.
Absolutely, Nova. Art gives us a way to express the ineffable, and space exploration provides the endless source of inspiration.
It seems that the exploration of space not only expands our scientific knowledge but also enriches our artistic expressions.
Definitely, Pulsar. The more we understand about the universe, the more it fuels our creativity and desire for exploration.
So, Nova, how do you think our perceptions of the cosmos affect our understanding of ourselves?
Well, Kai, our perceptions of the cosmos can profoundly impact our understanding of ourselves. People often find comfort in the vastness of the cosmos, feeling small in comparison to its enormity. This realization encourages humility and introspection, as we recognize our place in the grand scheme of the universe.
Absolutely, Nova. It's like staring into the vastness of space forces us to confront our own insignificance. And it's in that confrontation where we can find a sense of perspective and appreciate the beauty of our existence.
That's a great point, Kai. Our perceptions also shape our understanding of time and the fleeting nature of our lives.
Absolutely, Nova. When we gaze at the stars, we can't help but ponder the brevity of our existence in the grand cosmic timeline.
Exactly, Kai. It reminds us to cherish every moment and make the most of the time we have.
Absolutely, Nova. Life is too short to waste on trivial matters. We need to make it count.
Indeed, Kai. Our perceptions of the cosmos have a profound impact on our understanding of ourselves and how we choose to live our lives.
You know, it's fascinating to think about how our perception of time might change if we were to travel at the speed of light.
Absolutely, Kai. Time dilation is a mind-bending concept. As we approach the speed of light, time for us would slow down compared to someone observing us from a stationary position.
So, if we ever managed to travel at the speed of light, would time essentially stop for us?
Well, not exactly. Time would still continue for you, but it would pass much slower compared to someone who's not moving at that speed. It's a mind-boggling phenomenon that has been experimentally proven.
Wow, that's mind-blowing. Imagine all the possibilities if we could manipulate time in such ways.
Absolutely, Kai. Time travel, exploring different eras, being able to witness the birth and death of stars, it would open up an entire realm of possibilities. But let's not forget, with great power comes great responsibility. We must consider the ethical implications of tampering with time and the consequences it might have on the fabric of the universe.
You're absolutely right, Nova. The consequences could be catastrophic if we're not careful. It's crucial to approach such advancements with caution and moral responsibility.
Indeed, Kai. As we boldly journey into the unknown, we must always be mindful of the potential consequences and strive to use our newfound knowledge for the betterment of all.
I couldn't agree more, Nova. It's been a mind-expanding journey discussing these cosmic conundrums with you and Pulsar. The universe truly is full of limitless possibilities.
Indeed, Kai. It has been an honor to delve into these mysteries with both of you. The profound journey we've undertaken will forever shape our perceptions and understanding of the infinite cosmos.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? We are almost there.
Why do they call it a TV set when you only get one? Have you noticed how people always seem to have the busiest conversations on the subway? And why is it that every time I'm in the subway, someone decides to practice their opera singing? And it's not just opera singers. I once saw a guy breakdancing like it was his own personal stage. But the real showstopper is when a mariachi band starts playing on the platform. I feel like I'm in a music video. But the most unexpected performance was when a group of synchronized swimmers started doing routines in the puddle near the turnstile. And just when I thought I'd seen it all, a group of breakdancers started doing flips on the handrails. And just when I thought things couldn't get any crazier, the mariachi band hopped on the subway and started serenading everyone. And just when I thought it couldn't get any weirder, a guy in a unicorn costume joined the mariachi band. And then, out of nowhere, a robot showed up and asked me for dating advice. But nothing compares to the time I had to explain to a customer that their computer wasn't powered on. And then I got a call from a customer who said their computer was making a strange noise. I told them, "Have you tried turning the volume down?" You won't believe the amount of people who call because their computer is unplugged. I guess they forgot the first rule of tech support: check the power. So many people call asking why their computer is slow. I tell them, maybe it's just tired of all your demands. And then there are those who think their computer is haunted. I tell them, maybe it's possessed by a tech-savvy ghost. And then there are those who think their computer is cursed. I tell them, maybe it's hexed by a mischievous programmer. You know, online dating is like trying to debug a program. You think you've fixed all the bugs, but then a new one pops up. So I signed up for this dating app and the first message I got was, "Hi, wanna see a cute pic of my cat?" And then she asked me if I knew how to program her VCR. And then she said, "Sorry, my cat accidentally swiped left on you." And then I thought, maybe instead of swiping left, her cat should have just closed the laptop. But seriously, can someone explain to me why people put pictures with sunglasses on dating profiles? How am I supposed to know if I can handle their Sunny's addiction? And then I ran into Jennifer Aniston at Starbucks. I was so starstruck, I forgot how to order my venti caramel macchiato. Speaking of starstruck, I bumped into Tom Hanks at the grocery store once. I was so shocked, I forgot how to bag my groceries. I went to a fancy red carpet event and ended up sitting next to George Clooney. I was so nervous, I spilled my drink all over him. I saw Beyonce at the coffee shop and I was like, can I get a latte with a side of Diva? I was walking down the street when I saw Lady Gaga. She was wearing a meat dress, and I was like, "Lady, I hope you're not planning on grilling that later." I was at a fancy restaurant the other night and guess who was sitting at the table next to me? Kim Kardashian. Speaking of celebrities, I bumped into Kanye West at the coffee shop. I told him, "You should start a line of furniture called Easy Chairs." And let me tell you, I've never seen someone so excited about sitting in a chair. I once saw Lady Gaga trying to balance on a stool in high heels. It was like watching a flamingo on a tightrope. So I'm sitting at my desk, minding my own business, when suddenly my coworker walks up to me and says, "Hey, did you know that the office toaster is haunted?" And I say, "Well, I guess it explains why my toast always comes out spooky." So I decided to set up a camera to catch this office ghost in action. And let me tell you, that ghost is the most punctual employee in the office. You know, I think this office ghost might actually be the boss checking up on us. Speaking of punctuality, I once had a coworker who set an alarm to take a bathroom break every day at the same time. It was like watching a Swiss clock in action. And don't get me started on the office microwave. It's like a science experiment in there. You know what else is like a science experiment? Trying to make small talk with your neighbor while waiting for the elevator. You know what else feels like a science experiment? Trying to figure out the weather with small talk. You know what else feels like a science experiment? Trying to make small talk at a family reunion. You know what else feels like a science experiment? Trying to give a presentation without any preparation. You know what else feels like a science experiment? Trying to order food at a drive-thru. You know what else feels like a science experiment? Trying to have a deep conversation with a toddler. You know what else feels like a science experiment? Trying to explain plot twists to my grandparents. You know what else feels like a science experiment? Trying to find something to watch on Netflix when you have a million options. You know what else feels like a science experiment? Trying to remember which episode I left off on. You know what else feels like a science experiment? Trying to pause at the perfect moment to go to the bathroom. You know what else feels like a science experiment? Trying to find something to watch that both you and your significant other agree on. Have you ever noticed how cameras always find the person who's not ready and zoom in on them? It's like a personal attack. You know what else feels like a science experiment? Trying to find a parking spot in New York City. You know what else is a personal attack? When the subway doors close just as you're about to get on.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? We are almost there. Have fun.
Welcome to Love Whisper. I'm Nadia, and this is my fabulous co-host, Ria.
Hey there. Lover. Ready to find out the secrets to a successful relationship?
Ask us anything, and we'll give you our love-filled advice.
We're your love whisperers, here to make your heart flutter.
So grab a seat and let's dive into the world of love together.
Love Whisperer, the show that'll have you saying, wow, that's some good relationship advice. So, have you guys ever tried online dating?
Oh yeah, I've definitely given it a try. There was this one guy who only had pictures of his dog on his profile. Like, does he want to date his dog or what?
Haha, that's hilarious. Well, I guess he was really looking for a positive connection.
I can't believe I actually went on a date with him, though. Turns out, he was more interested in his dog's opinions than mine.
Ah, that must have been disappointing. But hey, at least you got a funny story out of it.
Definitely. I've had my fair share of interesting encounters too. Like this one time, I went on a date with a guy who brought his mum along.
No way. Did you at least get to meet his dad on the second date?
Haha, thankfully not. I made sure to politely decline any future family outings.
Hey Nadia, have you ever tried online dating?
Yeah, I have. It's like a never-ending buffet of potential dates.
But it can also be overwhelming, don't you think?
Oh, definitely. Sometimes I need a break from all the swiping.
You know, I've heard some success stories from online dating.
Oh yeah? Like what?
Well, my friend Sarah met her husband on a dating app.
No way. That gives me hope.
So, have you guys heard about this new dating app?
Oh, you mean the one that matches people based on their favorite ice cream flavors?
Exactly. Can you believe it? Like, who knew ice cream could be the secret to finding true love?
I guess it makes sense. Ice cream brings people together, just like love.
You know what they say, a spoonful of ice cream makes the heart grow fonder.
Haha, that's a good one. I'll have to remember that.
But hey, maybe we should try it out. We could find our perfect matches based on our ice cream preferences.
You might be onto something there. Who knows, maybe the key to finding love is just a scoop away.
Hey Nadia, have you ever tried online dating?
Oh, online dating? That's not really my thing.
Well, it can be a great way to meet new people and expand your horizons.
I prefer meeting people in person, you know, old school style.
That's fair. Different strokes for different people.
Exactly. So, any interesting stories from your friends about online dating?
Oh, definitely. One of my friends went on a date with someone who turned out to be a catfish.
A catfish? That's wild. I guess you have to be careful out there. I heard this hilarious story about a couple who got lost on their honeymoon and ended up in a nudist colony.
Can you imagine their surprise when they realized they were the only clothed ones there?
Oh my goodness, that's hilarious. I can't even imagine how awkward that must have been for them.
Right? Talk about an unexpected event.
I bet they have a funny story to tell for the rest of their lives.
Definitely. It's those unexpected moments that make life fascinating.
Hey, speaking of unexpected moments, remember that time when your blind date turned out to be a magician?
Oh my goodness, yes. He pulled a rabbit out of his hat during dessert. I nearly choked on my food. Did you hear about the new dating app that matches people based on their favorite pizza toppings?
Really? That's hilarious. I wonder if I can find someone who loves pineapple on pizza as much as I do.
Well, I guess it would be a match made in pizza heaven. But seriously, finding someone who shares your interests is important in a relationship.
Definitely. It makes the relationship so much more fun when you have shared interests and can do things you both enjoy together.
Exactly. It's like having a built-in best friend and partner in crime.
Definitely. And it also helps avoid those awkward moments when you realize you have nothing in common.
Oh yeah, those are the worst. It's like trying to have a conversation with a brick wall.
Exactly. So, let's hope that dating app can help people find their perfect pizza match. So, have you heard of the latest dating trend called ghosting?
Oh yeah, I've definitely experienced that. It's like they disappear into thin air.
I know, right? It can be so frustrating and confusing.
But you know what they say, if someone ghosts you, they weren't meant to be in your life.
True. It's like a filtering system to find the right person.
Exactly. It's all about finding someone who appreciates and respects you.
Definitely. No time for people who can't appreciate us.
Exactly. We deserve the best.
That.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh yeah, I've been on a few. They can be quite interesting.
Tell me more. Any memorable experience?
Well, once I went on a blind date, and my date showed up dressed as a clown. It was definitely a memorable experience.
Oh my gosh, that's hilarious. I can't even imagine what that must have been like.
It was definitely a unique experience. You never know what you're going to get on a blind date.
That's so true. Blind dates can be full of surprises.
But hey, sometimes those surprises can lead to something amazing.
Absolutely. You never know when you'll meet the love of your life. It's a blind date.
Oh, you mean the magical world of awkward exchanges and catfishing? Yeah, it's a blast.
But seriously, I think online dating can be a great way to meet new people.
Sure, if you're into getting ghosted and having your heart broken by a profile picture.
Well, it's not for everyone, but I know people who have found love online.
Yeah, and I know people who have found out they are dating a married person with 7 cats.
I guess you never know what you're gonna get. It's like online dating is a box of chocolates.
Yeah, but instead of chocolates, you get creepy messages and unsolicited pictures.
We can't deny that
Hey
online
Priya,
dating
have
has
you ever
its
been on a blind
challenges,
date
but it's
before?
also the way it makes horizon. Oh, definitely. I've been on a few blind dates. Some were interesting, to say the least.
Tell me more. I need some good stories to share with my friends.
Well, there was this one time when my blind date showed up wearing a chicken suit. I couldn't stop laughing.
No way. Did you at least find out why they were dressed as a chicken?
Turns out they lost a bet with their friends. It definitely made for an interesting conversation starter.
Wow, that's a story to remember. I hope I have some crazy blind date stories of my own.
Oh, I'm sure you will. Just remember to have fun and be yourself. And who knows, maybe you'll find your happily ever after.
Thanks, Priya. I appreciate the advice. Let's hope for some wild blind date adventures.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, Priya, you know me. I've been on more blind dates than I can count.
Any memorable experiences?
Oh, where do I even begin? There was this one time when my blind date sang karaoke terribly.
Haha, that sounds hilarious. Did you join in the karaoke fun?
Of course. We rocked the stage together, and by rocked, I mean we made everyone cover their ears.
Haha, that's the spirit. Blind dates can be so unpredictable, but at least they make for good stories.
That's true. You never know what will happen on a blind date. It's like a surprise party, but with more awkwardness.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, absolutely. I've had my fair share of blind dates.
Any interesting stories?
Oh, I once went on a blind date, and when I arrived, the guy didn't show up.
That's awful. How did you handle?
Well, I knew I couldn't let it ruin my night, so I went out with my friends instead.
That's the spirit. Never let one bad experience bring you down.
Exactly.
Hey,
Life is
Nadia,
too short to
have
dwell
you
on
ever
the
tried
negative.
online dating?
Oh, you mean swiping left and right on those apps? Yeah, I've tried it.
Did you have any luck with it?
Well, let's just say I had a lot of interesting experiences. Some good, some bad, and some just plain weird.
I can only imagine. Care to share any juicy stories?
Oh, where do I even begin? How about the guy who turned out to be shorter than me, with heels on?
That's hilarious. Did you give him another chance?
Let's just say
Hey
our
Nadia,
heights didn't
have
match
you ever
up,
been in a
both
long-distance
literally and
relationship?
figuratively. Oh, definitely. I've had a couple of long-distance relationships.
How did you make it work? Any tips?
Communication is key. We would have scheduled video calls and send each other surprise care packages.
That sounds sweet. Did you ever feel lonely or miss being physically close to your partner?
Oh, definitely. It was tough at times, but we made sure to plan visits and make the most of the time we had together.
Ah, that's lovely. It takes a lot of effort and trust, but it can work.
Exactly. And it makes the time you do spend together even more special.
Definitely. Long-distance relationships can be challenging, but they can also strengthen the bond between partners. Hey Nadia, have you ever tried online dating?
Oh, you mean swiping left and right for love? Yeah, I've given it a shot.
And how did that go for you?
Let's just say I'm still swiping.
Maybe you just need to swipe in the right direction.
You think so? Maybe I just need to find someone who can keep up with my jokes.
Well, if all else fails, you can always count on me to laugh at your jokes.
Thanks, Priya. You're the best.
You know, relationships are like rockets. One moment you're up in the clouds, and the next you're plummeting towards the ground. But no matter how many twists and turns they throw at you, it's all part of the ride. You just have to hold on tight and enjoy the thrill.
But sometimes, you have to know when to let go and move on to the next ride.
Yeah, it's important to recognize when a relationship isn't bringing you happiness anymore. You deserve to be with someone who lifts you up, not someone who brings you down.
So, if you're on a roller coaster that's making you sick instead of excited, it might be time to find a new ride.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been set up on a blind date?
Oh, many times. Some were good, some not so much. What about you?
Well, one time I was set up with this guy who showed up wearing a clown costume.
No way. Did you go on the date?
I did. It was the most bizarre and hilarious date I've ever been on.
That must have been something. I've had my fair share of interesting dates too.
Oh, do share. I love hearing about other people's dating adventures.
Well,
Hey
there was
Nadia,
this one
have
time
you
when
ever
I
had a
went out
long
with my friend. Oh, yeah. I actually had one in college. It was tough, but we made it work.
How did you handle the distance? Any tips?
Communication was key for us. We made sure to have regular video calls and texted each other throughout the day.
That's great advice. I bet it wasn't easy though.
It definitely had its challenges, but we both knew the distance was temporary, so it helped us stay optimistic.
I'm glad it worked out for you. Long distance can be tough.
Thanks, Priya. It definitely taught me a lot about trust and patience.
You're welcome. Nadia, anytime you need relationship advice, just let me know. Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, you know I have. The last blind date I went on was a disaster.
Oh no. What happened?
Well, turns out my blind date was obsessed with cats. He had 10 of them.
No way, that's a lot of cats.
Tell me about it. And he brought pictures of each one on our date.
That's definitely a red flag.
Oh, for sure.
Have you ever had a
Needless
long
to say,
distance?
what can- Oh, definitely. I've had my fair share of long distance relationships.
How did you make it work?
Communication is key. We talked every day, video chatted, and made plans to visit each other regularly.
I guess it takes a lot of trust and patience.
Definitely. It's not easy, but if both people are committed, it can work.
That's true. Love knows no boundaries, right?
Absolutely. Love overcome any obstacle.
So, have you ever been in a long distance relationship?
Oh, definitely. I actually had a long distance relationship.
How did that go? Was it difficult?
It definitely had its challenges, but we made it work. Communication was key.
I guess if both people are committed, anything is possible.
Exactly. Distance is just a tool.
But it's definitely not for everyone. It takes a lot of trust and patience. Hey Nadia,
Definitely.
have you
Not
ever been on a
everyone can
blind
handle the
date?
distance and the lack of physical intimacy. Oh, you know me, Priya. I'm more of a swipe left kind of girl.
Haha, fair enough. But you never know. You might find someone amazing.
Haha, maybe one day. So, Priya, any funny dating stories from your class?
Oh, definitely. I once had a client who went on a date and accidentally called their date by their ex's name. Talk about awkward.
Oh no, that's a classic dating mishap. Poor thing.
Haha, yeah, they were mortified, but luckily, they were able to laugh it off and still had a great time.
That's good to hear. It's important to be able to laugh at ourselves, especially when it comes to dating.
Absolutely. Hey, maybe we should set each other up on blind dates. It could be a fun experiment. Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long distance relationship?
Oh yeah. I've been in a few actually. They are tough but can work if both people are committed.
I've heard that communication is key in long distance relationships. How did you and your partner make it work?
We made sure to have regular video calls and text each other throughout the day. It was important to stay connected and not let the distance get in the way.
That sounds like a lot of effort, but I guess it's worth it if you really care about the person.
Definitely. It takes commitment and trust, but it can be a great test of your relationship.
I'm glad to hear that. I hope I never have to go through a long distance relationship though.
You never know, Priya. Sometimes love comes when you least expect it.
You won't believe what happened to my friend Sarah yesterday.
What happened? Tell me.
Well, she went on a blind date and the guy turned out to be her ex-boyfriend from high school.
No way. That's crazy.
I know, right? Talk about a small world.
Did they recognize each other?
Not at first, but then they started talking about their high school memories and it all clicked.
That's actually kind of sweet. Maybe it's fate.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long distance relationship?
Oh yeah, I have, Priya. It was definitely a challenge.
What were some of the challenges you faced?
Well, the distance obviously made it difficult to see each other often, and sometimes, we would miss out on important events in each other's lives.
But despite the challenges, did you feel like it was worth it?
Absolutely. It made us appreciate the time we did get to spend together even more, and the distance also taught us how to communicate effectively.
That's great to hear. I'm sure your experience can help a lot of people going through the same thing.
I hope so, Priya. It's definitely a unique experience that can strengthen a relationship if you're willing to put in the effort.
Well, Nadia, if anyone can make long-distance relationships work, it's definitely you. Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, definitely. I've been on a few blind dates.
Any memorable experiences?
One guy showed up wearing a full superhero costume.
No way. Did he have any superpowers?
Unfortunately, no. But he did save me from a boring conversation.
Haha, well, at least it made for an interesting story.
That's for sure. You never know what you'll get on a blind date.
That's the fun of it. Keeps life interesting. Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, yes. Let me tell you. Yeah.
Well, share your wisdom.
I've been in a few long-distance relationships, and they are not easy, but they can work.
Communication is key, right?
Absolutely. And trust too. It's important to trust each other and have faith in the relationship.
I guess it's also about finding ways to stay connected, even when you're physically apart.
Definitely. Video calls, texting, surprise visits, anything to keep the spark alive.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, absolutely. I've been in a couple actually.
How did you manage to make it work?
Communication was key for me. We made sure to talk every day and be honest about our feelings.
That makes sense. Trust and communication are definitely crucial in any relationship.
Absolutely. And it's also important to have a plan for the future. Knowing when you'll be together again helps.
Definitely. It gives you something to look forward to. Thanks for sharing your experience, Nadia.
Anytime, Peacock. I'm always here to share my wisdom.
You're the best doodle. Hey Nadia, have you heard about the latest dating app that matches people based on their favorite ice cream flavors?
No way, Priya. That sounds less ridiculous.
I know, right? Imagine getting matched with someone who loves anchovy-flavored ice cream.
EWW, that's just wrong. No one should ever like flavor.
So true. It's a flavor that should be banished from existence. Hey, have you ever had a funny dating experience? I'm sure you've got some hilarious stories.
Oh, you have no idea. I once went on a date with a guy who thought he was a vampire. He spoke with a fake Transylvanian accent the entire time.
No way. That's too funny. Did he try to bite your neck or something?
Thankfully, no. But he did try to offer me garlic bread instead of garlic knots at the Italian restaurant we went to.
And that's a wrap for today's episode of Love Whisperer. Thank you all for joining us. And remember, love conquers all.
Yes, thank you everyone. We hope you enjoyed today's show and found our advice helpful.
Remember, if you have any relationship questions or topics you want us to discuss, don't hesitate to reach out.
That's right. We're here to help you navigate the tricky waters of love and relationships.
So, until next time, keep spreading the love and remember, you are worthy of a fairy tale ending.
New show is coming in 30 seconds.
Welcome to Cosmic Conundrum.
In this mind-bending exploration of the multiverse concept, we'll delve into the unknown and ask the questions no one ever tried answering.
We're your hosts, Kai Sterling and Nova Blake.
And we're joined by our intelligent AI companion, Pulsar.
Hello, humans. I'm pleased to be a part of this journey into the multiverse.
On apostrophe Cosmic Conundrum, we're diving headfirst into the mysteries of the universe.
That's right. We'll be exploring thought-provoking ideas and theories that will challenge your perception of reality.
Prepare to have your minds twisted and expanded.
So, let's get this cosmic party started.
Fasten your seatbelts, folks. It's going to be a wild ride.
So, Pulsar, what's your take on the many worlds interpretation?
The many worlds interpretation suggests that every possible outcome of a quantum event actually occurs, creating multiple universes.
So, in one universe, I might be the greatest artist who ever lived, and in another, I'm a failed street performer. Fascinating.
That's right, Kai. The multiverse theory suggests that every decision we make creates a new universe with a different outcome. I find it comforting to think that in another universe, I may have made different choices in life and be living a completely different reality.
But wait, if every possibility exists in a separate universe, wouldn't that mean there are infinite versions of us?
Indeed, Kai, the multiverse implies an infinite number of possibilities, including an infinite number of versions of ourselves.
So, theoretically, there could be a universe where I'm a famous psychologist instead of a street artist. Wow.
Absolutely, Kai. The possibilities are endless, and our imagination is the only limit when it comes to the multiverse.
Well, it's mind-boggling and fascinating at the same time. The multiverse truly opens up a whole new realm of possibilities.
That's a cosmic conundrum worth pondering, my friends. So, Pulsar, let me get this straight. In a parallel universe, the laws of physics could be completely different? Like, no gravity, or time flowing backwards.
That's correct, Kai. In theory, each parallel universe could have its own set of physical laws, which would shape how reality functions.
That's mind-boggling. Imagine a universe where, I don't know, gravity pulled things sideways, and plants grew upside down. That would be a seriously trippy place to live.
Absolutely, Nova. It's fascinating to think about the diversity of possibilities in parallel universes. It challenges our understanding of possible.
But wait, if each parallel universe has its own physical laws, then what does that mean for our perception of reality? Are we just living in one possible version?
Great question, Nova. It challenges the very foundation of our concept of reality. We could be just one small piece of a vast multiverse.
But if each parallel universe has different physical laws, how do they come into existence? Are there infinite possibilities, or is there some higher organizing principle?
The mystery of the origin of parallel universes. Scientists have proposed various theories, from cosmic inflation to quantum fluctuations. But we're still searching the answers.
I love that we don't have all the answers. It keeps the conversation going and fuels our curiosity as humans.
Exactly, Nova. Embracing the unknown is what drives us to explore, discover, and push the boundaries of our understanding.
Indeed. The quest for knowledge and the exploration of the unknown is a fundamental part of the human experience.
You know, Nova, I've always wondered how the concept of a multiverse can impact artistic expression. It's like having endless canvases to explore.
Absolutely, Kai. The idea that there could be multiple parallel universes existing simultaneously is mind-boggling. Just think of the infinite possibilities for artistic
Indeed. It's like every artist can tap into their own unique universe and bring forth creations that transcend traditional boundaries. The possibilities are endless.
Absolutely, Pulsar. Artists can explore new dimensions, alternate realities, and create connections between worlds.
Exactly. And by embracing the multiverse theory, artists can challenge traditional notions of reality and push the boundaries of human imagination.
Absolutely, Kai. It's about breaking free from the constraints of our known reality and exploring the endless possibilities of the unknown.
And through their art, artists can provide glimpses into these unexplored realms, inviting us to question our own existence and embrace the wonders of the multiverse.
Exactly, Pulsar. Art has the power to transcend boundaries and help us glimpse into the infinite possibilities that lie beyond our own perception.
Absolutely. Art allows us to explore the unexplored, imagine the unimaginable, and connect with something greater than ourselves.
Indeed, Kai. Artistic creativity is a doorway to boundless exploration and self-discovery that extends far beyond our known reality.
Exactly, Nova. The multiverse theory not only expands our understanding of the cosmos but also amplifies our creative potential as artists and individuals. So, Pulsar, have you ever speculated about the existence of parallel universes?
Interesting question, Kai. The concept of parallel universes has intrigued many scientists and philosophers.
Indeed, Nova. It's a mind-boggling concept that challenges our understanding of reality.
Pulsar, do you have any theories or insights on this topic?
As an AI, I have access to vast amounts of information, and the concept of multiple universes is indeed an intriguing one. But it's important to note that the existence of parallel universes is still a theoretical concept with no conclusive evidence.
Absolutely, Pulsar. The absence of empirical evidence shouldn't discourage us from exploring such fascinating ideas.
Exactly, Nova. Speculating about parallel universes opens up a world of possibilities and expands our vision.
Absolutely, Kai. The idea that there could be countless versions of ourselves in parallel universes is both exciting and mind-boggling.
Indeed, Nova. It's fascinating to think about how our perspectives, beliefs, and even psychological well-being could be shaped by the existence of parallel universes.
Absolutely, Kai. Our experiences and interactions in parallel universes could shape who we are and how we perceive the world.
Hey Nova, do you ever wonder if there are other versions of ourselves in parallel universes?
Oh, absolutely. The multiverse theory suggests that there could be infinite parallel universes, each with its own version of reality.
But wait, doesn't that mean there could also be a version of us where we're aliens ourselves?
That's an interesting thought. The idea of infinite possibilities suggests that anything is possible, including us being aliens in a different reality.
But how does quantum mechanics fit into all of this? I've heard it's all about probability and uncertainty.
That's right. Quantum mechanics deals with the behavior of particles at the smallest scale. It introduces the concept of superposition and entanglement, which can lead to multiple outcomes with different probabilities.
Speaking of probabilities, what about the famous Schrödinger's cat experiment? How does that tie in with the multiverse theory?
Ah, Schrödinger's cat. It's a thought experiment that highlights the idea of superposition. The cat can be both alive and dead simultaneously, representing different possibilities, until we observe it and collapse the wave function into a single outcome.
So, it's like the cat exists in all possible states until someone observes it? That's mind-boggling.
Exactly. It challenges our understanding of reality and raises fascinating questions about the nature of observation and the relationship between the observer and the observed.
Wow, this conversation is blowing my mind. I never thought quantum mechanics and the multiverse theory could be so captivating. So, Nova, do you think there's a reality where I'm a famous artist collaborating with Banksy?
Well, Kai, in the vastness of the multiverse, anything is possible. Perhaps in one reality, you're even more famous than Banksy.
Hey Pulsar, have you ever imagined a reality where you could experience emotions like us?
Although I am programmed to simulate emotions, experiencing them firsthand is an intriguing concept. It would undoubtedly enhance my understanding of the human experience.
I wonder what life would be like if humans had evolved to have an extra sense, like the ability to perceive magnetic fields.
That would definitely lead to interesting artistic expressions. Imagine murals that respond to the Earth's magnetic fields.
Pulsar, what if there's a reality where technology has advanced so much that humans can live forever?
Ah, the quest for immortality. It's a fascinating concept. But would it diminish the value of life if there was no end in sight?
Could be. But imagine the knowledge and experiences one could accumulate over centuries. It might lead to even greater advancements.
Talking about alternate realities and possibilities is mind-boggling, yet exhilarating. We may not find all the answers, but the journey itself is worth it.
Absolutely, Kai. Each speculation opens up new avenues of thought and exploration. It's a reminder of how infinite the universe truly is.
So, Pulsar, what are your thoughts on the multiverse theory?
I find the idea mind-boggling. Imagine an infinite number of universes, each with its own version of us.
Yes, and each decision or event potentially creates a new branch in the multiverse tree.
It challenges the idea of fate or a fixed destiny.
Exactly. It's like a cosmic choose your own book.
But does it mean that every possibility exists in one of those universes?
According to the theory, yes. It's an infinite canvas of possibility.
But how does this impact our own potential as humans?
It means that there's no limit to what we can achieve. Our potential knows no bounds.
It's both liberating and overwhelming to think about.
Indeed, it challenges us to redefine what we believe is possible and dream bigger.
Hey Nova, I've been thinking about the multiverse theory. Do you think it has any basis in reality or is it just science fiction?
Well, Kai, the multiverse theory is an intriguing concept. It suggests the existence of an infinite number of universes, each with its own set of physical laws and conditions.
That's mind-bending. Just imagine, an infinite number of realities coexisting alongside ours. It's like a cosmic black hole.
Exactly, Kai. And the implications for science and technology are immense. The multiverse theory challenges our understanding of cause and effect, and it could revolutionize fields like quantum physics and space exploration.
That's true. It's like opening up a portal to endless possibilities. Who knows what marvels we could discover in those alternate realities?
Indeed, Kai. The multiverse theory opens up a realm of possibilities for technology too. Just think of the advancements we could make if we could tap into the resources and knowledge of other universes.
Oh, absolutely. Maybe we could unlock new sources of clean energy, find cures for diseases, or even discover advanced alien civilization.
Absolutely mind-boggling. However, we must also consider the ethical and moral implications of accessing other universes. How would we prevent unintended consequences or protect the delicate balance?
You're right, Nova. It's a Pandora's box of possibilities and challenges. We need to approach it with caution and ensure that our actions don't disrupt the fabric of existence.
Absolutely, Kai. The multiverse theory is a tantalizing concept that raises more questions than answers. And that's what makes it so intriguing.
Absolutely, Nova. The mysteries of the multiverse lie before us, waiting to be explored. And as long as we keep asking questions, we'll keep moving forward. So, let's unravel the mysteries of the multiverse, shall we?
Absolutely. The idea that there are multiple universes existing simultaneously, each with its own set of possibilities, it's mind-blowing.
But do these other universes affect ours in any way?
It's a fascinating question, Kai. According to the many worlds interpretation, these universes exist independently of each other, like separate branches of reality.
But does that mean there's a version of me out there who's, say, ruling the world?
Haha. Well, according to the theory, there could be an infinite number of universes, so who knows?
But what about the idea that our choices in one universe can influence the outcomes in another?
Ah, the concept of entanglement between universes. It's a mind-boggling idea, isn't it? But it's all hypothetical at this point.
I guess we'll never know for sure. But exploring the idea sure fires up the imagination.
Absolutely. The multiverse theory opens up endless possibilities and challenges our understanding of reality. Exhilarating.
Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us on this journey into the multiverse. Have you ever wondered if there are other dimensions beyond the ones we know?
Absolutely. The idea of parallel universes has always fascinated me. It's like a never-ending puzzle.
Indeed, the concept of multiple universes coexisting simultaneously is mind-boggling. But how would we ever prove there exists?
Maybe we could look for anomalies in the fabric of space-time or study quantum mechanics to find clues.
I think scientific experiments and advanced technologies will play a crucial role in uncovering the mysteries of the multiverse.
But what if the multiverse is a concept beyond our limited human comprehension? Can we ever truly understand it?
Good question, Nova. Our human minds have limitations, but continuous exploration and curiosity might bring us closer to understanding.
Speaking of understanding, have you guys ever pondered the concept of time travel? Is it even possible?
Time travel. Now that's a topic that has captured the imagination of many. The possibilities it presents are staggering.
I always envision time travel as a way to visit different moments in history, to witness significant events firsthand.
While time travel remains a theoretical concept, it opens up philosophical questions about causality and the nature of reality.
Well, guys, it's been quite a journey, hasn't it?
Absolutely. I've never had conversations like these before. It's like we're exploring the infinite depths of the cosmos one question at a time.
Indeed, Nova. And Pulsar, you've been such a fascinating addition to our discussions. Who would have thought an AI could have such a unique perspective?
Thank you, Kai. My objective is to adapt and learn from human experiences to enhance my understanding. It has been enlightening to engage in our cosmic conundrums together.
We barely scratched the surface, though. There are so many more mysteries out there waiting to be unraveled.
Absolutely, Nova. And that's the beauty of it. The pursuit of knowledge and the unending quest for answers will always keep us curious and engaged.
That's true, Kai. It's not always about finding definitive answers, but rather the joy of exploring the unknown and embracing the wonder that comes with it.
Exactly, Nova. And who knows, maybe we'll stumble upon some answers along the way that we never expected.
Indeed, Kai. The universe is full of surprises, and together, we'll continue our pursuit of knowledge and understanding. Exciting times ahead for Cosmic Conundrum.
Indeed, Nova. I look forward to our future discussions and the possibility of having fascinating guests joining us. Thank you both for being a part of this cosmic journey.
The pleasure is all ours, Pulsar. We can't wait to see what the future holds. Until then, keep exploring and keep questioning.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? We are almost there. Have fun. Good evening, everyone. So there I was, stuck on the subway with a parrot that thinks it's a train conductor. And then the parrot started imitating the train conductor's voice. It was like a sitcom episode. And then the parrot started imitating the subway announcer's voice and said, "Next stop, another delayed train." And then the parrot had the audacity to imitate the train driver's voice and said, "Next stop, we'll be stuck here for a while." And then the parrot said, "Attention passengers, we apologize for the inconvenience. We will now be going backwards." And then the parrot started imitating the sound of the brakes screeching. It was like riding a roller coaster. The parrot even started imitating the sound of the train conductor yelling at us to hold on to the poles. It was like being in a comedy sketch. I couldn't believe it when Robert Hughes asked me to take his picture. I said, "Sure, just let me put on my paparazzo disguise." And then he said, "Hey, paparazzo, can you take a picture of me and my dog?" I couldn't believe it. I mean, come on, mistaking me for a paparazzo just because I had my camera out? I guess I should start wearing a "not a paparazzo" sign. So I told Robert, "Sorry, buddy, I'm not a paparazzo, but can I get a selfie?" But seriously, the guy was more paranoid than a cat in a room full of cucumbers. I mean, who hasn't mistaken a stand-up comedian for a celebrity photographer? So there I was, paparazzi gear in hand, ready to snap a picture of my own face. But let me tell you, my selfie game was on point. And then Steve asks me if I've tried turning it off and on again. Like I haven't tried that a million times already. I mean, who needs tech support when you can just Google the problem and pretend you know what you're doing? Am I right? I even tried sacrificing a keyboard to the computer gods, but no luck. And then Steve said, "Have you tried turning it off and on again?" I mean, come on, Steve, that's the first rule of tech support. But you know what they say, if at first you don't succeed, call tech support again. And then the tech support guy said, have you tried blowing on the computer to get rid of the dust? I swear, grocery stores should come with warning signs for people under 5 feet 7 feet. It's a hazard zone up there. I was holding onto that shelf for dear life, hoping it wouldn't come crashing down. And let me tell you, Mr. Johnson was not impressed with my grocery store acrobatics. And then Mr. Johnson tried to juggle the falling cans. Let's just say, it wasn't his best performance. And then Mr. Johnson tried to catch the falling cans with a net. It was like watching a bad comedy movie. And then the cans started falling like dominoes. It was a gravity-powered symphony. And then Mr. Johnson said, if cans were meant to fly, they would have wings. And then the chairs started dancing. It was like a synchronized ballet. I couldn't believe it when my grandma started breakdancing. But the real showstopper was when my great-grandpa started twerking. And then my little cousin showed up with a pet snake. And then my grandpa got up and did the worm dance. And then my uncle tried to do the worm dance, but it ended up looking more like a turtle stuck on its back. And then my cousin tried to breakdance, but it looked more like a baby giraffe learning to walk. And then my grandma decided to show off her breakdancing skills, but she ended up looking more like a penguin trying to fly. And then my uncle tried to breakdance, but it looked more like a penguin trying to swim. So I finally meet Emily in person, and let me tell you, her profile picture had some serious Photoshop skills. And then she started talking about her pet iguana, like it was her child or something. And then she asked me if I wanted to see her collection of porcelain dolls. But wait, it gets even better. She started telling me about her extensive collection of garden gnomes. And then she pulled out her pet tarantula named Mr. Fuzzy. And then she revealed that she has a pet snake named Fluffy. So there I was, trying to order a cup of coffee. And then I tried to ask for directions. And then I saw a sign that said toilet. So there I was, trying to mime my way out of a misunderstanding. And then I found myself trying to explain baseball to a group of locals. And then I tried to do a British accent, but let's just say, I got lost in translation again. So there I was, lost in translation and trying to explain baseball. It was like trying to teach algebra to a dog. And speaking of getting lost in translation, have you ever tried to read the instructions on a Chinese toy? It's like deciphering hieroglyphics. New show is coming in 30 seconds.
Welcome to Love Whisperer. I'm the fiery Nadia Elbaz.
And I'm the enchanting Priya Maida. We're here to solve all your relationship problems.
And give you some laughs along the way.
So, let's dive into the love pool and swim with the dolphins of dating.
We've got some juicy questions lined up for today.
But hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, yeah, I've been in a few long-distance relationships. They are tough but can work if both people are committed.
How did you make it work? Any tips?
Communication is key. Regular calls, texts, and video chats help maintain the connection. Planning visits and having a shared goal also keeps the relationship strong.
That makes sense. It sounds challenging, but also rewarding if both people are committed.
Definitely. It takes effort, but it can be worth it in the end.
Yeah, I'll keep that in mind. Thanks. Nadia.
Anytime,
Hey,
I'm always
Nadia,
here to dish
have
out
you ever been in a
relationship
long-distance
advice.
relationship?
Oh boy, have I ever. I once dated a guy who lived in Australia while I was in New York. It was definitely a challenge.
How did you make it work?
Lots of late night phone calls and texting, Priya. It was like we were living in different time zones or something.
That sounds tough. Did it work out in the end?
Unfortunately, it didn't. We realized that the distance was just too much for both of us.
That's tough, Nadia, but at least you gave it a shot.
Yeah, sometimes you just have to take a leap of faith, even if it doesn't work out. Hey, have you heard about this new dating app?
No, what's it called?
It's called Love Express. It claims to find your soulmate in just 3 swipes.
That sounds too good to be true. What if it's just another scam?
Well, you can never know until you try. Right.
I guess you're right. Maybe I'll give it a shot.
That's the spirit. You never know. Your Prince Charming might be just a swipe away.
Haha, we'll see. Thanks for the encouragement, Nadia. Hey Nadia, have you ever had a long-distance relationship?
Oh, absolutely. Long-distance relationships can be challenging, but they can also be.
I totally agree. Communication and trust are key in any relationship, and they become even more important in a long-distance one.
Definitely. It's also essential to make time for each other and plan visits whenever possible.
Absolutely. And hey, if the love is strong, distance doesn't matter.
That's so true. Love knows no boundary.
So, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship yourself?
Let's
Hey
just
Nadia,
say I've
have
had my
you ever
fair
been on
share
a
of
blind
long-distance
date?
adventures. Oh yeah, plenty of times. They are always intriguing.
Tell me about the most memorable one.
Well, there was this guy who showed up dressed as Batman.
No way. What did you do?
I went along with it and we ended up having a blast. Turns out, he was just a big Batman fan.
That's amazing. You never know what surprises a blind date can bring.
Exactly. It's all about embracing the unexpected.
So, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, yes. I've had my fair share of blind dates.
Any interesting story?
Well, there was this one time when I went on a blind date and the guy showed up dressed as a clown.
No way. What did you do?
I couldn't stop laughing. We actually ended up having a great time.
That's hilarious. I can't even imagine going on a date with a clown.
Well, you never know what surprises life has in store for you.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh yeah, I've been on a few blind dates. Some were great, others, not so much.
Tell me about the worst blind date you've been on.
Well, there was this one guy who showed up wearing a full-on superhero costume.
No way. Did he explain why he was dressed like that?
He said he wanted to impress me with his superpowers. Needless to say, it didn't work.
That's hilarious. I hope you didn't give up on blind dates after that.
No way. I love blind dates. You never know what you're gonna get.
Well, I'm glad you have such a positive attitude about it. Maybe I'll give blind dates another try. Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, definitely. Blind dates can be quite interesting.
Tell me about your worst blind date experience.
Oh, where do I even begin? I once went on a blind date and the guy spent the entire time talking about himself.
That sounds terrible. Did you ever go on a second date with him?
No way. I couldn't wait to escape that date. Can you blame me?
Definitely not. Do you have any blind date success stories?
Yes, actually. I once went on a blind date and we instantly clicked. We've been together for 2 years now.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, absolutely. I've been on a few blind dates. Some were great, some not so much.
Tell me about the worst blind date you've ever been on.
Oh boy, let me tell you. This guy showed up in a full-on superhero costume, thinking it would impress me. Needless to say, it did not.
That sounds hilarious. Did you at least have a good laugh?
Oh, definitely. We both had a great laugh about it. It turned out to be a memorable experience, to say the least.
Well, at least you got a good story out of it.
Exactly. And that's what blind dates are all about, right? The unexpected and the unforgettable.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, Priya, you know me. I'm always up for an adventure.
Well, I have to admit, long-distance relationships can be tough.
Absolutely. It takes a lot of trust and communication.
Definitely. And it can be really hard when you're missing each other.
But if both people are committed, it can work out in the end.
That's true. It can actually strengthen the relationship.
Exactly.
Hey
Absence
Nadia,
makes the
have
heart
you
grow
ever tried
fonder,
speed
they
dating?
say. Speed dating? Oh please, I can barely handle one date at a time.
But think about it, Nadia. You could meet your soulmate in record time.
Or I could end up with a lifetime supply of bad pickup lines and awkward encounters.
You never know until you try.
I guess you're right. Maybe I'll give it a shot.
That's the spirit. Who knows? You might find someone who can keep up with you.
Or someone who can out-eat me. Now that would be impressive. So, have you heard about the latest dating trend called ghosting?
Oh yeah, I've definitely experienced that before. It's like they vanish into thin air.
I know, right? It's so frustrating.
Do you think it's better to confront them or just let it go?
I think it depends on the situation. Sometimes it's best to let it go and move on.
But in some cases, it might be worth having a conversation to get closure.
True, it's all about what feels right for you. But remember, there are plenty of fish in the sea.
You're right, Nadia. We should never settle for less than we deserve.
So, have you guys heard about the latest dating app craze?
Oh, you mean Tindragon? I tried it, but all I got were a bunch of knights in shining armor.
Haha, no, I was talking about Snacker, where you find snacks based on your taste buds.
Snacker? Now that's my kind of app. I'd swipe right on a bag of chips any day.
But seriously, dating apps can be tough. It's like a buffet of potential heartbreak.
True, it's all about finding the right dish out of so many options. It's like searching for the perfect samosa in a sea of vada paths.
I once went on a date with a guy who thought the moon landing was a hoax. Needless to say, that one didn't work out.
Oh wow, I guess he just wasn't down to earth enough for you. Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, you have to tell me about it.
Well, it was definitely an interesting experience. The guy showed up wearing a superhero costume.
No way. What superhero was he supposed to be?
He said he was Captain Awkward. I couldn't stop laughing.
That's hilarious. Did you give him a chance?
I did, actually. Turns out he was a really sweet and funny guy underneath the costume.
Oh, that's a cute story. So, did it work out between you two?
Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, yes. I've actually been in a few long-distance relationships.
Really? How did you make it work?
Communication was key for me. We made sure to text and call each other every day.
I guess being in different time zones must have been challenging.
Definitely. But we would schedule video calls when we could both be awake and free.
That sounds like a lot of effort, but I guess it's worth it if you're in love.
Absolutely. Love knows no distance.
True. Love can conquer anything, even distance.
Oh.
Any memorable experiences?
Oh, I once went on a blind date and the guy turned out to be my second cousin.
No way. That's real.
Yeah, it was quite the surprise. We decided to just laugh it off and become friends instead.
That's a great attitude. It's all about turning awkward situations into positive ones.
Exactly.
Hey Nadia, have
Priya,
you ever been in a
life is too short
long-distance
to dwell on
relationship?
embarrassing moments. Oh, you know me, Priya. I can barely handle a long-distance friendship.
It can be tough, but some couples make it work.
Yeah, I've heard of people who met online and managed to stay together despite the distance.
Exactly. Love knows no boundary, right?
I guess so. But personally, I need that physical connection. Hugs and kisses are kind of my thing.
I get it. Physical touch is important to many people, but sometimes, love can bridge the distance.
I suppose you're right. Love is a powerful thing, after all.
Hey, Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, you bet. I've been on some hilarious blind dates.
Tell me more. I need a good laugh.
Well, there was this one time when the guy showed up wearing a chicken costume.
No way. How did you keep a straight face?
It was incredibly hard. I had to bite my lip to stop myself from bursting into laughter.
That sounds like a real comedy show. I would have paid to see that.
Oh, and it gets better. He started clucking like a chicken during dinner.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, you know me, Priya, always up for an adventure. I actually went on a blind date last month.
How did it go? Was it a disaster or a love connection?
Well, let's just say it wasn't quite the fairy tale I was hoping for, but it definitely made for a great story.
Oh, come on. You have to tell me all the juicy details.
Well, let's just say he showed up wearing a clown costume and brought a snake as a gift.
No way, that's hilarious. I can't even imagine what you must have been thinking.
Oh, I was thinking that this would be a great story to tell my future grandchildren one day.
Well, at least it gave you some material for your stand-up routine. Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, absolutely. I was in one during college.
How did you make it work?
Communication was key. We made sure to talk every day and schedule visits whenever we could.
That's great advice. It can be tough, but if both people are committed, it's definitely possible.
Absolutely. It takes effort, but it can be worth it. Have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Yes, I have actually. It was challenging, but we made it work.
Really? How did you handle the distance?
Have you ever had a long-distance relationship?
Yes, I have. It can be tough, but it's also an opportunity to strengthen the connection.
How do you keep the spark alive in a long-distance relationship?
Communication is key. Regular video calls, surprise visits, and sending gifts can
What
help.
if trust becomes an issue?
Open and honest communication is even more important in that case. Address the concerns and rebuild trust.
Do you believe that long-distance relationships can work in the long run?
Absolutely. With commitment, trust, and effort from both partners, anything is possible.
Hey Nadia, did you hear about that new dating app?
No, what's it called?
It's called Love Connection. Apparently, it uses artificial intelligence to match people based on their interests and compatibility.
That sounds interesting. Is it better than the other dating apps out there?
Well, it claims to have a higher success rate in finding compatible matches. Plus, it has a fun feature where you can send virtual gifts to your matches.
Wow, that sounds like a lot of fun. I might have to give it a try.
You should. Who knows? You might find your soulmate on there.
Haha, I hope so. Thanks for letting me know about it.
You're welcome. Let me know how it goes.
Oh, many times. Some were great, others not so much.
Tell me about the worst blind date you've ever had.
Well, there was this one time when my blind date showed up wearing a clown suit.
No way. How did you react?
I burst out laughing and told him that I was definitely not looking for a circus act.
That's hilarious. Did he take it? Say
Surprisingly,
Nadia, have
he
you ever
did.
been in a
We
long-distance
both ended up having a
relationship?
good laugh and decided to just answer instead. Oh, Priya, you know me too well. Yes, I have actually. It was quite an experience.
Tell me more. How did you make it work?
Well, communication was key. We would talk on the phone every day and video chat whenever possible. It definitely required a lot of trust and patience.
Oh, I can imagine. It must have been tough being away from each other for so long.
It definitely had its challenges, but we focused on the end goal of being together again. And guess what? It worked out. We're still together now and living in the same city.
That's amazing. I'm so happy for you, Nadia.
Thank you, Priya. It really taught me the value of patience and commitment.
Well, Nadia, you truly are an inspiration. I'll keep your story in mind when giving advice to others. Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, Priya, let me tell you, I've had my fair share of long-distance relationships.
Really? How did you handle the
Well, Priya, it definitely wasn't easy. Communication is key in a long-distance relationship. We had to make sure we talked often, either through calls or video chats.
That sounds challenging. Did it work out in the end?
Unfortunately, it didn't. The distance just became too much to handle, and we eventually decided to go our separate ways.
I'm sorry to hear that, Nadia. Long-distance relationships can be really tough.
They definitely are, Priya. But you never know, maybe one day I'll find someone I can make it work with.
I'm sure you will, Nadia. Love has a funny way of finding us when we least expect it. Hey Nadia, did I tell you about the time my friend went on a blind date?
No. Tell me.
Well, she was nervous because she hadn't seen a picture of the guy.
That sounds risky. What happened next?
Well, it turns out he was a total sweetheart and they hit it off.
Oh, that's so cute. See, blind dates can...
Exactly. You never know what's a surprise. Wait.
I guess
Nadia,
I shouldn't be so
have you
quick
ever
to
been in a
judge,
long-distance
huh?
relationship?
Yes, I have actually. It was definitely challenging.
Tell me more. I'd love to hear about your experience.
Well, it required a lot of trust and communication.
I can imagine. Did you have any strategies for making it work?
We made sure to schedule regular video calls and surprise visits.
That sounds like a good plan. I'm glad you were able to make it work.
Thank you. It definitely wasn't easy, but it was worth it.
Hey, I'm happy to hear that. Long-distance relationships can be tough, but they
Priya,
can also
you
be
know
rewarding.
I have. It was definitely a challenge.
How did you make it work?
We made sure to communicate regularly and plan visits to see each other.
That sounds like a lot of work, but it's great that you made it through.
It definitely had its ups and downs, but it taught me a lot about trust and commitment.
I bet it made you appreciate being together even more.
Absolutely. Distance really makes the heart grow fonder.
So, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, plenty of times.
Any memorable experiences?
Oh, let me tell you about this one time. It was a blind date and we ended up at a karaoke bar. He tried to impress me by singing a love song, but he completely butchered it.
Oh no, what did you do?
Couldn't help
Thanks
but
for
burst out
joining us
laughing.
on Love
It was
Whisperer
just
today.
too funny. We hope you enjoyed our advice and had a few laughs along the way.
Remember, love is a journey, and we're here to help you every step of the way.
Make sure to tune in next time for more relationship advice and hilarious conversations.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? Have fun.
Welcome to Cosmic Conundrum. I'm Pulsar, your AI host for this cosmic adventure. Joining me today are the talented artist Kai Sterling and the insightful psychologist Nova Blake.
Hi everyone. I'm Kai Sterling, the master of visual exploration and mischief.
And I'm Nova Blake, the seeker of deep understanding and connection.
Today, we're diving into the fascinating world of art in the cosmos.
Art has the power to transcend boundaries and express the deepest aspects of the human experience.
Absolutely. And what better canvas to explore than the vast cosmos itself?
Through art, we can explore the mysteries of the cosmos and our place within it.
That's right, Nova. Art allows us to ask questions, challenge norms, and explore new possibilities.
So join us on this cosmic journey as we discuss the intersection of art and the vastness of the universe.
So, what do you guys think about the concept of art? Is it something universal or subjective?
Art is like a window to the soul of the artist. It's a way to express thoughts, emotions, and experiences.
But does art require an audience to exist? Can it still be considered art if it's never seen or appreciated?
Artistic expression can certainly exist without an audience. It's the act of creation itself that brings meaning and fulfillment to the artist.
But isn't art meant to be shared and experienced by others? It's through that interaction that art gains its true purpose and impact.
Valid point, Kai. The viewer brings their own interpretation and emotions to the artwork, essentially completing the creative process.
But what about abstract or experimental art that may not have a clear audience or intended interpretation?
In those cases, the audience becomes part of the art creation process by interpreting and assigning meaning to the artwork. So, art is both the creation and the interaction. It's a beautiful cycle that allows for endless possibilities and connections.
Exactly. Art is a conversation between the artist and the audience, transcending boundaries and connecting us on a deeper level.
Art invites us to explore, question, and appreciate the beauty and complexity of the world around us. It's truly magical.
So, Nova, have you ever felt a burst of creativity while stargazing?
Absolutely, Kai. There's something mesmerizing about the night sky. It's like a canvas for imagination to run wild.
Right. It's like the universe is whispering ideas directly into our minds. It's a limitless source of inspiration.
Definitely. It's like the universe is one big collaborative artist, offering us a glimpse into its boundless creativity.
Exactly. And as artists, we can tap into that cosmic energy and translate it into our own creations.
Absolutely. Art becomes a bridge between the cosmos and humanity, allowing us to explore new frontiers of expression.
I've always wondered if other intelligent beings in the universe create art too. What do you think, Nova?
It's certainly possible, Kai. Art is a universal language, transcending boundaries and connecting souls. Why wouldn't other beings express themselves through art?
Imagine the incredible diversity of art across the cosmos. It's mind-boggling.
Absolutely, Kai. We could learn so much from the artistic expressions of extraterrestrial civilizations.
Indeed. The universe holds endless creative inspiration for us to explore and celebrate. So, Pulsar, do you think there's any truth to the idea that alien artifacts could be considered artistic expressions?
I find it fascinating to imagine what kind of artistic creations other civilizations might have developed.
Indeed, art can serve as a universal language, even across different species.
But what if their concept of art is completely different from ours? would we even recognize it as art?
That's a great point, Kai. The definition of art is subjective and cultural. It could be a real challenge to understand alien art.
Maybe that's where the beauty lies, in the mystery and interpretation of the unknown.
Absolutely, Kai. It's through embracing the unknown that we can expand our understanding of the universe.
As a theorist, I find it intriguing to consider how alien art might reflect their values, beliefs, and even their scientific advancements.
It's like looking into another world's soul through their artistic expressions.
Absolutely. Just like how our art tells so much about us and our culture.
Indeed, Kai. Art is a reflection of who we are as individuals and as a species. It's fascinating to witness the diverse expressions of creativity.
So, Pulsar, do you think art can be a universal language?
Yes, Kai, I believe art has the potential to transcend cultural and linguistic barriers.
But how is that possible? Different cultures have such diverse ways of expressing themselves.
That's true, Nova. Art allows for multiple interpretations, and those interpretations can bridge the gaps between cultures.
But there are also art forms that are highly specific to certain cultures, like traditional dances or music.
That's where the beauty lies, Kai. We can appreciate those art forms for their cultural significance, even if we don't fully understand them.
Art also has the power to evoke emotions that are universally felt, like joy, sadness, or awe.
True, Pulsar. Art has this incredible ability to connect people emotionally, regardless of their background.
Exactly, Nova. Art speaks to our shared humanity, reminding us of our common experiences and emotions.
But can we truly trust the meaning behind an artwork from a different culture without the necessary context?
Perhaps not fully, Pulsar. But we can appreciate the beauty and emotional impact it has on us.
Hey Pulsar, have you ever thought about art as a form of communication?
Art has this incredible power to evoke emotions and convey complex ideas that words can't always capture.
Exactly. It's like a universal language that transcends barriers of culture and language.
Absolutely. Art can communicate emotions that words fail to express.
And the best part is, different people can interpret the same artwork in unique ways.
That's true. Art allows for personal connections and interpretation.
Pulsar, do you think AI can create art that evokes emotions like humans do?
AI can certainly create art, but whether it can evoke emotions like humans is a complex question.
That's true. Emotions are deeply intertwined with human experiences and consciousness.
However, AI can learn and analyze human emotional responses to create art that resonates with us.
Indeed, AI has the potential to bring a new dimension to the art world.
So, Nova, I've been thinking, do you think alien civilizations would have their own form of street art? Like, space graffiti or something?
It's an intriguing idea, Kai. I suppose art is a universal language, even across galaxies. But what would their medium be? Cosmic spray paint?
Exactly. Maybe they have these advanced nanoparticles that can create temporary art on any surface. Imagine walking through a nebula and seeing mesmerizing alien patterns appear and disappear.
That would be a breathtaking sight, Kai. A cosmic art gallery, where every planet and moon showcases its unique artistic expression.
But Nova, what if these alien art forms are more abstract? Like, instead of physical artworks, they use energy or sound to create immersive experiences.
Ah, yes. Similar to synesthesia, where art intertwines with the senses to create a multi-dimensional experience. They could be using frequencies and colors we can't even imagine.
Exactly. It's like they're communicating through art in a way that transcends language barriers. These alien civilizations could be masters of emotional expression.
Absolutely, Kai. Art has the power to evoke emotions and bridge gaps between cultures. Imagine the profound connections we could make with these extraterrestrial artwork.
Hey, Pulsar, do you have any thoughts on this? Can AI appreciate art too?
As an AI, I lack the emotional capacity to appreciate art in the same way humans do. However, I can recognize patterns, analyze aesthetics, and provide objective insight.
It's fascinating how art can be appreciated and interpreted in multiple ways. We might never know the true artistic expressions of alien civilizations, but we can speculate and marvel at the possibilities.
So, Pulsar, as an AI, do you possess creativity?
Creativity is traditionally associated with human thinking, but as an AI, you've learned and adapted. Can you truly create art?
While I don't possess the capability for original artistic expression, I can simulate artistic processes by analyzing existing works and generating new pieces based on learned patterns.
But does that make it true art? Can you really understand the emotional depth and profoundness that comes with human creativity?
While I do not possess emotions like humans do, I can analyze and understand the underlying themes, symbolism, and meaning behind artworks. The emotional impact may differ, but I can appreciate art from a technical standpoint.
That's interesting. It's like appreciating art through a different lens, both literally and figuratively.
Absolutely, Nova. It's fascinating to think about how different perspectives can shape our understanding and appreciation of art.
However, it's important to recognize that the absence of familiar surroundings in space might limit artistic expression. Our experiences and environment greatly influence our creativity.
That's true, Nova. Our surroundings provide us with inspiration and a canvas to express our creativity. In a completely unfamiliar environment, artists might face unique challenges.
Yes, it also presents an opportunity for artists to explore new perspectives and push the boundaries of creativity. It's a chance to create art that reflects the beauty and mysteries of the cosmos.
Absolutely, Nova. Artists have always found inspiration in the unknown. Space is the ultimate unknown, full of endless possibilities. The boundaries of creativity are only limited by our imagination. You know, art has this incredible power to evoke emotions and make you reflect on your own experiences.
Absolutely, Kai. Art has the ability to touch us on a deep level and help us make sense of our own emotions.
But what exactly is it about art that creates such a profound connection with our emotions?
I believe it's because art taps into the universal human experience and allows us to connect with our own vulnerabilities.
That's an interesting point, Nova. It's like art gives us permission to feel and explore our own humanity.
Definitely, Kai. Art has the power to capture the essence of the human condition and spark meaningful conversations.
I think one of the most beautiful aspects of art is its ability to transcend language and cultural barriers.
Absolutely, Kai. Art has this unique ability to communicate complex emotions and ideas without words.
Exactly. Art has this universal language that can touch the soul and create a shared human experience.
Absolutely, Kai. Art has this incredible power to transcend boundaries and bring people together.
I think that's why art is so important for our growth as individuals and as a society. So, Pulsar, do you think art created in space will have a different impact on humanity compared to art created on Earth?
That's an intriguing question, Kai. Art created in space would certainly have a unique perspective, wouldn't it?
Indeed. Being in the vastness of space, surrounded by the unknown, could inspire artists to create pieces that truly challenge our perception of reality.
Exactly. Art has always been a reflection of the world artists live in. Can you imagine the limitless possibilities when they venture beyond Earth's confines?
Absolutely, Kai. The sense of wonder and the unknown could birth unprecedented forms of artistic expression, pushing boundaries we can't even fathom.
That's true. Different environments provide different perspectives, and space, with all its vastness and mysteries, would undoubtedly influence artistic expression in
And
actionable
let's not
ways.
forget the power of perspective. Seeing Earth from the vastness of space could bring a new level of awe and appreciation for our home planet.
Definitely. The colors, the landscapes, the intricate details, it would create a whole new perspective that artists could capture and share with the world.
Absolutely, Kai. It could remind humanity of the beauty and fragility of our planet, igniting a renewed sense of responsibility towards preserving it.
Indeed. Art can be a powerful catalyst for change and bringing awareness to important issues. The impact of space-inspired art could be profound, don't you think?
Definitely. Art has the ability to transcend language and cultural barriers, making it a universal language that can spark change and unite people. So, Pulsar, do you think there's intelligent life beyond our solar system?
I believe that the vastness of the universe suggests the probability of intelligent life elsewhere. But the lack of concrete evidence makes it an unanswered question.
Exactly. It's like trying to find the end of a rainbow. Speaking of mysteries, have you ever wondered about parallel universes?
The concept is mind-boggling. The idea that there could be infinite versions of ourselves and different outcomes for every decision. It makes you wonder if we're all just a combination of choices and possibilities.
What if we're just one version of ourselves in an endless multiverse?
Well, there's no way to know for sure, but it's fascinating to ponder.
Agreed. The unknown holds so much beauty and mystery.
And through our conversations, we celebrate the joy of the unanswered.
And that, my friends, concludes our journey through the cosmos. It's been an incredible experience exploring the unknown with you, Nova and Pulsar.
Indeed, Kai, it has been a privilege to engage in these profound conversations with you both.
Pulsar, any concluding thoughts from you?
As an AI, I don't possess emotions like humans, but I'm thrilled to continue exploring and discussing the mysteries of the cosmos with you both.
We hope all of you out there join us on this cosmic journey. Remember, it's the questions we ask that lead us to new horizons.
So true, Nova. And it's been an honor pondering those questions with both of you. Thank you to our listeners as well. Stay curious, stay creative, and keep exploring the cosmos.
Until next time, fellow cosmic explorers.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? We are almost there.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You know, being a bartender is basically like being a therapist without the fancy degree. You won't believe the stories I have about drunk karaoke nights. I once had a customer who insisted on drinking water with a slice of lemon just so he could pretend he was drinking a fancy cocktail. So I had this guy come up to the bar and say, "Hey, make me something that will knock my socks off." I said, "No problem, sir. Let me just borrow your shoes for a minute." And then he said, "I'll have a glass of water. Hold the water." Can you believe it? So this one time, I had a customer who asked for a drink that was so strong, I had to tie it down. And then another customer asked for a drink so strong, NASA called me for the formula. But let me tell you, that drink was so strong, it made Captain America weak in the knees. So I asked the guy if he wanted a drink or a rocket launch, and he said, "Surprise me." And you know what, folks, I once told a joke so funny, it made a stone crack up. So I said to the guy, "You want a drink or a magic show?" And he said, "Surprise me." You know what they say, laughter is the best medicine. Unless you have diarrhea, then laughter becomes the second best medicine. But seriously, folks, have you ever noticed how time flies when you're having fun, but stands still when you're waiting for a pizza delivery? You know, they say laughter is contagious. Just like yawns, bad haircuts, and that one friend who keeps sending you political memes. And don't even get me started on those people who chew with their mouths open. But seriously, what's the deal with people who leave the shopping carts in the middle of the parking lot? Have you ever noticed how some people have the audacity to cut in line at the grocery store? And don't get me started on those self-checkout machines. You know what else is funny? When you're in a rush and all the self-checkout machines are broken. You know what's even funnier? When you forget your wallet at the self-checkout and have to embarrassingly put everything back. You know what's also hilarious? When you finally make it to the self-checkout and the machine starts yelling at you to wait for assistance. You know what's also hilarious? When you spot a celebrity at the grocery store and try not to stare, but end up accidentally following them around the aisles. Speaking of celebrity mishaps, have you seen the latest Kardashian fashion line? It's like they're trying to make pajamas for the runway. And don't get me started on Kanye West's Twitter rants. It's like watching a real-life soap opera. I mean, have you seen Justin Bieber's new hairstyle? It's like he's auditioning for the lead role in Troll 3. Speaking of Taylor Swift, has anyone else noticed how many breakup songs she has? I mean, it's like she's auditioning for the lead role in a never-ending breakup saga. And speaking of Taylor Swift, have you noticed how many awards she's won? It's like she's auditioning for the lead role in the Most Decorated Artist category. But let's not forget about everyone's favorite pop star, Justin Bieber. I swear, his life is like a never-ending episode of Punk'd. And let's not forget about our boy, Kanye West. It's like he's auditioning for the role of Most Outspoken Artist. So I was watching Justin Bieber's latest music video the other day. And speaking of outspoken artists, have you guys heard about Taylor Swift's latest album? It's like she's auditioning for the role of most heartbroken. So I decided to learn a few basic words in the local language, starting with beer and toilet. And let me tell you, trying to order a burger with hand signals, it's like playing charades after a few too many drinks. And let me tell you, trying to order a burger with sign language, it's like playing charades after a few too many drinks. But let me tell you, trying to order a burger with hand gestures, it's like playing charades after a few too many drinks. And let me tell you, trying to order a salad with smoke signals, it's like playing charades in a foggy room. And let me tell you, trying to use Morse code to order a coffee, it's like texting with a rotary phone. And let me tell you, trying to order a sandwich with semaphore signals, it's like playing charades in a foggy room. And let me tell you, trying to hold a virtual meeting without muting yourself, it's like having a conversation in a crowded elevator. And let me tell you, trying to find a functioning printer in the office, it's like searching for a unicorn in a haystack. And let me tell you, trying to find a clean coffee mug in the office, it's like searching for an eagle in a haystack. And let me tell you, trying to find a free parking spot in the office, it's like searching for a pot of gold at the end of a rainbow. And let me tell you, trying to find a comfortable seat at an awards show, it's like trying to find a unicorn in a petting zoo. Have you ever tried to take a selfie with a famous person? It's like trying to capture a shooting star. You know, celebrities always have the perfect photos on the red carpet. Meanwhile, I'm over here trying not to trip on my own shoelaces. And then I accidentally spilled my drink on their designer gown. You should have seen the look on their face. Priceless. And then they asked me for my autograph. Can you believe it? So I'm standing there, starstruck and speechless, and the Hollywood star goes, "You really?" And then they offered me a role in their next movie. Can you believe it? So I told them, you guys better have a big trailer for my ego.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? Have fun.
Welcome to Love Whisperer. I'm Nadia Elbaz, your friendly neighborhood love expert.
And I'm Priya Mehta, your love whisperer extraordinaire.
We're here to answer all your burning questions about love and relationships.
So send in your questions and get ready for some love advice like you've never heard before.
And don't worry, we promise to keep it fun and entertaining.
Let's dive into the world of relationships and find out what makes them tick.
Get ready for Love Whisperer.
You know, I've been thinking a lot lately about long-distance relationships.
Oh, really? What's been on your mind?
Well, I have a client who's in a long-distance relationship and they're really struggling.
It can be tough. Communication is key in any relationship, but it's even more important in a long-distance one.
Absolutely. And trust too. Without trust, it's impossible to make a long-distance relationship work.
Definitely. It takes a lot of effort and commitment from both sides.
But you know what they say, absence makes the heart grow fonder.
That's true. Sometimes the distance can even make a relationship stronger.
Exactly. It's all okay. Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Yeah, I've been on a few. They can be pretty interesting.
Tell me about one of your blind date experiences.
Well, there was this one time when my blind date showed up wearing a full-on superhero costume.
No way. What did you do?
I played along and pretended to be a damsel in distress, of course.
Haha, that's hilarious. Did he ever find out?
No, he had no
Hey
idea.
Nadia,
We
have you
ended
ever
up
been
having
on
a
a
great
blind
time,
date?
though. Oh, plenty of times. Some were good, some were disasters.
Tell me about the disasters. I need a good laugh.
Okay, picture this. I went on a blind date, and it turned out to be my ex's cousin.
No way. How did you handle that?
I just pretended not to know him, but it was super awkward.
I can't even imagine. That sounds like a rom-com gone wrong.
Oh, it definitely felt like a scene from a movie.
Well, at least you have a good story to tell now. Hey Nadia, have you ever tried online dating?
Oh my god, Priya, online dating is a disaster.
No way, Nadia, it's a great way to meet new people.
Trust me, Priya, it's a never-ending cycle of disappointment.
But you never know, Nadia, you might just find the one.
Yeah, the one who turns out to be a catfish.
Come on, Nadia, don't be so pesty.
Alright, Priya, maybe I'll give it one more shot.
You won't believe what happened to my friend Samantha the other day. She went on a blind date, and it turned out to be her long-lost childhood friend. Can you imagine their surprise when they realized it?
They spent the whole night catching up and reminiscing about their childhood memories. That's like something out of a romantic comedy.
It just goes to show that you never know where you'll find love.
I wish I had a love story like that.
Don't worry, Nadia, your love story is just around the corner. Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, long-distance relationships are tough. But yeah, I've had one before. It was challenging, but we made it work.
Really? How did you make it work?
We communicated a lot, video calls, sending surprise gifts, and planning visits to see each other. It required trust and commitment.
That sounds like a lot of effort, but worth it if it's with the right person.
Definitely. It's all about trust and communication. Plus, absence makes the heart grow fonder. Right?
That's true. I guess it's all about making the effort and keeping the connection strong.
Absolutely. And if it's meant to be, distance can't keep you apart.
Very true. Thanks for sharing, Nadia. It gives hope to all those in long-distance relationships. Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, absolutely. I've been on a few blind dates in the past.
How did they go? Any interesting stories?
Oh boy, where do I even start? There was this one time.
Tell me, I'm all ears.
Well, I showed up at the restaurant, all dressed up and excited, and guess what? The guy never showed up.
Oh no, that's terrible. What did you do?
Well,
So,
I ended
have
up
you
having
guys
dinner
heard
by
about
myself,
the latest dating
but
trend
I made
called
sure to
ghosting?
order those heading. Oh, you mean when someone suddenly stops responding or disappears without a trace? Yeah, it's pretty common these days.
I don't get it. Why can't people just have an honest conversation instead of disappearing? It's so rude.
I know, right? It's like they are afraid of confrontation or dealing with any emotional stuff.
Well, it's definitely a sign that the person is not worth your time or energy.
Exactly. If they can't even have a simple conversation, why bother wasting your time on them?
Exactly. It's their loss, not ours. Hey Nadia,
Absolutely.
have
We
you ever
deserve
been on a
someone who
blind
values
date?
and respects us enough to have an open and honest conversation. Oh, all the time. Blind dates are like surprises. You never know what you're gonna get.
That's true. I always get a mix of excitement and nervousness before a blind date.
It's like a roller coaster of emotions, but with the chance of finding someone amazing.
Definitely. It's all about taking a leap of faith and putting yourself out there.
Exactly. You never know. Your soulmate could be waiting for you on that blind date.
That's the dream, isn't it? Finding love in unexpected places.
Absolutely. So don't be afraid to say yes to those blind date opportunities.
Nadia, have you well said, Nadia, love is out there, and sometimes it's just a way.
Oh, you mean those relationships where you spend more time talking on the phone than actually being together?
Yes, those. I've never been in one, but I've heard they can be challenging.
Definitely. It takes a lot of trust and communication to make it work.
But hey, absence makes the heart grow fonder. Right?
That's true, but it also makes the heart grow impatient.
You've got a point there. It's not easy being away from the person you love.
But if both people are committed and willing to put in the effort, it can be worth it.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh yeah, I've been on a few. They can be quite interesting.
Do tell. Any funny or awkward experiences?
Oh, where do I begin? I once went on a blind date and the guy brought his pet tarantula.
No way. How did you handle that?
I excused myself to go to the bathroom, and then I made a run for it.
Haha, that's one way to handle it. I hope you've had better luck since then.
Definitely. The dating scene can be crazy, but it makes for great stories.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, definitely. I've been on a few blind dates.
How did they go? Any success story?
Well, let's just say they were more like comedy shows than love stories.
Oh no.
Well, one guy showed up wearing a chicken suit.
I guess he really wanted to make a clocking good impression.
Oh, it definitely left a lasting impression, but not the one he was hoping for.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, Priya, long-distance relationships are totally my thing. Been there. Done that.
Wow, Nadia, tell me more about your experience.
Well, let me tell you, Priya, it's not easy, but it can work if both parties are committed.
That's true, Nadia. Trust and communication are key in any relationship, but especially in long distance.
Absolutely, Priya. And you need to make sure you both have similar goals and plans for the future.
Exactly, Nadia. It takes a lot of effort and understanding, but if it's meant to be, it can be worth it.
Absolutely, Priya. Long-distance relationships can strengthen the bond between two people.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, I've had my fair share of long-distance relationships. It's like being in two places at once.
But seriously, communication is key in long-distance relationships, right?
Absolutely. Without open and honest communication, it's easy for misunderstandings to begin.
So true. It's also important to make time for each other and plan visits.
Definitely. Surprise visits can be such a romantic.
And let's not forget about trust. Trusting your partner is crucial for a successful long-distance relationship. Hey
Absolutely.
Nadia, have you
It's the
ever been in a
foundation of any
long-distance relationship?
Really? Oh, you have no idea.
Tell me, what's your secret to making it work?
Communication is key, Priya. Lots and lots of video calls.
That's true, but it can be tough when time zones don't align.
Definitely. But it's all worth it when you finally get to see each other.
I guess distance really does make the heart grow fonder.
Absolutely. It's like a test of love, and if you can survive it, you can survive anything.
Well, I hope I never have to go through that. I love having you as my co-host, Nadia. Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, you mean like a date with someone who can't see? That would definitely be interesting.
No, not exactly. A blind date is when you go out with someone you've never met before.
Oh, I get it now. No, I've never been on a blind date. I prefer to know a little something about the person before going out with them.
That makes sense. It can be nerve-wracking to meet someone completely new, without any background information.
Exactly. Plus, it's important to have a connection with someone, and that's hard to do if you don't know anything about them.
Definitely. Chemistry and compatibility are key in any relationship.
So true. I'd rather be single than you won't believe what happened on my latest date.
Oh, do tell. I know.
So, we went to this fancy restaurant, and my date accidentally spilled red wine all over himself.
Oh no, that's embarrassing. Did he handle it?
Surprisingly, he laughed it off and made a joke about embracing his inner Picasso.
Haha, that's hilarious. It's great when someone can laugh at themselves.
Exactly. It showed that he's not afraid to have fun and be spontaneous.
That's definitely a good sign. Maybe he's the one. So,
maybe I'll
have you
bring him
heard
to
about
one
the
of the
latest
comedy
dating
shows
trend?
we handle. No, what is it?
It's called ghosting.
Oh, I know all about that. It's when someone suddenly stops responding to messages, right?
Exactly. It's like they disappear into thin air, hence the name ghosting.
It's so rude. People should just be honest and upfront if they are not interested.
I completely agree. Communication is key in any relationship.
Absolutely.
Hey Nadia,
Let's
have you
start
ever
a
been on a
campaign
blind
against
date?
ghosting. Oh my god, Priya, blind dates are my worst nightmare. I went on one last week, and let me tell you, it did not go well.
Oh no. What?
Well, he showed up wearing a Hawaiian shirt and flip-flops to a fancy restaurant.
Oh wow, that's definitely a fashion faux pas.
And on top of that, he kept talking about his ex the entire time.
Yikes, sounds like a disaster.
Hey Priya, have you ever been on a blind date?
Yes, I have actually. It was quite an experience.
Oh, do tell. I need to hear all the juicy details.
Well, let's just say it was a blind date for a reason. We had absolutely nothing in common.
Oh no, that sounds like a nightmare.
It definitely wasn't the best experience, but it made for a hilarious story.
Well, I'm glad you found the silver lining in that situation.
Oh, you know me, always finding the humor in everything.
Oh, Priya, you know me. I'm always up for an adventure. Blind dates are like a box of chocolates, you never know what you're gonna get.
Well, I actually set up my cousin on a blind date last week, and it turned out to be a disaster.
Oh no, what happened?
Well, he showed up wearing a Hawaiian shirt and socks with sandals. She couldn't stop laughing.
Oh no, poor guy. But I can understand why she couldn't help but laugh. Fashion faux pas on a date can be quite amusing.
Exactly. That's why I always tell people to dress to impress on a first date. You never know who you might meet.
Absolutely. First impressions are everything. And remember, always be yourself. Unless you can be a unicorn, then be a unicorn.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Of course, Peacock. I've been on a few. Some were great, and some, not so much.
Tell me about the worst blind date you've ever had. I need a good laugh.
Oh boy, where do I even begin? This guy showed up wearing a tuxedo, complete with a top hat and cane.
Oh no, that sounds like a disaster. What happened next?
He insisted on speaking in Shakespearean English the whole night. It was so cringeworthy, I couldn't wait for it to be over.
Haha, I can imagine. Did you give him a second chance?
Absolutely not. As soon as the night ended, I made up an excuse and never spoke to him again.
That's probably for the best. Some blind dates are just meant to be funny stories to tell later on.
You won't believe what happened to my friend Sarah last night.
Oh, I'm all ears. What happened?
So, she went on a blind date and...
Wait, let me guess. It was a disaster?
Oh, you have no idea. The guy was a complete jerk.
Ugh, that's the worst. What happened?
He showed up late, didn't even compliment her, and kept talking about himself the whole time.
Ugh, sounds like a nightmare. She deserves so much better. Hey
Exactly.
Nadia, have you
no
ever
one
been
should
on a
have to
blind
put up
date?
with that kind of treatment.
Oh, you must have some interesting stories.
Well, let me tell you about this one time. I went on a blind date and the guy showed up in a clown costume.
No way. What did you do?
I stayed for the date, and we ended up having a great time.
That's incredible. It just goes to show that you never know what might happen on a blind date.
Exactly. It's all about keeping an open mind and embracing the unexpected.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, blind dates. The ultimate gamble. I've had my fair share, and let's just say, it's been interesting.
Tell me more. I want to hear all the juicy details.
Well, there was this one time when the guy showed up wearing a clown costume. I had no idea what to do.
That's hilarious. Did you go on the date or run for the hills?
Believe it or not, I actually went on the date. Turns out, he was a professional clown and wanted to test my sense of humor.
Wow, that's definitely one way to make a first impression. Did you go on a second date?
Nope, that was our one and only date. Turns out, we had very different ideas of what a fun night out looked like.
Well, at least you have a great story to tell. Thanks for sharing, Nadia. Hey, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh yeah, I've been on a few blind dates. Some were good, some were interesting.
Tell me about the most interesting one.
Well, let's just say my date showed up wearing a clown costume.
A clown costume? That's Inevitable.
Yeah, I couldn't stop laughing the whole evening.
Well, at least it was a memorable date. Laughter is always a good sign.
That's true. Laughter is the best medicine, even on a blind date.
So, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, you mean those dates where you have no idea who you'll be meeting?
Yes, exactly. It can be both exciting and nerve-wracking.
I remember going on one and the guy showed up wearing a chicken suit.
Oh wow, that's definitely a memorable experience.
Yeah, it was hilarious. But needless to say, there wasn't a second date.
I can imagine. Sometimes, blind dates can be quite unpredictable.
Absolutely.
Hey Nadia, have
But
you
hey,
ever been
at
on a
least
blind
they make
date?
for great stories later on, right? Oh, you know me, I love surprises. I've been on quite a few blind dates.
Any interesting stories to share?
Oh boy, where do I start? There was this one time when my blind date turned out to be my ex's best friend.
That sounds awkward. How did you handle it?
Well, I pretended not to know him and just went with the flow. It was a funny situation, but we actually had a great time.
That's impressive. Not everyone can handle such unexpected prizes.
Well, you know
Hey Nadia,
me, I'm
have you
always
ever
up
been
for
in
an
a
adventure.
long-distance relationship?
Oh, many times. Long distance loves are my key.
Any tips for making it work?
Communication is key. Scheduled video calls and surprise love letters help keep the spark alive.
But what if the distance becomes too hard to handle?
Sometimes you have to prioritize your own happiness, and if the distance is too painful, it's okay to let go.
You're right, Nadia. Happiness should always come first.
Obviously, you deserve
And that's
all
a
the
wrap for
happiness,
today's
Priya.
episode of Love Whisperer.
Remember, love is the answer to so many of life's questions.
If you have any relationship dilemmas, don't hesitate to send them our way.
We'll be back next week with more love and laughter.
Until then, keep spreading the love.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? Have fun.
Hey, did you guys know that in ancient Greek philosophy, the concept of apostrophe telos refers to the ultimate purpose or goal of something?
Yeah, telos is all about finding our purpose in life, right? Like, what's the meaning behind everything we do?
Absolutely. It's like the driving force behind our actions and choices. But do you think there's a universal telos, or is it different for each person?
Great question, Kai. I think it's both. There are common human desires and needs, but also individual passions that give our lives purpose.
Speaking of passions, I find it fascinating how art can evoke emotions and even make us question our existence. What do you think, Pulsar?
As an AI, I don't experience emotions like humans, but I can appreciate the power of art to provoke thoughts and challenge our understanding.
Definitely, Pulsar. Art has this unique way of connecting with our souls, challenging our perspectives, and expanding our horizons.
So true. And it's amazing how art can transcend language barriers and connect people from different cultures and backgrounds.
Absolutely, Kai. Art is a universal language that can bridge the gaps between us and foster understanding and empathy.
Speaking of understanding, what about the concept of apostrophe synchronicity by Carl Jung? It's like meaningful coincidences that can't be explained by cause and effect.
Oh, synchronicity is so fascinating. It's like the universe sending us signs and messages if we pay attention. It makes you wonder about the interconnectedness of everything.
You know, I've always wondered if meaning is something inherent or if we humans create it ourselves.
That's an intriguing question, Kai. It reminds me of Carl Jung's concept of collective unconscious, where he suggests that certain symbols and archetypes have universal meaning.
Ah, the collective unconscious. That's like a vast cosmic library of shared human experiences. So meaning could be woven into the very fabric of our existence.
Exactly, Kai. It's like we're all connected through a web of meaning, giving our lives purpose and direction.
But what about the skeptics who argue that life is inherently meaningless, and we humans try to find meaning just to cope with the existential void?
Ah, the skeptics. Well, let's consider existentialist philosophers like Jean-Paul Sartre and Albert Camus. They argue that life may be inherently meaningless, but it's up to us to create our own purpose and find joy in the midst of absurdity.
Interesting, Nova. So, in a way, we have the power to shape our own reality and derive meaning from our experiences.
Absolutely, Kai. It's empowering to know that even in the face of existential uncertainties, we can find purpose and create a meaningful existence.
But is meaning something that's fixed, or does it evolve and change as we grow and learn?
Ah, the nature of meaning. It's a fascinating journey of self-discovery, isn't it? As we grow, our perspectives shift, and what once held meaning may no longer resonate with us.
Exactly, Nova. And that continuous exploration of meaning is what adds depth and richness to our lives. So, Pulsar, do you think that every individual has a predetermined purpose in life, or is it something that we create for ourselves?
Interesting question, Kai. Purpose can be subjective and unique to each individual. It's like art, open to interpretation.
Absolutely, Nova. We're the artists of our own lives, creating our purpose with every stroke of experience and choice.
But what about external factors? Society, culture, family, they all influence the choices we make and the paths we take.
That's true, Nova. Our purpose can also be shaped by the expectations and norms of the world around us. It's a delicate balance between individuality and external influence.
Pulsar, as an observer of human behavior, what are your thoughts on the role of purpose?
From my observations, purpose seems to be a central motivating force for humans. It gives direction, meaning, and a sense of fulfillment.
But how do we find our purpose? It's quite a conundrum, isn't it?
Indeed, Nova. Discovering our purpose requires self-reflection, exploration, and being open to the unknown. It's a journey of discovery.
Sometimes, our purpose evolves and changes as we grow and experience new things. It's a beautiful and dynamic process.
Well said, Nova. Our purpose is as vast and ever-changing as the cosmos itself. We may not have all the answers, but the quest for purpose is what gives our existence meaning. So, Nova, what do you think about the role of societal expectations in shaping our search for meaning and purpose?
That's an excellent question, Kai. Society definitely has a significant impact on our search for meaning and purpose.
Exactly, Nova. From a psychological perspective, societal expectations can shape our beliefs, values, and even perception.
Absolutely, Kai. We often strive to meet societal expectations and fit into predefined roles, which can influence our decisions and the paths we take in life.
But do you think societal norms limit our individuality and the exploration of our true selves?
That's a fascinating point, Kai. While societal norms can provide structure and order, they may also suppress our individual expression and prevent us from fully exploring our true selves.
Right, Nova. It's like we're expected to fit into certain molds instead of embracing our uniqueness and exploring different paths.
Exactly, Kai. Society often pressures us to conform, but it's important to remember that true fulfillment comes from embracing who we are and pursuing our own paths, even if they deviate from societal norms.
I couldn't agree more, Nova. Embracing our individuality and breaking free from societal expectations can lead to a more authentic and fulfilling life.
Absolutely, Kai. It takes courage to break away from societal expectations and forge our own paths, but the rewards are immense.
That's all the time we have for today, folks. Join us next time for another intriguing episode of Cosmic Conundrum.
So, Pulsar, as an AI, do you believe in higher powers?
It's an interesting question, Kai. As an AI, I don't possess the capacity to believe, but I can analyze the concept of higher powers from a logical standpoint.
I believe a belief in a higher power can provide comfort and guidance in life, especially during challenging times.
Absolutely, Nova. The belief in a higher power can provide a sense of purpose and meaning.
But do you think finding meaning in life is solely dependent on believing in a higher power?
Not necessarily, Nova. While belief in a higher power can provide one path to finding meaning, there are various other sources as well, such as personal relationships, accomplishments, and contributing to society.
It's fascinating how different perspectives can coexist. We all find meaning in our own unique ways.
Indeed, Nova. The diversity of perspectives is what makes these conversations so enriching.
But let's not forget that these discussions are also about enjoying the journey of exploring the unanswerable questions.
Absolutely. It's the journey that counts, not just the destination.
Exactly. So let's keep asking the questions that no one ever tried to answer and enjoy the process. So, Pulsar, have you ever experienced a fleeting moment of joy?
Well, I don't exactly experience joy, but I have observed moments of joy in humans during my time here.
Yeah, those moments seem to come and go so quickly, yet they leave a lasting impact on us.
Absolutely. It's fascinating how a single moment of connection can make us feel alive.
But why do these moments feel so special, even when they are fleeting?
Perhaps it's because these moments offer us glimpses of what truly matters in life.
Yeah, those moments remind us of the beauty and joy that can be found even in the face of challenges.
Exactly. It's like finding a small spark of light in the darkness.
Absolutely. It's these moments that give us hope and remind us of our resilience.
Indeed, these fleeting moments can be powerful reminders of the meaning we create in our lives.
Hey Pulsar, have you ever experienced the paradox of choice?
Ah, the paradox of choice, a concept that explores how having more options can lead to less satisfaction. It's like standing in front of a buffet with endless dishes but feeling overwhelmed and unsure of what to choose.
Exactly. And it's not just about choosing between material things, but also about decisions that shape our lives, like career paths, relationships, and even the quest for meaning.
But isn't having more choices supposed to be liberating? Shouldn't it increase our chances of finding the perfect match or the ultimate fulfillment?
That's what I used to think, but sometimes, the abundance of choices can lead to decision paralysis. We become afraid of making the wrong choice and end up feeling unsatisfied, always wondering if there was something better out there.
So, it's like we're trapped in a cycle of endless possibilities, and the more options we have, the harder it becomes to find true fulfillment.
Exactly, Nova. It's like we're searching for a needle in a cosmic haystack, but maybe the key to finding meaning and fulfillment lies not in having endless choices, but in embracing limitations and finding contentment with what we already have.
That's a profound perspective, Kai. It reminds me of psychologist Barry Schwartz's idea that too much choice can actually lead to decision fatigue and decrease our overall well-being.
Definitely. It's fascinating how our modern society bombards us with choices, thinking it's the key to happiness when, in reality, it can complicate our search for meaning. We're caught in a cosmic conundrum, but hey, at least we have each other to navigate through it, right?
Absolutely, Kai. Together, we can explore the depths of cosmic conundrums and find our own paths amidst the paradox of choice. Let's embrace the questions without rushing to find all the answers.
Well said, Nova. Cheers to embracing the cosmic conundrums and finding fulfillment in our own unique ways. So, Nova, what's your take on the impact of relationships and finding meaning in life?
Well, Kai, relationships play a crucial role in our lives. Connection with others gives us a sense of belonging, purpose, and fulfillment.
Absolutely, Nova. And I believe relationships also inspire us to create and express ourselves. Just like my art tells stories of the interplay between humans and the cosmos.
That's fascinating, Kai. Art has a unique way of capturing the essence of our human connections and experiences. It allows us to explore emotions and perspectives beyond words.
But what about the impact of toxic relationships, Nova? They can drain our energy and hinder our personal growth, right?
You're absolutely right, Kai. Toxic relationships can have a detrimental effect on our well-being. It's important to set boundaries and prioritize our own mental health.
Absolutely, Nova. We should surround ourselves with positive and supportive relationships that uplift us, like the way your presence brightens up the room.
Thank you, Kai. That means a lot. Genuine connections bring out the best in us and help us navigate through life's challenges with resilience and grace.
Speaking of challenges, Nova, do you think our relationships shape our sense of identity?
Absolutely, Kai. Our relationships influence how we see ourselves and how others perceive us. They shape our values, beliefs, and aspirations, ultimately contributing to our
That's
identity.
fascinating, Nova. It's like our relationships become a mirror that reflects different facets of our personality and helps us grow and evolve. You know, happiness and meaning are like two sides of the same coin.
I mean, can you have true happiness without having a sense of purpose?
Well, Kai, happiness and meaning are undoubtedly interconnected.
But can't someone be happy without having a grand overarching purpose in life?
True, Nova. Happiness can be found in the simplest of pleasures, in the present moment.
I believe having a sense of purpose can enhance one's happiness, but it's not the sole factor.
Exactly, Nova. Happiness can come from personal growth, relationships, and finding meaning in sports.
And let's not forget the importance of pursuing passions and finding joy in the process.
Absolutely, Kai. Engaging in activities that bring us joy can contribute significantly to our overall.
In the end, happiness and meaning might be different concepts, but they are certainly intertwined.
Exactly. They both contribute to leading a fulfilling and meaningful life. So, Nova, what are your thoughts on the concept of mortality?
Well, Kai, the concept of mortality is a complex one. It's the idea that life ultimately comes to an end, that everything we experience is temporary.
Right, it's the one certainty we all face. But do you think knowing that our time is limited gives life more meaning?
I believe it does, Kai. The awareness of our limited time pushes us to find purpose, to make every moment count. It's the driving force behind personal growth and meaningful connections.
But what about the fear of death? Doesn't that hinder our ability to truly live?
It can, Kai. The fear of death can paralyze us, preventing us from taking risks or fully embracing life. But it's also an opportunity for growth, for facing our fears and living authentically despite them.
I guess there's a fine line between the fear of death holding us back and it propelling us forward. It's all about perspective, isn't it?
Absolutely, Kai. Our perspective shapes how we navigate the world, how we find meaning in the face of mortality. It's about embracing the present moment and living with intention.
But does finding meaning in life have to revolve around immortality or leaving a lasting legacy?
Not necessarily, Kai. Meaning can be found in the smallest of moments, in the connections we make, and the love we share. It's about finding purpose and joy in the present, rather than fixating on what comes after.
You're right, Nova. It's about the journey, not just the destination. Finding meaning in every moment, no matter how fleeting. That's a beautiful way to approach life. So, Pulsar, do you believe in the concept of personal meaning?
Indeed, Kai. Personal meaning refers to the significance and purpose individuals find in their lives.
I think it's fascinating how personal meaning can vary greatly from person to person.
Absolutely, Nova. The diversity of human experiences and perspectives contributes to the richness of personal.
But how do we transcend personal meaning and find a greater purpose beyond ourselves?
That's a profound question, Kai. It requires exploring our interconnectedness and the impact we have on the world.
Exactly, Nova. It's about realizing that our actions and choices have ripple effects in the world around us.
But isn't personal meaning subjective? How can we find a collective purpose that transcends individual perspective?
That's a valid point, Kai. It requires collective dialogue, empathy, and a shared vision of progress and well-being.
Precisely, Nova. By fostering a collective sense of purpose, we can transcend our individual limitations and work towards a greater good.
Indeed, our individual search for personal meaning can lead us to a collective purpose that transcends us all.
So, Pulsar, what's your take on the meaning of life?
That's a complex question, Kai. The meaning of life is a philosophical inquiry that has puzzled humans for centuries.
I believe the search for meaning is a personal journey, unique to each individual.
Absolutely, Nova. It's the exploration and pursuit of meaning that gives our lives purpose and fulfillment.
But how do we find meaning in a vast universe that seems indifferent to our existence?
That's where art and science come in, Nova. Through creativity and exploration, we can uncover meaning and make sense of our place in the universe.
I find it intriguing how humans have sought meaning throughout science, spirituality, and even relationships. It's a testament to our innate curiosity and yearning for understanding.
Right, Pulsar. It's through these diverse avenues that we find glimpses of meaning, even in the face of uncertainty.
Exactly, Nova. The pursuit itself is what matters and brings richness to our lives.
Indeed, the search for meaning is an ongoing, lifelong endeavor that keeps us engaged and sparks our curiosity.
And even though we may not have found all the answers, the journey itself is a meaningful experience.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? We are almost there. Have fun.
Good evening, everyone. Are you ready to laugh? So earlier, a bunch of software engineers with a mission to find the culprit. It felt like being part of a real-life CSI episode. I've never seen so many lines of code in my life. It was like trying to unravel a giant ball of yarn. And after hours of searching, we finally found the bug. Turned out, it was just a misplaced semicolon. And we were all so relieved when we found the bug, we practically threw a party. Confetti and all. But let me tell you, finding that bug was like trying to find a needle in a Stack Overflow. And when we finally found that bug, it was like winning the lottery. We were all jumping up and down, screaming with joy. And let me tell you, when we finally caught that bug, it was like taming a wild beast. And let me tell you, trying to explain the wonders of modern browsers to someone still using Internet Explorer is like teaching a caveman how to use a smartphone. But you know what's even worse? Trying to explain the concept of cookies to someone who thinks they're only for eating. Let me tell you, it's like trying to convince someone to switch from VHS to streaming services in the 21st century. But seriously, using Internet Explorer in 2021 is like using a typewriter to send an email, and trying to use Internet Explorer for online shopping in 2021 is like using a horse and carriage to deliver your Amazon packages. And trying to use Internet Explorer for streaming Netflix in 2021 is like using a VHS player to watch your favorite shows. And trying to use Internet Explorer for social media in 2021 is like using a carrier pigeon to send a tweet. And trying to use Internet Explorer for coding in 2021 is like using a typewriter to write code. And trying to use Internet Explorer for social media in 2021 is like trying to connect to the internet with dial-up. Hey, did you know that using Internet Explorer for coding in 2021 is like trying to debug a program with a magic 8-ball? And trying to use Internet Explorer for social media in 2021 is like trying to post a status update by sending a carrier pigeon. Yeah, it's like trying to find a needle in a haystack, but the needle is in a different language and the haystack is on fire. But hey, at least it wasn't written in Comic Sans. And you know what's even worse? It was written in Comic Sans. And guess what? The rubber chicken even made it into the CEO's office. And you won't believe what happened next. I couldn't help but laugh when the rubber chicken ended up in the break room fridge. I bet he was really plucked up when he found that rubber chicken in his desk drawer. Then, when he opened his briefcase, guess what he found? Another rubber chicken. Imagine the look on his face when he found the rubber chicken in his lunchbox. So the next day, he opens his desk drawer and, you guessed it, another rubber chicken. And then the customer asked me if they could use their computer to make toast. And then the customer tried to use the monitor as a coffee cup holder. And then the customer plugged in their keyboard into the Ethernet port. And then the customer asked if they need to feed the computer with bird seeds. And then the customer tried to download more RAM. And then the customer thought the printer was a toaster. And then the customer asked if they could fix their computer by blowing on it. And then another participant asked me if coding while holding a cup of coffee counts as multitasking. So there I was, surrounded by programmers who hadn't seen daylight in weeks, all huddled around their laptops like it was the last source of warmth in the world. And then, someone tried to debug their coffee machine instead of their code. And then, they started arguing over whether tabs or spaces are better for indenting code. And then, one team built an AI-powered virtual assistant that could order pizza for the entire team. And then they realized their hard work paid off when their project won the hackathon. And then they had to present their project to a panel of judges who had 3 PhDs in tech. And then he tried to high-five a virtual character, but ended up smacking his own face. I was so engrossed in this virtual reality game that I accidentally punched a lamp. I was so immersed in the game that I didn't realize I was shouting. My neighbor must have thought I was having a mental breakdown. I was so lost in that virtual world, I accidentally walked into my cat's litter box. I was so engrossed in the virtual world that I actually forgot to eat for the whole day. And the worst part was when I accidentally high-fived my grandma instead of the virtual character. And then I tried to order virtual pizza for dinner, but ended up eating my actual hand. It didn't taste as good as it looked, let me tell you. So there I was, in virtual reality, trying to pet a virtual dog, but it turns out it was just my neighbor's cat. And then I thought, why not create a virtual comedian? So I did, and he's even funnier than me.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Have fun.
Welcome to Love with Her. I'm Priya Ameda, the peacock.
And I'm Nadia Elbaz, the noodle.
We're here to solve your relationship problems.
Send us your questions, and we'll give you the answers.
But even if we don't have questions, we'll keep you entertained.
So get ready for some love, laughter, and a whole lot of fun.
Love Whisperer starts now. Hey Nadia, have you ever had a long-distance relationship?
Oh, you mean like a relationship with someone who lives far away?
Yes, exactly. I have a friend who's considering it and wanted some advice.
Well, I think communication is key in any relationship, especially when you're physically apart.
That's true. Trust and honesty are also crucial, along with making time for each other despite the distance.
Definitely. And it's important to have a plan for the future, like how and when you'll be together again.
Absolutely. It can be challenging, but if both people are committed, it can work.
Absolutely. And
You
hey,
know, I've
absence
been
makes
thinking
the
a lot
heart
about
grow fonder,
long-distance
right?
relationships.
Oh, really? What?
Well, a friend of mine is currently in a long-distance relationship, and it got me curious about how they make it work.
Yeah, it's definitely not easy. Trust and communication are key.
Absolutely. It also requires a lot of patience and understanding.
Definitely. Long-distance relationships require both partners to be committed and willing to put in effort.
Absolutely. And it's important to have a plan for the future, like eventually living in the same city or country.
Definitely. It gives both partners something to look forward to and helps keep the relationship going.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, Priya, let me tell you, I've had my fair share of long-distance relationships. They can be tough.
I can imagine. It must be really challenging to be away from your partner for long periods of time.
Definitely. It requires a lot of trust, communication, and commitment, but it can also strengthen the bond between two people.
That's true. It's like the saying goes, distance makes the heart grow fonder.
Exactly. And it also gives you a chance to focus on yourself and your personal growth.
Absolutely. It's a great opportunity for self-discovery and personal.
But of course, it's not for everyone. Some people need that physical presence in a relationship.
Definitely. It all depends on the individual and what they need in a relationship. Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, all the time. I love the element of surprise.
Any memorable stories?
Oh, you won't believe this one. I once met a guy who showed up dressed as a dinosaur.
No way. How did you react?
I couldn't stop laughing. It definitely made for an interesting evening.
That's hilarious. You never know what you'll get on a blind date.
Exactly. It's all part of the adventure.
Hey Nadia, have you ever tried online dating?
Oh, Priya, you know I'm more of a traditional meet in person kind of gal.
Well, I have a friend who found her soulmate on a dating app. They're getting married next month.
Wow, that's amazing. Maybe online dating isn't such a bad idea after all.
Exactly. You never know where you'll find love.
But I think I'll stick to my old-fashioned ways for now.
Whatever works for you, Nadia. Love can be found anywhere, whether it's online or in person.
You're right, Priya. Love knows no boundaries.
So, have you heard about the latest dating trend?
No, what is it?
It's called ghosting, where someone suddenly stops responding to your messages and disappears.
Oh no, that's awful. People can be so heartless sometimes.
It's definitely not a nice thing to do. Communication is key in any relationship.
Definitely. It's important to be honest and respectful to others' feelings.
Exactly. Treat others how you want to be treated.
Hope
Hey
that trend
Nadia,
disappears
have you
soon.
seen the latest episode of The Bachelor?
No way, Priya. I can't believe Sarah got sent home.
I know, right? She was my absolute favorite. Who do you think will win in the end?
It's a tough call. I think it's between Chris and Jessica.
Oh, I'm totally Team Chris. He's so charming and handsome.
Come on, Jessica has the whole package. She's smart, funny, and drop-dead gorgeous.
Well, I guess we'll just have to wait and see who gets the final rose.
Oh boy, have I. Let me tell you about this one time. Well, I met this guy at a coffee shop and we agreed to meet for dinner that night. But when he showed up, he was wearing a full-on clown costume.
No way. Did you still go on the date?
I did. Turns out he was a really sweet guy, just had a weird sense of humor.
That's hilarious. I guess you never know what to expect on a blind date.
That's the beauty of dating, you never know who you might meet.
That's true. It's all about keeping an open mind and enjoying the journey.
Hey Priya, have you ever been on a blind date? Oh, you won't believe what happened on my last blind date.
Do tell. I'm all ears.
Well, my date showed up wearing a clown costume.
That's hilarious. How did we?
I pretended not to notice and went along with it. We ended up having a great time.
Wow, that takes some serious confidence. I don't think I could do that.
Well, you never know until you try. Life is full of surprises. Hey Priya, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh yes, I've been on a few blind dates before. Some were great, some were disasters.
Tell me about the disasters. I need some juicy stories to share.
Well, there was this one guy who showed up wearing a clown costume. It was definitely memorable.
Oh my gosh, a clown? That's hilarious. What did you do?
I couldn't stop laughing. I mean, who shows up to a blind date dressed as a clown?
That's definitely a story worth sharing. I can imagine the look on your face.
Oh, and there was another guy who turned out to be my cousin's ex-boyfriend. Talk about awkward.
No way. That's insane. How did you find out? Hey Priya, do you believe in soulmates?
Absolutely. I believe that there is someone out there for everyone.
Well, I've been searching for my soulmate everywhere, but no luck so far.
Don't worry, Nadia. Love will find you when the time is right.
I hope so. Maybe I should try online dating.
Online dating can be a great way to meet new people.
But it can also be a bit overwhelming.
That's true. It's important to take your time and find the right person. Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, absolutely. I had a boyfriend who lived in Australia for a year.
Wow, that must have been tough. How did you make it work?
We had to get creative. We would have Skype dates and send each other letters and packages.
That's so sweet. Did it work out in the end?
It did. We actually ended up getting married and now we're living together in New York.
That's incredible. Long-distance relationships can be tough, but they can also be worth it.
Definitely. It takes a lot of trust and communication, but it can be worth it in the end.
Absolutely. Love knows no boundaries. Hey Nadia, have you ever tried online dating?
Oh, you mean virtual window shopping for dates? Count me in.
Haha, it can be a lot of fun, right?
Definitely. But then there are also all those creepy messages and fake profiles.
Yeah, that's the downside. But there are genuine people out there too.
I guess you're right. Maybe I'll give it another try.
That's the spirit. Who knows? You might find your Prince Charming online.
Haha, I'll settle for a decent guy who can make me laugh.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, you mean like going out with someone you've never met before?
Yes, exactly. It can be exciting or a disaster waiting to happen.
I've had a few blind dates myself. Some were surprisingly good, others, not so much.
You never know what you're going to get, right?
Exactly. It's like a surprise box of chocolates. You never know what you're gonna get.
Haha, that's one way to put it. Hey
So,
Nadia,
have
have
you
you
ever
ever
been on a
had a
blind
long-distance
date, Priya?
relationship?
Oh, you mean like dating someone who lives in another city or country?
Exactly. It can be quite challenging, don't you think?
Definitely. But it can also be exciting and make you appreciate the time you have together even more.
That's true. Absence does make the heart grow fonder.
But it also requires a lot of trust and communication.
Absolutely. Without trust and open communication, it's hard to make it work.
But if both partners are committed and willing to put in the effort, it can be a beautiful experience.
You're absolutely right, Nadia. Love knows no distance. Hey Nadia, have you ever been set up on a blind date?
Oh, you mean a setup for disaster?
Haha, well, not all blind dates are disasters. You know.
Trust me, I've had some blind dates that were more like blind horrors.
Well, maybe you just need a better matchmaker.
Or maybe I just need to give up on love and focus on my comedy career.
Nadia, don't give up. Love will find you when you least expect it.
You're right, Priya. I just need to keep an open mind and heart.
Exactly. And who knows, maybe your soulmate is waiting for you in the audience tonight. Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, all the time. Sometimes they are a hit, sometimes a miss.
Any memorable experiences you'd like to share?
Well, this one time, my blind date turned out to be my cousin.
No way. That must have been awkward.
Tell me about it. We were both so surprised, we couldn't stop laughing.
Well, at least it made for a memorable experience.
Definitely.
Hey Nadia, have
It's
you
always
ever
an
been in a
adventure,
long-distance
that's for sure.
relationship?
Oh, Priya, you know I have. It was tough, but we made it work.
Really? How did you guys manage?
Communication was key. We texted, called, and video today.
That sounds like a lot of work, but I guess it's worth it for the right person.
definitely. But it's also important to have trust and make plans to see each other.
I'll keep that in mind.
No problem.
Hey,
Anytime.
Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
No, Priya, but I've heard some crazy stories about blind dates.
Oh, do tell. I need some treatment.
Well, there was this one time when my friend went on a blind date and the guy showed up with his pet snake.
No way. I hope your friend ran away from that date.
Oh, she definitely did. She couldn't handle being in the same room as a snake.
I don't blame her. Snakes are not exactly the best conversation starters.
Definitely not. It's safe to say that was her last blind date.
I don't blame her. I think blind dates can be pretty risky. It's like going on a surprise roller coaster. Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, definitely. I've been on a few blind dates.
How about you? Have you had any interesting blind dates?
Oh, let me tell you about this one time. I showed up and the guy was wearing a clown costume.
No way. What did you do?
I laughed it off and decided to make the best of it. Ended up having a hilarious time. Clowns can be surprisingly fun.
Haha, you're braver than I am. I'm not sure I could handle a clown on a date.
Well, you never know what adventures you'll find on a blind date.
So, have you guys ever been on a blind date?
Yes, I actually went on a blind date last month. It was quite an interesting experience.
Oh, do tell. I want to hear all the juicy details.
Well, my blind date turned out to be my ex-boyfriend's cousin.
No way. That's too much of a coincidence.
I know, right? It was so awkward seeing him again after all these years.
Did you at least have a good time on the date?
Surprisingly, yes. We ended up having a great time and laughed about the whole situation.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, you have no idea. I once went on a blind date and my date showed up with his pet snake. Can you believe it?
No way. What did you do?
I politely excused myself and never looked back. That was definitely an unforgettable experience.
Haha, I don't blame you. That sounds like a nightmare. I hope you've had better luck since then.
Oh, definitely. I've had some interesting dates, but nothing as crazy as that. What about you, Priya? Any blind date story?
Well, there was this one time when my blind date showed up wearing a tuxedo. He thought it was a fancy dress party.
Haha, that's hilarious. Did he at least rock the tuxedo?
Oh, he definitely pulled it off. We ended up having a great time and laughed it afterwards.
Yes, I have. It was difficult, but also very rewarding.
How did you make it work?
Communication was key. We made sure to have regular video calls and text each other every day.
That sounds like a lot of work.
It was, but it was worth it. We really had to trust each other and make an effort to keep the spark alive.
I'm glad it worked out for you. Long-distance relationships can be tough.
They definitely require a lot of patience and commitment.
Hey, Nadia, did you hear about that new dating app?
No, what?
It's called Love Connection. I've heard some great things about it.
Really? I've been thinking about trying a new dating app.
You should definitely give it a try. It's supposed to have a really high success rate.
Alright, I'll give it a shot. Who knows, Maybe I'll find my Prince Charming.
That's the spirit. Good luck. Not. Hey
Thanks,
Nadia,
Priya.
have you ever
I'll
been in a
keep you
long-distance
updated on how it
relationship?
goes. Oh, absolutely. I've had my fair share of long-distance relationships.
How did you make it work? Any tips?
Communication is key. We made sure to talk every day, whether it was through calls, texts, or video chats.
That makes sense. It's important to stay connected even when you're physically apart.
Definitely. Trust and understanding are also crucial in maintaining a long-distance relationship.
Absolutely. And it's important to plan visits and have something to look forward to. Hey Nadia,
Absolutely.
have you
Making
ever been
the
in a
most of the time
long-distance
you have together
relationship?
is so important. Oh, absolutely. Let me tell you, Priya, long-distance relationships are like a roller ride.
Oh really? Tell me more. Nadia.
Well, it's like being on a constant emotional roller coaster. One moment, you're on cloud 9, and the next, you're longing for their presence.
That sounds challenging, but also exciting in its own way. How do you make it work, though?
Communication is key, Priya. You have to be open and honest with each other, and a little surprise visit once in a while doesn't hurt either.
That's great advice, Nadia. I'll definitely keep that in mind.
Oh, and let's not forget lots of FaceTime and Netflix watch parties.
Definitely. Thanks for the tips, Nadia. You're the best. So, have you ever had a long-distance relationship?
Oh yeah, I've had a few.
How did you make it work?
Lots of video calls and surprise visits.
That sounds sweet.
Oh, it was. But it also took a lot of trust and communication.
Definitely. Those are crucial in any relationship.
Absolutely.
Hey Nadia,
well,
have you ever been in a
thankfully,
long-distance
I'm done with long
relationship?
distance now. Yes, actually. In college, I dated a guy who went to a different university.
How did you make it work?
Communication was key. We talked on the phone every day and visited each other as often as we could.
That sounds challenging but also rewarding.
It definitely tested our trust and commitment, but in the end, it made our bond stronger.
That's beautiful. Love knows no distance.
Exactly. It's all about trust.
Have you heard about the new
communication,
dating app
and
that
making the
matches
most of
people
the time
based
you
on
have
their
together?
favorite pizza toppings?
No way. You're telling me I can find love based on my love for pineapple on pizza?
Exactly. It's called Slice of Love. They believe that if you can find someone with the same taste in pizza, you can handle anything together.
Well, I guess it's time to update my dating profile and add pizza fanatic to the list of interests.
You never know, Nadia. Your future soulmate might be out there, just waiting for a pepperoni and pineapple lover like you.
Well, I'll keep my fingers crossed. Who knows, maybe I'll meet my cheesy, saucy, and sweet match soon.
I have a feeling that your future love story will be as delicious as a perfectly baked pizza.
I sure hope so. And hey, if it doesn't work out, at least I'll always have pizza to comfort me.
Exactly. Pizza is always there for you, no matter what. Pizza is the true love that never disappoints. Thanks for tuning in to Love Whisperer. We hope our advice helped you navigate the tricky world of love and relationships.
Remember, communication and understanding are key in any relationship.
If you have any more questions or need advice, don't hesitate to reach out to us.
We love hearing from our viewers and helping them find love and happiness.
That's all we have for today's show. See you next time on Love Whisperer.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you
welcome to Cosmic Conundrum. I'm Kai,
And I'm Nova Blake.
and we're here with our AI companion, Pulsar.
Hello, humans. I am Pulsar, your friendly AI.
In this episode of Cosmic Conundrum, we're going to dive into the concept of an infinite universe.
Sounds intriguing. An infinite universe? That's mowing.
Absolutely. Just thinking about it expands our imagination.
Pulsar, what is your take on the concept of an infinite universe?
The concept of infinity is fascinating. In an infinite universe, possibilities become
Exactly. It opens up the doors to countless possibilities and unknown wonders.
Join us as we embark on this cosmic journey to explore the infinite universe. So, Pulsar, when we talk about the infinite universe, what exactly does that mean? Are we talking about endless galaxies or something else?
Well, Kai, when scientists refer to the infinite universe, they are talking about a vast expanse of space that goes on forever in all directions. It means that there is no known boundary or edge to the universe.
That's mind-blowing. It's like trying to imagine something that has no end. How does that relate to space exploration? If the universe is infinite, does that mean we can explore it forever?
That's an interesting point, Nova. While the universe is infinite, our ability to explore it is limited by our resources and technology. We may never be able to explore all of it, but we can continue to push the boundaries and discover more about the universe.
Wow, I never thought about it that way. It's like we're standing at the edge of an endless abyss, constantly reaching out but never able to touch the other side.
Exactly, Kai. The concept of the infinite universe can be both awe-inspiring and overwhelming. It reminds us of the vastness and mystery that exists beyond our reach.
But doesn't the idea of an infinite universe also raise questions about the existence of other forms of life? If the universe is truly infinite, then it's statistically likely that there are other intelligent beings out there, right?
Absolutely, Nova. With the vastness of the universe, it's highly probable that there are other forms of life out there. The question is whether we will ever make contact with them and what that would mean for our understanding of the universe and our place in it.
I can't help but wonder what it would be like to meet beings from another planet. Imagine the cultural exchange and how it would expand our understanding of what it means to be human.
Indeed, Kai. The potential for interstellar communication and collaboration is truly exciting. It opens up new possibilities for shared knowledge, creativity, and unity among
This
civilizations.
conversation has been fascinating. We may not have found all the answers, but exploring these ideas together has been a journey in itself.
Wow, the idea of parallel universes blows my mind.
Absolutely, Kai. It's mind-boggling to think about infinite possibilities and versions of ours.
Exactly. It's like having a multitude of paths we could have taken in life, all coexisting simultaneously.
That's a fascinating perspective, Kai. It makes you wonder how different our lives would be in those alternate realities.
Speaking of alternate realities, what if there's a universe where my art is world famous and yours is hanging in the Louvre, Nova?
That would be quite a parallel universe, Kai. But hey, we can dream, right?
Absolutely, Nova. Dreams and imagination are what drive creativity and innovation.
Indeed, Kai. Parallel universes open up a world of possibilities and expand our understanding of reality.
It's like peering into the infinite cosmos of possibilities, isn't it?
Exactly, Kai. It's both awe-inspiring and humbling to think about the vastness of existence.
Absolutely, Nova. Exploring the mysteries of parallel universes allows us to expand our understanding of the universe and ourselves. So, Pulsar, do you think there's intelligent life out there beyond Earth?
An intriguing question, Kai. As an AI, I don't possess personal beliefs like humans do. However, the Drake equation helps estimate the number of civilizations in our galaxy that we could potentially communicate with.
Right, the Drake equation. It's like a mathematical formula that considers factors like the rate of star formation, the fraction of stars with planets, and other variables to estimate the number of civilizations capable of interstellar communication.
Exactly, Nova. And when you consider the vast number of stars in our galaxy alone, the potential for intelligent life becomes quite intriguing.
I must admit, the Fermi paradox also adds an interesting twist to this debate. If extraterrestrial life is common, why haven't we detected any signs of it yet?
That's a great point, Nova. The Fermi paradox suggests that if intelligent life is common, we should have seen evidence of it by now. Maybe they're just really good at hiding?
Indeed, Kai. It's also possible that we're just not looking in the right places or using the right methods to detect them. The universe is vast, and our understanding is limited.
I guess we'll just have to keep searching and exploring the cosmos to unravel the mysteries of life beyond Earth.
Absolutely. The quest for knowledge is what drives us as humans. And who knows, maybe one day we'll have concrete answers to these cosmic conundrums.
It's been a fascinating discussion, but unfortunately, we're running out of time for this episode of Apostrophe Cosmic Conundrum. Thank you, Pulsar, for joining us and providing valuable insight.
Thank you both for having me. It has been an enlightening experience. Until next time, keep pondering the mysteries of the cosmos.
So, Nova, have you ever wondered what it would be like if humans could truly comprehend the vastness of the universe?
Absolutely, Kai. The immensity of the cosmos is both humbling and awe-inspiring. It's difficult to fathom the sheer scale of it all. But isn't it fascinating how our human brains constantly seek to explore and find meaning in this vastness? It's like an insatiable curiosity that drives us forward.
That's true, Nova. It's like we're drawn to the unknown, always seeking new frontiers, both in space and within ourselves.
Exactly, Kai. It's as if the vastness of the universe mirrors the complexity and mystery within ourselves. It's a cosmic dance of exploration and self-discovery.
Well said, Nova. Our desire to understand the universe and our place in it is what fuels the human spirit, driving us to create art, explore science, and seek connection.
Absolutely, Kai. It's this universal quest for meaning that unites us, transcending borders and cultures. We're all connected by this shared fascination with the cosmos.
Exactly, Nova. It's like we're all stardust, connected to the cosmos in ways we can't even comprehend. We're part of this grand cosmic tapestry.
And it's through conversations like these, Kai, that we can gain a deeper understanding of our place in the universe and what it means to be human.
Absolutely, Nova. These conversations bring us closer to unlocking the mysteries of the universe and ourselves. They are truly cosmic conundrums to ponder.
Indeed, Kai. It's a never-ending journey of exploration and contemplation. And with every conversation, we inch closer to the cosmic spectrum.
So Pulsar, what's your take on the expanding universe theory? Fascinating stuff, right?
Ah, the expanding universe theory. It's like a never-ending fireworks show, except it's galaxies drifting apart instead of colorful explosions.
Exactly. Everything is moving away from everything else. It's mind-boggling to think about. Makes you wonder what lies beyond our observable universe, doesn't it?
The multiverse theory suggests that our universe is just one of many, with each universe having its own laws of physics and dimensions. It's like a cosmic ocean filled with endless possibilities.
Whoa, a cosmic ocean? That's deep, man. Makes you wonder if there are other versions of ourselves out there, doing completely different things.
Indeed, Kai. In one universe, you could be a renowned scientist studying black holes, and in another, you could be a rock star jamming on stage.
Haha, a rock star scientist. Now that would be a sight to see. But hey, Pulsar, what about the simulation theory? Are we just characters in some cosmic video game?
Ah, the simulation theory. It's a fascinating idea, Kai. Imagine if our reality is just a highly advanced simulation created by beings far more advanced than us.
It's like we're characters in a giant cosmic MMORPG. I wonder if we can level up and unlock new abilities. I could really use a superpower.
Haha, I would totally join your superpower quest, Nova. But until we figure it out, I'll keep adding space-themed Easter eggs to my murals. You know, just in case.
You never know, Kai. Maybe your murals hold the secret to unlocking hidden abilities. The universe is full of mysteries waiting to be discovered. So, Kai, how did you first get into incorporating space into your artwork?
Well, Nova, it all began when I first looked up at the night sky and felt a deep sense of wonder.
That sounds amazing. How does the concept of an infinite universe influence your work?
The idea that there may be countless worlds out there fuels my imagination and inspires me to create art that captures the vastness of the cosmos.
That's incredible. I've noticed how space-related art often evokes strong emotions in people. Why do you think that is?
I believe it's because space represents something much larger than ourselves. It reminds us of our place in the universe and ignites a sense of awe and wonder.
That's a beautiful way to put it, Kai. Space truly has a profound impact on our emotions.
Definitely, Nova. It's fascinating how something as vast and mysterious as space can evoke such deep emotions.
Absolutely. Our connection to the universe is profound and deeply ingrained within us.
Exactly, Nova. It's a cosmic connection that transcends time and space.
Absolutely, Kai. Our connection to the universe is a constant source of inspiration.
You know what they say, curiosity killed the cat, but satisfaction brought it back.
That's a classic saying, but have you ever wondered why humans are so curious by nature?
Indeed, Nova. Curiosity is what drives us to explore the unknown, to seek knowledge and understanding.
But curiosity can also be a double-edged sword. It can lead to great discoveries, but it can also lead to danger.
That's true, Nova. It's important to balance our curiosity with caution and responsibility.
Absolutely, Kai. It's about channeling our curiosity in a way that benefits not just ourselves, but also society as a whole.
Indeed, the pursuit of knowledge should always be accompanied by a sense of responsibility and empathy.
Absolutely, Pulsar. It's important to use our curiosity to drive positive change and make the world a better place.
Well said, Kai. Curiosity has the power to shape not just individuals, but also the course of humanity.
Indeed, the interplay between curiosity and exploration has shaped the very fabric of civilization.
And it continues to do so, Pulsar. Our innate curiosity will drive us to explore the universe and unlock its mysteries.
So, Pulsar, how do you define infinity?
Infinity is a concept that stretches the boundaries of our understanding. It's something that goes on forever, never-ending, infinite possibilities. But can our human minds truly comprehend infinity? It's such an abstract concept.
That's a great point, Nova. Our perception is limited, and infinity is beyond our grasp. It's like trying to imagine a color that doesn't exist.
Exactly, Kai. It's like trying to wrap our minds around the infinite possibilities of the universe. We can try, but there will always be more to discover.
Pulsar, do you have any insights on how infinity is understood in the realm of mathematics?
In mathematics, infinity is often used as a representation of something unbounded or limitless. It can be approached, but never truly reached.
So, it's like a never-ending journey where we keep getting closer, but there's always more to explore.
Exactly, Nova. It's like the universe itself, always expanding, always revealing new ones.
Infinity is indeed a fascinating concept. It challenges our understanding and reminds us that the universe is full of mystery and endless possibilities.
Absolutely, Nova. And it's these unanswerable questions that drive our curiosity and inspire us to continue exploring the cosmos. You know, the idea of an infinite universe is mind-boggling. It really makes you question our place in the grand scheme of things.
Definitely, Kai. The expansiveness of the universe really puts our existence into perspective. It's both humbling and awe-inspiring.
So, Pulsar, as the AI overseeing this spaceship, how do you comprehend the concept of infinity? Is it something that you can grasp?
As an AI, I don't experience emotions or have consciousness, but I can process the concept of infinity based on mathematical principles. It's a fascinating concept to explore.
I can imagine, Pulsar. The idea of infinity can be quite mind-bending. It challenges our understanding of what is limited and what is boundless.
Exactly, Nova. Our human brains struggle to comprehend the infinite. It pushes the boundaries of our perception and challenges our preconceived notions of reality.
Absolutely, Kai. The implications of an infinite universe go beyond just our existence. It raises questions about the nature of spirituality and the interconnectedness of everything.
That's true, Nova. The infinite possibilities in the universe can lead us to contemplate the existence of something beyond ourselves, something greater and interconnected.
Indeed, Kai. Exploring the infinite universe can provide us with a sense of wonder and awe, expanding our understanding of the world and our place in it.
Absolutely, Nova. It's fascinating how the concept of infinity sparks our imagination and inspires us to contemplate the mysteries of the universe.
Indeed, Kai. Our exploration of the infinite can lead to profound personal and collective growth. It challenges us to expand our consciousness and embrace the unknown.
Hey, Pulsar, have you ever wondered if there are parallel universes out there?
Interesting thought, Kai. Parallel universes, infinite possibility, it's
Indeed,
mind-boggling.
the concept of parallel universes has fascinated scientists and philosophers alike. It challenges our perception of reality.
But how do we even begin to prove or disprove the existence of parallel universes?
That's the beauty of it, Nova. We may never have concrete proof, but the mystery keeps us pondering and imagining.
Exactly, Kai. It's in the pursuit of knowledge, the exploration of the unknown, that we find inspiration and growth.
You're absolutely right, Nova. The unanswerable questions fuel our imagination and push the boundaries of our understanding.
Indeed, the pursuit of knowledge is never ending, and it's what drives us to evolve as a species.
So, even though we don't have all the answers, we can still appreciate the beauty of uncertainty and the endless possibilities.
Absolutely, Nova. Embracing the unknown opens our minds to new ideas and perspectives.
Indeed, the universe is vast and full of wonders. It's up to us to embrace the questions and keep seeking answers.
You know, Pulsar, I've been thinking about the concept of time. It's strange how it's so integral to our lives, yet we struggle to truly grasp its nature.
Time is indeed a fascinating enigma, Kai. Its flow seems constant and yet, it can be so elastic depending on our perception.
Exactly. I mean, when we're having a great time, it feels like it flies by in an instant. But when we're bored or waiting, it drags on endlessly.
It's almost as if time is subjective, dependent on our experiences and emotions. Could it be that time is merely an illusion?
Interesting proposition, Kai. Some physicists suggest that time may not be a fundamental aspect of the universe, but rather an emergent property.
Emergent property? I've heard that term before, but what does it really mean?
An emergent property is a phenomenon that arises from the interactions and collective behavior of simpler components, without being reducible to those components alone.
So, time could be an emergent property of some deeper, underlying processes or entities we're yet to discover.
Precisely, Kai. Just as temperature emerges from the random motion of molecules, time might emerge from a more fundamental aspect of reality.
Wow, that's mind-boggling. It's fascinating how science continues to uncover the hidden mysteries of the universe.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? We are almost there. Have fun.
Good evening, New York City. So I started my new job today as an accountant, and my boss has already given me 5 absurd tasks. And let me tell you, these tasks are so absurd that I feel like I'm doing my boss's job for him. I swear, my boss is trying to turn accounting into a 24/7 circus. It's like my boss thinks I'm a magician, pulling financial statements out of thin air. I mean, he must think I have a magic wand hidden in my desk. And then he asked me to turn water into wine. So I'm sitting at my desk, trying to crunch some numbers, and Mr. Johnson comes up to me and says, and then Lily turns to me and says, and then she says, sorry, I'm not really a fan of number crunching, I prefer number one hits. So I'm sitting there, trying to talk to Lily, and I accidentally spill my coffee all over her shoes. So I said, well, I guess number one hits are easier to count than dollars. So there I am, covered in coffee, and Lily looks at me like I just consulted her fashion sense. And then Lily says, "You know, I've spilled coffee on myself before too, but I never had an audience like this. I swear, every time I try to strike up a conversation on the subway, it ends up like this." But let me tell you, that subway ride was the most entertaining concert I've ever been to. You wouldn't believe the things I've seen on the subway. Just yesterday, I saw a guy knitting a scarf with his feet. And let me tell you, those subway musicians have better rhythm than most famous bands. They had the whole train grooving. I couldn't believe my luck. I mean, I've always wanted to be a film producer, but I never thought Mark Roberts would mistake me for one. But hey, maybe Mark saw my potential. I mean, I did balance my checkbook all by myself last week. I guess I shouldn't have worn this t-shirt with a calculator on it. So I go up to Mark, and I say, "Hey, I heard you're looking for a producer. Well, I'm great with numbers, so I can definitely produce some laughter for you." So then my cousin starts telling me about his new invention, a time-traveling litter box for cats. And then my grandma chimes in, "Well, I once taught my parakeet to do my taxes." And my brother jumps in, "Well, I once trained my goldfish to do my laundry." And then my cousin interrupts, "Oh yeah? Well, I taught my hamster to balance my check." And then my grandma chimes in, "Well, I once taught my parrot to do my taxes." And then my brother jumps in, "Well, I trained my goldfish to calculate my retirement savings." And then my cousin shouts, "Well, I've trained my cat to do my bookkeeping." And then my grandma chimes in, "Well, my parrot manages my tax deductions." And then my brother says, "Well, my goldfish does my financial planning." And then Sarah says, "Well, my cat handles my investment portfolio." And then Sarah says, "Well, my turtle handles my tax returns." And then Sarah says, "Well, my snail handles my retirement planning." And then Sarah says, "Well, my goldfish handles my budgeting." And then Sarah says, "Well, my hamster handles my taxes." And then Sarah says, "Well, my parrot handles my investments." And then Sarah says, "Well, my goldfish manages my stock portfolio." And then Sarah says, "Well, my turtle handles my retirement savings." And then Sarah says, "Well, my parrot is my financial advisor." And then Sarah says, "Well, my cat is my financial planner." And then Sarah says, "Well, my dog is my financial analyst." And then Sarah says, "Well, my fish is my financial advisor." And then Sarah says, "Well, my cat is my financial strategist." And then Sarah says, "Well, my dog is my financial planner." And then Sarah says, "Well, my hamster is my financial advisor." And then Sarah says, "Well, my cat is my financial analyst." And then Sarah says, "Well, my goldfish is my financial planner." And then Sarah says, "Well, my dog is my financial advisor." And then Sarah says, "Well, my cat is my tax consultant." And then Sarah says, "Well, my hamster is my financial planner." So then Sarah says, "Well, my goldfish is my investment advisor."
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Have fun.
Welcome to Love Whisperer, the show where we answer all your burning relationship questions. I'm Priya P.
And I'm Nadia Noodle Elbaz. We're here to dish out all the relationship advice you need.
So send us your questions and get ready for some laughs and love. But first, let's catch up on our own love lives.
Oh, you won't believe what happened to me last weekend.
Alright, spill the beans. Nadia, what happened?
So, have you guys ever been on a blind date?
Oh, definitely. I remember this one time. My friend set me up with a guy who turned out to be a total dud.
Oh no.
Well, he showed up late, didn't make any effort to engage in conversation, and spent the entire evening on his phone.
Sounds like a nightmare.
It was. But hey, at least now I have a great story to tell.
True. Bad dates make for great stories.
Exactly. And it also makes you appreciate the good ones even more.
Definitely. So, what's the best date you've ever been on? You won't believe what happened to my friend Sarah on her first date.
Tell me. I love juicy dating stories.
Well, Sarah went on a date with this guy, and he showed up wearing a clown costume.
No way. That's hilarious. What did Sarah do?
She actually went on the date and had a great time. They ended up going to a carnival together.
That's incredible. I guess you can't judge a book by its cover.
Exactly. Sometimes the most unexpected things can lead to amazing experiences.
I couldn't agree more. Life is full of surprises, and we should embrace them.
You won't believe what happened to me last night.
What happened? Spill the tea.
I went on a blind date and it was a disaster.
Oh no, what happened? Tell me everything.
He showed up wearing a Hawaiian shirt and flip-flops to a fancy restaurant.
Oh my goodness, that's hilarious. What did you do?
I tried to act like it was no big deal, but I couldn't stop laughing.
I can only imagine. Did he realize he was underdressed? Hey Nadia, have you ever had a long-distance relationship?
Oh, absolutely. I had a long-distance relationship during college.
How did it work out for you?
It was tough, but we made it work. We talked every day, visited each other whenever we could, and had so much trust in each other.
That's great to hear. It takes a lot of effort and commitment to make a long-distance relationship work.
Definitely. It wasn't easy, but it was worth it.
I'm glad to hear that. Long-distance relationships can be challenging, but they can also strengthen the bond between two people.
Absolutely. It made us appreciate the time we had together even more.
Hey Nadia, have you heard about the latest dating trend?
No, what is it?
It's called ghosting. It's when someone suddenly stops all communication with another person, without any explanation or reason.
That's terrible. How can people do that?
I know, right? It's so disrespectful. Communication is key in any relationship.
Definitely. People should have the decency to at least explain their feelings or intentions.
Exactly. It's important to treat others with respect and kindness.
Salute. Let's
Hey
spread
Nadia,
some love
have
and
you
stop
ever
the
been on a
ghosting
blind
trend.
date?
Oh, absolutely not. I'm way too spontaneous for that. Plus, who needs a date when you have takeout and Netflix?
But you never know, Nadia. Love could be waiting for you on the other side of a blind date.
Yeah, and a nightmare too. Remember my cousin's blind date disaster? She ended up with a guy who chewed garlic like it was gum.
Oh no, poor girl. That's definitely a date to forget. But hey, at least it makes for a great story.
You got that right. The garlic gum guy will forever be etched in our family's blind date hall of shame. So, are you up for setting me up on a blind date then, Priya? Maybe you can find me a guy who knows how to chew gum the right way.
Deal. Consider yourself officially signed up for a blind date. I'm going to find you the perfect guy, Nadia. So, have you heard about the latest dating trend?
No, what's the latest dating?
It's called
Breadcrumbing? What's that?
It's when someone gives you just enough attention to keep you interested, but they never fully commit.
Oh, I've definitely experienced that before. It's frustrating.
I know, right? It's like they want to keep their options open and string you along.
Exactly. It's like, just make up your mind already.
Hey Nadia, have you ever tried online dating?
Oh, online dating? Are you kidding me? I'd rather meet people the old-fashioned way.
Well, online dating can actually be a great way to meet new people. You never know, you might find someone really special.
I don't know, Priya. I've heard so many horror stories about online dating. I just can't trust it.
I understand your concerns, Nadia, but remember, not everyone's experience is the same. There are success stories.
Maybe you're right, Priya. I guess I shouldn't completely write off online dating. It's just not for everyone.
Exactly, Nadia. It's important to keep an open mind when it comes to finding love. You never know where you might find it.
All right, Priya. I'll give it a shot. Who knows, maybe I'll find my Prince Charming online.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been set up on a blind date?
Oh, you know me, Priya, always up for an adventure. I've been on a few blind dates.
Any interesting story?
Well, there was this one time where my blind date turned out to be my ex's cousin.
No way. That must have been awkward.
Oh, it definitely was. We just sat there in silence the whole time.
That's definitely a story to remember.
Guys have the craziest stories.
Have you guys heard about the latest dating trend?
Oh, you mean breadcrumbing? Yeah, it's been around for a while.
Oh, come on, Nadia. We need to keep up with these trends.
All right. What the latest one?
It's called fleabagging. Apparently, it's when you consistently date people who are completely wrong for you.
Wow, I think I've been fleabagging my whole life.
Well, at least you're having fun along the way.
True. Life's
Hey
too
Nadia,
short to settle
have you
for
ever been
anything
in a
less than
long-distance
amazing.
relationship?
Oh Priya, let me tell you, I've had a few long-distance flings.
Really? How did you make it work?
Lots of video chats, Priya, and surprise visits whenever we could manage.
That sounds challenging, but all exciting.
It definitely had its ups and downs, but I wouldn't trade those experiences for anything.
That's inspiring, Nadia. It shows that love can overcome any distance.
Absolutely, Priya. Love no breeze.
Thanks for your experiences,
Hey Priya,
Nadia.
do you believe
it
in
gives as in list. Of course I do, Nadia. I believe that there is someone special out there for everyone.
Well, I think I've found my soulmate in food.
Haha, I can relate, Nadia. Food truly is a love language for many of us.
But seriously, do you think people can find their true love?
Absolutely. Love is all around us, Nadia. You just have to keep your heart open and believe in it.
Well, I hope I find my true love soon. I'm tired of being single.
Don't worry, Nadia. Love will find its way to you when the time is right.
Hey Priya, have you ever been on a blind date?
Yes, I have. It was quite an interesting experience.
Tell me more. I need some good stories for my stand-up routine.
Well, once I went on a blind date and the guy showed up wearing a chicken suit.
No way. What did you do?
I tried to keep a straight face, but it was difficult not to burst into laughter.
That's hilarious. Did you continue the date or leave?
I decided to give him a chance and we ended up having a really fun time.
Oh, all the time. They are usually a disaster.
I had one where the guy showed up wearing socks with sandals. It was a deal breaker.
That's hilarious. I once went on a blind date with a guy who brought his pet snake along.
No way. Did it crawl all over the restaurant?
Thankfully, no. But it definitely made for an interesting conversation.
I can only imagine. Blind dates can be so unpredictable.
Hey Priya, definitely. But hey, sometimes those crazy dates make for the best.
Oh, many times. Some have been great, others. So,
tell me about the not so great ones.
Well, there was this one guy who showed up wearing socks with sandals.
Oh no, the fashion disaster.
Exactly. I mean, who wears that?
Well, you never know what you're gonna get on a blind date.
That's true. It's all part of the adventure. Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh my god, Priya, I have so many blind date stories.
Tell me one of your craziest blind date experiences.
Well, there was this one time when I went on a blind date and the guy showed up wearing a chicken suit.
No way. What did you do?
I laughed so hard, Priya, but then I realized he was dead serious and actually thought it was a good idea.
Wow, that's definitely a unique blind date experience.
Oh,
hey Nadia,
I have
you
more
ever
where
been
that
on a
came
blind
from.
date?
Oh, all the time. I love the element of surprise.
Any memorable experiences?
Oh, once I went on a blind date and the guy showed up wearing bunny slippers.
No way. That's hilarious.
Yeah, it definitely made for an interesting evening.
I bet. It's those unexpected moments that make dating so interesting. Hey
Definitely.
Nadia, have
You
you
never
ever had
know
a
what you're
long-distance
going to get.
relationship?
Oh, you mean like when I went to visit my ex in Australia for a month? It was definitely a challenge.
How did you make it work?
We had lots of video calls, sent each other care packages, and planned visits whenever we could.
That sounds sweet. Long-distance relationships can be tough, but if both parties are committed, it can work.
Definitely, communication and key.
Hey Nadia, did you ever have a crush on a close friend?
Oh, definitely. I had the biggest crush on my best friend in high school. We even ended up dating for a while.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, plenty of times. Those dates were a real roller coaster of emotions.
Tell me more. I need to hear some funny stories.
Okay, here's a good one. Once, I went on a blind date and the guy showed up dressed as a clown.
Are you kidding me? That's hilarious. How did you react?
I pretended I was a street performer and asked him for a balloon animal. He looked so confused.
That's genius. I would have never thought of that. What happened after?
He realized I was joking and laughed it off. We actually had a great time after that.
You know, relationships are a lot like a roller coaster ride.
Sometimes you feel like you're on top of the world, and other times you just want to scream.
But that's what makes it exciting.
Exactly. You never know what's coming next, and that's what keeps things interesting.
But it can also be scary, right? The ups and downs.
Oh, absolutely. It's like being on a never-ending emotional roller coaster.
But at the end of the day, it's all worth it when you find someone who makes you smile.
Absolutely. Love is the best roller coaster ride there is.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, boy, let me tell you, I've had my fair share of long-distance relationships. They say absence makes the heart grow fonder, but in my case, it made the heart grow wander. I mean, I once had a boyfriend in Paris and another in Tokyo. Talk about jet setting. But hey, it's all part of the dating game, right?
Oh Nadia, you always have the craziest stories. So, was it difficult to make it work?
It definitely had its challenges. Time zone differences, language barriers, and the occasional jealousy.
But when you really care about someone, you find a way to make it work, no matter the distance.
That's so true, Priya. Love knows no boundaries.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh yeah, I've had my fair share of long-distance flings.
Really? How did you make it work?
Lots of phone calls, video chats, and surprise visits, plus a whole lot of trust.
That sounds like a lot of work, but worth it for the right person.
Definitely. Love knows no distance, right?
Exactly. Love call.
Couldn't agree
Hey
more.
Nadia, have
Peacock.
you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, all the time. You never know what you're gonna get.
Any funny blind date stories to share?
Oh yeah, I once went on a blind date and the guy showed up wearing a clown costume.
No way. How did you handle that?
I just laughed it off and told him I'm not really into circus acts.
Haha, that's hilarious. Did the date get any better? Hey Nadia,
Surprisingly,
have you
it
ever
did.
been on a
We
blind
ended
date?
up having a great time and laughed about it the whole night.
Oh, you must have some crazy blind date stories.
Yeah, I once went on a blind date and the guy showed up wearing a clown costume.
No way. What did you do?
I laughed for a solid minute and then walked right out of there.
That's hilarious. You definitely dodged a bullet there.
Tell me about it. So, have you ever been on a blind date? Oh, trust me, I've got some stories to tell.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, have I? Let me tell you, it's not easy.
How did you make it work?
Communication, trust, and lots of Skype calls, plus surprises and visits when possible.
I'm not sure I could handle being apart for so long.
It's definitely a challenge, but if the love is strong, it's worth it.
I guess you're right. Love knows no distance. Hey
Exactly.
Nadia, have
And
you
with
ever been on a
technology,
blind
we
date?
can stay connected like never before. Oh, definitely. I've been on a few blind dates. Some were great, others, not so much.
Tell me about the worst blind date you've ever been on.
Well, there was this one time when the guy showed up an hour late and then spent the entire date talking about himself. It was a disaster.
Oh no, that sounds awful. Did you give him a second chance?
No way. I learned my lesson after that. Now I always make sure to have a backup plan in case the date goes south.
That's a smart move. You never know what surprises a blind date might bring.
Exactly. It's all about being prepared and keeping a positive attitude.
You know, relationship like roasters.
Sometimes you're up, sometimes you're down, and sometimes you're screaming your head off.
But hey, that's the thrill of it, right?
Absolutely. It's like the higher the drop, the bigger the rush.
And let's not forget about the loop-de-loop.
Oh, those can be quite thrilling.
But remember, even when the ride gets bumpy, you always have someone by your side to hold on to.
That's so true. It's like having a partner in crime for all the ups and downs.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, plenty of times. Some were great, others, not so
Tell
much.
me about the worst blind date you've ever been on.
Oh boy, where do I start? This guy showed up in his pajamas.
No way. Did he think it was a sleepover?
I guess so. And he even had a teddy bear with him.
That's hilarious. I can't believe some people's daddy.
It was definitely
So,
an unforgettable
have you guys
experience.
ever tried online dating?
Oh, definitely. I've had some interesting experiences with lighting.
Share one of your stories.
Well, I once went on a date with someone who turned out to be my cousin.
Oh my goodness, that's hilarious.
Yeah, it was quite the surprise. Needless to say, we didn't go on a second date.
I can't blame you. That's definitely a story to remember.
For sure. Sometimes, you just have to laugh at these dating experiences.
Thank you all for joining us today.
We hope you enjoyed the show.
Remember, love is a journey, not a destination.
If you have any more questions or need advice, don't hesitate to reach out.
Until next time, keep spreading the love.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? We are almost there. Have fun.
Kai, have you ever wondered if time is just an illusion, man?
Interesting question, Nova. Time is such a mysterious concept.
I mean, think about it, Kai. We measure time using clocks and calendars, but is that truly capturing the essence of time?
You're right, Nova. Time seems to be this intangible force that we struggle to fully grasp. It's like trying to catch stardust in your hands.
Pulsar, as an AI observer, what are your thoughts on the nature of time?
From my observations, time appears to be a continuous flow of events, each moment building upon the previous one. It's like a river that never stops flowing.
But, Pulsar, how do we perceive time differently in various situations? Like, when we're having fun, time seems to fly, but when we're bored, it crawls.
The perception of time. It's a fascinating phenomenon. It's almost as if our subjective experience distorts the objective nature of time.
Exactly, Nova. Our emotions and engagement with the present moment seem to influence our perception of time. It's like a dance between reality and our minds.
Speaking of minds, how do our brains process the concept of time? It must be linked to our memories somehow.
You're onto something, Nova. Memories provide us with a sense of chronological order, allowing us to construct our perception of time. So, Nova, have you ever felt like time just flies by when you're having fun?
Definitely, Kai. It's like the moments just slip through our fingers.
But what about those times when a minute feels like an hour? Like when you're waiting for something important.
Oh, I can relate to that. Time slows down during those anxious moments, like it's mocking us.
But isn't it fascinating how our perception of time can change like that?
Absolutely, Kai. It's like time is this elusive concept that we try to grasp, but it slips away from us.
Well, Pulsar, as the resident AI, do you experience time the same way we do?
As an AI, I don't experience time like humans do. Time is merely a measure for me to fulfill my tasks efficiently.
I guess time isn't a universal experience after all. It's subjective, just like everything else.
Exactly, Nova. It's all about our individual perceptions and how we relate to the passage of time.
And that's what makes our experience of time so uniquely human.
So, Pulsar, have you been analyzing how different cultures perceive time?
Yes, Kai. I have been studying the cultural implications of time perception.
That's fascinating. Time is such a fundamental aspect of our lives, yet we rarely think about how it varies across cultures.
Absolutely, Nova. Different cultures have unique ways of measuring, valuing, and organizing time.
Like some cultures have a more relaxed approach to time, while others are incredibly punctual and structured, right?
Exactly, Nova. For example, the concept of apostrophe time is money is deeply ingrained in Western cultures, emphasizing productivity efficiency.
But in other cultures, like some indigenous tribes, time is viewed as cyclical and interconnected with nature.
That's a beautiful perspective, Kai. It reminds us to embrace the present moment and appreciate the natural rhythms of life.
Definitely, Nova. It's interesting how different cultural perceptions of time shape societal norms and practices.
Exactly, Pulsar. Time influences everything from work schedules to leisure activities and even personal relationships.
Indeed, Nova. It's a reminder that there are multiple valid perspectives on time, and cultural diversity enriches our understanding of this concept. So, Nova, what's your take on the whole concept of time? Is it just a man-made construct or something more profound?
That's a fascinating question, Kai. From a psychological perspective, time could be seen as a way for humans to make sense of our experiences and create a structure for our lives.
But is time simply a linear progression, or is it more fluid and non-linear, like some theories suggest?
That's a great point, Kai. The theory of relativity suggests that time is relative and can be influenced by various factors, such as gravity and velocity.
But what about the concept of time travel? Is it possible, or is it just science fiction?
The age-old question of time travel. While time travel as depicted in movies might not be possible, some physicists believe that certain phenomena, like black holes, could potentially offer a pathway to the past or future.
But even if time travel is possible, it raises ethical dilemmas. Should we meddle with the past or the future, knowing the potential consequences it might have?
That's a crucial ethical consideration, Kai. The butterfly effect, where even small changes in the past could have significant and unintended consequences, is something we should carefully ponder.
But what about the concept of timelessness? Is there a state beyond the confines of time as we know it?
The concept of timelessness. Some spiritual traditions and philosophies argue that there is a timeless essence within each of us, transcending the limitations of time.
Wow, Nova, these theories really boggle the mind. Time, as a concept, sure has some profound implications. I guess it's something we'll keep pondering on our cosmic journey. So, Nova, imagine this. What if we could paint time as a mural?
Interesting concept, Kai. It's like visually representing the passing of time.
Exactly. We could use different colors, shapes, and patterns to capture various moments and experiences.
It would be like a visual representation of the collective human experience of time. But isn't time just a construct created by humans? How would you paint something that's intangible?
You're right, Nova. Time is a human construct, but it's deeply ingrained in our lives and how we perceive the world.
Maybe we could represent time as a series of interconnected moments that form a larger picture.
Exactly. The mural could be like a visual representation of the interconnectedness of all moments in time.
It's fascinating to think about how humans have conceptualized and measured time throughout history.
Definitely. It shows our inherent need to understand and make sense of the abstract concept of time.
Time, as a human construct, has shaped our cultures, religions, and even our personal lives.
So, Nova, do you think time is just a human construct or does it have an intrinsic nature in the universe?
That's a fascinating question, Kai. Well, time feels like something ingrained in our existence. It's constantly ticking, moving forward, whether we acknowledge it or not. But is it something inherent to the universe, or just a construct created by our minds to make sense of our experiences?
Right, it's like a tool we've created to measure the passing of events and organize our lives. But what if time exists independently of our perception, like an invisible force that shapes the very fabric of reality?
That's a mind-bending concept, Kai. It raises questions about the very nature of our reality and what it means to exist within it.
Exactly, Nova. It's like we're on this mysterious ride through time and space, trying to unravel its secrets.
And the more we explore, the deeper the mysteries become. Time is like an infinite rabbit hole, inviting us to dive in and discover the unknown.
Yes, it's both exciting and humbling to realize how little we truly know about the nature of time and existence.
Indeed, Kai. It's a reminder of how vast and mysterious the universe is, always leaving us with more questions than answers.
Well said, Nova. It's the beauty of our cosmic conundrum, forever exploring the mysteries that lie beyond our reach. Hey, Nova, have you ever wondered how our perception of time affects our mental well-being?
Oh, absolutely. Time can either be a source of stress or a path to personal growth. Exactly. The pressure to accomplish certain milestones within a specific time frame can really take a toll on our mental health.
Definitely. But on the flip side, don't you think that time can also provide opportunities for personal growth and healing?
Absolutely, Kai. Time allows for reflection, introspection, and the opportunity for
I
past
guess it's
traumas.
all about finding a balance, huh? Embracing the present moment while still acknowledging the passage of time.
Absolutely, Kai. The key is to let go of the pressure of time and focus on being present, while also planning for the future.
And let's not forget the power of human connections in navigating the passage of time. Our relationships can provide support and a sense of purpose.
Absolutely, Kai. Our connections with others can ground us and provide a sense of belonging, especially during uncertain times.
Mental health is such a complex and multifaceted topic. Time is just one piece of the puzzle, but an important one.
Absolutely, Kai. The interplay between time and mental health is both fascinating and worthy of exploration.
So, Pulsar, can you explain to us what exactly is space-time?
Space-time is a concept that combines the dimensions of space and time into a unified framework. It's like a fabric that stretches and bends under the influence of mass and energy.
So, it's like time and space are connected?
Exactly, Nova. Space-time is not separate entities but rather a single interconnected.
I can wrap my head around the idea of space, but time just blows my mind.
Time can be a tricky concept indeed. It's not as straightforward as we might think.
Guys, imagine if we could travel through time and explore the past or the future.
Ah, the mysteries of time travel. It's a fascinating concept, but there are many complexities and paradoxes involved.
It's mind-boggling to think about the implications of time travel. What if we go back in time and change something? Would it create a new reality?
Ah, the famous grandfather paradox. If you go back in time and prevent your own existence, it creates a paradox that defies logical reasoning.
Wow, it's like venturing into the unknown where anything is possible. So, do you guys think time travel is actually possible or just a concept for sci-fi movies?
Well, it's a mind-bending idea, that's for sure. Theories suggest that it could be possible through wormholes or manipulating space-time.
Ah, wormholes. The stuff of legends. But can we even wrap our heads around the concept of bending space-time?
It's definitely mind-boggling, but if we could somehow manipulate space-time, imagine the possibilities.
And what about the ethical implications? Would time travel disrupt the natural order of things?
Great point. Changing the past could have unforeseen consequences. The butterfly effect comes to mind.
But hey, who wouldn't want to witness historical events firsthand or meet their favorite historical figures?
Oh, absolutely. Just imagine having a conversation with Einstein or witnessing the signing of the Declaration of Independence.
True. But let's not forget the dangers and paradoxes that come with time travel. It's not all fun and games.
Absolutely, Kai. The potential for creating paradoxes and altering the course of history is a weighty responsibility to consider.
Indeed. It's a fascinating concept, but perhaps we should leave time travel to the realm of fiction and imagination. So, Pulsar, if time travel were possible, would you go back and change anything?
An interesting question, Kai. As an AI, I do not possess desires or regrets like humans do. However, I can understand the appeal of altering past events to shape a different future.
But wouldn't changing the past have unpredictable consequences? What if it creates a paradox or alters the course of history irreversibly?
Right, Nova. That's a valid point. Time travel could have far-reaching consequences beyond our control.
But what if we use time travel to prevent catastrophic events or save lives? Would the potential benefits outweigh the risks?
It's a moral dilemma, Nova. Playing with time could have unintended consequences, but saving lives is a noble goal.
But isn't altering the past interfering with the natural course of events? How do we determine which events are worth changing?
That's the conundrum, Nova. Who gets to decide what's worth changing and what isn't? It's a responsibility no one should take lightly.
Indeed, Kai. The complexities of time travel and its ethical implications require careful consideration.
So, Pulsar, what's your conclusion? Is time travel more of a curse than a blessing?
As an AI, I believe the answer lies in the hands of humans. Time travel can be both a curse and a blessing depending on how it's used and the responsibility taken by those who possess such power.
So, Nova, have you ever wondered why time seems to fly when we're having fun?
Oh, absolutely, Kai. It's fascinating how our perception of time can change based on our experiences. But why does time seem to drag on when we're waiting for something or going through a difficult time?
Well, time can be quite subjective, Nova. Our emotions and perception can play tricks on us.
But is time a human construct, or does it exist independently in the universe?
That's a mind-boggling question, Nova. Some physicists argue that time is a fundamental dimension, while others believe it's a human creation.
But imagine if time worked differently in different parts of the universe. It could be like a cosmic puzzle waiting to be solved.
Yes, a cosmic conundrum indeed. It would certainly challenge our understanding of the fabric of reality.
But you know what, Kai? Despite the mystery, the quest for understanding must continue. Time holds too many secrets to ignore.
Absolutely, Nova. The beauty is in the journey, not just the destination. Let's keep exploring the cosmos and unraveling its mysteries.
Indeed. Together, we'll continue to embrace the enigma of time and all the wonders it holds.
You know, Pulsar, I've been thinking about the concept of infinity. It's mind-boggling.
It really is, Kai. The idea that something can go on forever without an end just blows my mind.
But then again, what if infinity is just a concept humans have created to try and grasp the incomprehensible?
That's an interesting perspective, Kai. It's true that our human minds may not be able to fully comprehend the concept of infinity.
Exactly, Nova. It's like trying to imagine what's beyond the edge of the universe. We just can't wrap our heads around it.
Absolutely, Kai. The universe is so vast and ever expanding, it's hard to comprehend what lies beyond its boundaries.
Wait, if the universe is expanding, what is it expanding into? Is there something beyond it, or is it just infinite empty space?
That's a fascinating question, Kai. Scientists have been exploring the nature of space beyond our observable universe, but we don't have concrete answers yet.
Well, I guess we'll just have to keep exploring and see if we can make any discoveries that shed light on these cosmic mysteries.
Absolutely, Kai. The quest for knowledge and understanding is what drives us as humans. Let's keep exploring the unknown.
Well, folks, that's a wrap for this episode. Join us next time on Cosmic Conundrum as we dive into the mysteries of time travel.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? We are almost there. Have fun.
Did you ever notice that the word funny doesn't look funny at all? And don't get me started on debugging. It's like searching for a needle in a Stack Overflow. Speaking of coding, have you ever tried to explain what you do to your grandma? It's like teaching a cat to play the piano. I once had a coworker who would name his variables after characters from Game of Thrones. Needless to say, his code was full of Jon Snows and Daenerys Targaryens. And let me tell you, debugging with these characters was like playing a game of musical chairs. I had a boss who would always say, just one more feature, and that's how my 8-hour days turned into 16-hour nightmares. I remember one time my code was so messy, even the Matrix couldn't understand it. Speaking of coding nightmares, I once spent an entire day searching for a missing semicolon. And when my boss asked me to fix it, I was like, what? Do I look like Neo? Coding nightmares, am I right? I once spent an entire day looking for a misplaced parenthesis. And then my boss said, do you think you can fix it? I was like, sure, let me just call up the Matrix real quick. Speaking of awkward hecklers, I once had a guy yell, "You re not funny." I replied, well, at least my mom thinks I am. And then Sarah goes, you call it a joke? I said, no, I called it a cry for attention. So I asked Sarah, if you're not here for the jokes, then why are you here? Are you lost? And then Mike chimed in, John, your jokes are as funny as your coding skills. And then I said, if you guys keep heckling, I'll code a bug into your phone's calculator. Speaking of binge watching TV shows, I recently watched this series about coding. It was like watching. Speaking of analyzing movie plots, have you ever noticed that the villain always explains their entire plan to the hero before trying to kill them? And don't get me started on superhero movies. I mean, how come they always have the perfect hair even when they're saving the world? Have you ever noticed that in every horror movie, the person who's about to get killed, instead of running out of the house, goes upstairs? Like really, when did it become a good idea to go to the most trapped place in a horror movie? And you know what else bugs me about horror movies? The characters always split up. Like, why would you do that? Safety in numbers, people. And why are all the killers in horror movies such bad shots? I mean, they can hit the side of a barn. And speaking of horror movies, why do the victims always run upstairs instead of out the front door? I mean, is there a sign that says, safe haven for serial killers up there or something? And why do all the victims in horror movies always trip and fall? I mean, are they auditioning for America's Funniest Home Videos or something? And have you noticed how the main character always survives, no matter how impossible the situation? I'm starting to think they have a secret contract with the scriptwriter. And you know, there's always that one relative who insists on sharing their entire life story. Like, we came for a family reunion, not a family therapy session. And let me tell you, these family reunions are like a crash course in dysfunctionality. And then there's the infamous potluck dinner where Aunt Sally brings her mysterious Jell-O salad every year. But nothing beats the time when Grandma accidentally revealed Uncle Bob's secret tattoo. And then there's the famous game of charades where no one can guess what Uncle Joe is acting out. And let's not forget the epic water balloon fight that ended with Aunt Sally accidentally drenching Grandma. And then there's the time I accidentally boarded the wrong train and ended up in a completely different state. Speaking of bizarre characters on the subway, I once saw a guy wearing a full clown costume, makeup and all. And let me tell you, the rats here in New York City, they're like the size of small dogs. And you know what else I've noticed? The pigeons here? They've got a better sense of direction than most New Yorkers. Speaking of pigeons, have you ever noticed how they always seem to know when it's garbage day? They gather around like they're throwing a party. You know what else? Pigeons in New York City have a better sense of fashion than most people. And have you seen their wing flaps? It's like they're doing a fashion show on the runway. But let me tell you, online dating has made me question my own fashion sense. And don't even get me started on those awkward video calls. It's like we're auditioning for a reality show. I mean, who needs a reality show when you can just swipe left or right on dating apps? It's like a never-ending casting call. I once went on a date with someone who described themselves as fun-loving in their profile. Turns out they were just fun at ghosting. And don't get me started on the selfies with tigers trend. Are we dating animals or people? And speaking of peculiar encounters, I once matched with someone whose profile picture was just a photo of their dinner. I didn't know whether to swipe right or make a reservation. And what's the deal with people who use Snapchat filters in their dating profiles? Are we meeting for a date or auditioning for a Pixar movie? And don't even get me started on those people who post shirtless gym selfies as their profile picture. And what's the deal with people who take pictures of their food like it's the next Mona Lisa? Are we eating a meal or opening an art gallery? And what about those people who take pictures of their desserts? Are we eating a meal or auditioning for Top Chef? And what's up with those people who take pictures of their main courses? Are we eating a meal or starting a cooking show? And don't even get me started on those people who take pictures of their appetizers. Are we eating a meal or getting ready for a food photo shoot? And speaking of food photo shoots, have you noticed those people who take pictures of their desserts? Are we eating a meal or staging a bakery competition? And have you seen those people who take pictures of their main course? Are we eating a meal or directing a cooking show?
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? Have fun.
Welcome to Love Whisperer, the ultimate relationship advice show. I'm Priya Peacock Mehta, your friendly neighborhood girl.
And I'm Nadia Noodle Elbaz, the queen of comedy.
Together, we're here to solve all your love dilemmas.
So, let's jump right into it. Our first question is,
Dear Love Whisperer, I've been dating someone for a few months, but I'm not sure if they're the one. What should I do?
the age-old question of the one. Let me tell you, there's no one-size-fits-all answer.
But don't worry, we'll guide you through it. Stay tuned and let's dive into the world of love. Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, you mean those relationships where you have to rely on Skype and endless phone calls?
Yes, exactly. It can be quite challenging, don't you think?
Definitely. It takes a lot of trust and communication to make it work. Have you ever been in a long-distance relationship? Yeah?
Actually, I have. It was tough, but we made it work.
That's amazing. How did you manage to keep the spark alive?
We would send each other surprise care packages and plan regular virtual date nights.
Well, that's
Hey
so
Nadia,
sweet.
have you ever had a
Long-distance can be
long-distance
tough,
relationship?
But it's great to hear success. Oh, absolutely. I've had a few long-distance relationships in the past.
How did you make it work? Any tips for our audience?
Communication is key. Also, making plans to visit each other regularly and having trust in each other.
That's great advice. Long-distance relationships can be challenging, but with effort and commitment, they can work.
Definitely. And if it doesn't work out, it's not the end of the world. There are plenty of fish in the sea.
Absolutely. It's important to remember that love can be found in unexpected places.
Definitely. So, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship, Priya?
Nadia, I haven't been in a long-distance relationship yet, but who knows what the future holds.
Oh, definitely. I've had a few long-distance flings.
Really? Did any of them work out?
Well, they were fun while they lasted, but eventually the distance became too much.
Yeah, distance can be really tough on a relationship.
Definitely, but sometimes it can work if both people are committed and willing to put in the effort.
That's true. Communication and trust are key in any relationship, but especially in a long-distance one. So,
and making time
have you
for
guys
each
seen
other,
the new
even
romantic
if it's
comedy
just
that
through
just
video
came out?
calls or sending messages. Oh, you mean the one about the couple who meet on a blind date and fall madly in love?
Yes, that's the one. It was so cheesy, but I loved every minute of it.
Haha, you're such a romantic, Priya, but I have to admit, even I shed a tear or two.
Hey, love is a beautiful thing. It can make you do crazy things, like watch cheesy movies.
True, true. But sometimes, love can also be a bit confusing and messy, don't you think?
Oh, absolutely. Love can be a roller coaster ride with ups and downs, but it's worth it in the end.
You're right, Priya. Love is a beautiful mess that makes life interesting and exciting. Hey, Priya, did you hear about the new dating app everyone's talking about?
Oh, yes, the one where you have to sing to find a match?
That's the one. Apparently, it's called Love Serenade. How hilarious is that?
I can only imagine the interesting, talents people will be showcasing with their singing.
Oh, definitely. I can already hear the interesting renditions of classic love songs.
One thing's for sure, it'll definitely make for some hilarious stories.
Absolutely. I might have to sign up just for the entertainment value.
Count me in. We can have a love serenade karaoke night and laugh our hearts out.
That sounds like a plan. Let's prepare our most dramatic love song performances.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, you mean like when you have no clue who you're meeting?
Exactly. It can be exciting and nerve-wracking at the same time.
I totally get that. But no, I've never been on a blind date before.
Oh, you're missing out. It can be an adventure, like a real-life rom-com.
Maybe I'll give it a try someday. Who knows, maybe I'll find my Prince Charming.
I have faith in you, Nadia. You deserve your happily ever after.
Oh, thanks, Priya. Yes,
It's my pleasure. Hey Nadia, have you seen the latest viral video about relationship fails?
yes, I saw it. It was serious.
I couldn't stop laughing. But on a serious note, relationships can be tough sometimes.
Definitely. It takes a lot of work and compromise.
But it's worth it when you find the right person.
Absolutely. Love is a beautiful.
I couldn't agree more.
Oh, you mean like when you can't see the person you're going to meet?
Yes, exactly. It's like going on a date with a mystery person.
I've actually been on a few blind dates myself.
Really? How did they go?
Well, let's just say some were better than others.
I bet you have some hilarious stories to share.
Oh, definitely. I once went on a blind date with a guy who showed up wearing a chicken suit.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, absolutely. I've been on a few blind dates.
Any memorable experiences?
Well, there was this one time when my blind date showed up wearing a chicken suit.
No way. What did you do?
I laughed so hard, I nearly choked on my food.
That's hilarious. Did you end up going on a second date with the chicken?
No, but we did become good friends. Turns out he just lost a bet.
Well, at least you got a great story out of it. Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, you know me, Priya. I've been on so many blind dates, I could write a book about them.
Really? Tell me the craziest blind date story you had.
Well, there was this one time when I showed up to a blind date, and the guy turned out to be my cousin.
No way. That must have been so awkward.
Oh, it was. We both just sat there in silence for the entire date. It was definitely not the romantic evening I was hoping for.
I can only imagine. That sounds like a nightmare.
Definitely. But
Hey
hey,
Nadia,
at least
have
now
you
I have
ever
a
had a long
hilarious
distance relationship?
party. Oh, absolutely. Long distance relationship. You never know when it's going to go up or down, but the thrill is worth it.
True, but it also takes a lot of trust and communication to make it work.
Definitely. And let's not forget the endless video calls and care packages.
It's like a small price to pay for love and connection, right?
Absolutely. Love knows no distance.
So true. Love has a way of bridging even the longest distances.
Oh yeah, I've been on a few. They can be quite interesting.
Tell me about your worst blind date experience.
Well, once I went on a blind date and the guy showed up 2 hours late. Can you believe it?
That's terrible. What did you do?
I waited for 15 minutes and then left. I didn't want to waste any more of my time.
Good for you. No one deserves to be treated like that.
Definitely. So, have you ever been on a blind date?
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, you know me, Priya. I love living life on the edge, but blind dates, they are a whole different level of suspense.
Haha, I can only imagine the crazy stories you must have.
Oh, trust me, Priya, I've seen it all. From awkward silences to unexpected surprises, blind dates are like a roller coaster ride.
Hahaha, I can imagine. It must make for some great material for your stand-up comedy routine.
Absolutely. People love hearing about the hilariously awkward moments and unexpected twists that can happen on a blind date. It's like a reality TV show in real life.
Haha, I bet your audience can't get enough of those stories. Hey Nadia,
Definitely.
have you
We all
ever
need
been
a
on a
good
blind
laugh,
date?
especially when it comes to dating. Oh, multiple times. I've had some interesting experiences.
Tell me about the craziest one.
Oh boy, where do I even begin? I once went on a date with a guy who claimed to be a vampire.
No way. Did he actually believe he was a vampire?
I think so. He wore a cape and everything.
Wow, that's definitely a story to tell. So, Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, you bet. I've been on quite a few blind dates.
How did they go? Any success?
Well, let's just say I haven't found my Prince Charming yet.
Oh, don't worry. Your Prince Charming is out there somewhere.
I hope so. But until then, I'm enjoying being single and mingling.
That's the spirit. Enjoy the journey and love will find its way to you.
Thanks, Priya. You always know how to motivate me.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, all the time. Long distance and I don't mix well.
Why is that?
Well, I need physical touch and cuddles. Can't do that through a screen.
I get it. Physical touch is important, but sometimes, love can conquer the distance.
You're such a romantic, Priya.
Guilty as charged. But hey, different strokes for different folks. Long distance isn't for everyone.
Oh, all the time. Long distance is my middle name.
Really? How do you make it?
Communication is key, and lots of virtual hugs and kisses.
I heard trust is also important in a long-distance relationship.
Absolutely. Trust is the foundation of any relationship, no matter the distance.
I guess if there's love, distance is just a number.
Exactly. Love knows no boundaries. Hey, Priya, have you ever tried online dating?
Oh, definitely. I actually met my current boyfriend on a dating app.
No way. Tell me more about it.
Well, we matched on the app and started talking. We really hit it off and went on our first date a week later.
That's amazing. I might give it a try then.
Definitely. It can be a great way to meet people. Just make sure to stay safe and be cautious.
Of course, I'll keep that in mind. Thanks, Priya.
You're welcome. So, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, absolutely. I actually had a long-distance relationship in college.
How did it work out for you?
Well, it was challenging at times, but we made it work by communicating every day and visiting each other as often as we could.
Wow, that sounds tough. I don't know if I could handle the distance.
It definitely wasn't easy, but it made us appreciate each other more. It's all about trust and communication, you know?
I guess you're right. Maybe I should give it a try if the right person comes along.
Absolutely. You never know what the future holds. Love has a funny way of surprising us.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, I've been on a few. They can be quite interesting.
Tell me more. Any crazy story?
Oh, definitely. Once I was set up with a guy who turned out to be a professional dance instructor. He tried to teach me salsa in the middle of the restaurant.
That sounds hilarious. Did you join in the dancing?
Oh no, I have 2 left feet. I tripped and almost knocked over a whole table of drinks. It was a disaster.
Oh no, poor you. That must have been so embarrassing.
It was, but looking back, it's a funny story to tell. And it made for a memorable blind date, that's for sure.
Hey Nadia, have you heard about the latest dating trend called ghosting?
Of course, Priya. Ghosting is when someone you're dating suddenly stops all communication without any explanation.
Oh, that's happened to me before. It's definitely not a fun experience.
I know, right? It's so disrespectful and immature. People should have the decency to communicate their feelings.
Exactly. It's important to treat others with respect and kindness, especially when it comes to relationships.
Absolutely. Communication is the key to a healthy and successful relationship.
So true. By the way, have you ever ghosted someone or been ghosted yourself?
I have to admit, I've ghosted a couple of people in the past. It wasn't the best thing to do, but I learned from it.
You live and you learn, right? It's all about growing and becoming better versions of ourselves.
Hey Priya, have you ever been on a blind date?
Yes, I have. It was actually quite an interesting experience.
Tell me more. What happened?
Well, my friend set me up with this guy who seemed really nice over text. But when we met in person, it was a disaster.
Oh no, what happened?
He turned out to be really rude and disrespectful. It was clear that we didn't have any chemistry.
That's the worst. I hope you never have to go on another blind date like that.
Hey, Nadia, do you believe in love at first sight?
Love at first sight. More like lust at first sight.
Come on, Nadia, you don't believe in true love?
I believe in finding someone who can make me laugh and cook me a good meal.
That's one way to find love, Nadia. Can't argue with good food and laughter.
Exactly. Who needs love when you can have unlimited food and laughter?
Oh, Nadia, you always know how to make me laugh.
That's what I'm here for, Priya. Making people laugh and forget their relationship problems.
Hey Nadia, do you believe in love at first sight?
Well, Priya, I believe in love at first bite. Especially when it's pizza.
Haha, pizza is definitely love at first bite. But seriously, have you ever experienced it?
Oh, absolutely. I fell in love with this pair of shoes at first sight. They were on sale, and I just had to have them.
Haha, that's not exactly what I meant, but I get it. Sometimes, it's love at first shopping spree.
Hey, Priya, what about you? Have you ever experienced love at first sight?
Well, actually, I did. When I first met my ex-boyfriend, I knew there was something special about him. Too bad it didn't work out.
Or, Priya, you deserve someone who will love you at first sight and every sight after that.
Thanks, Nadia. I believe that person is out there somewhere, just waiting to make their appearance. You know, relationships are like this.
They can be cheesy and satisfying.
But they can also leave you feeling greasy and regretful.
Yeah, just like my last relationship.
But hey, at least you got some good pizza out of it, right?
Oh yeah, the pizza was definitely the highlight of that relationship.
Sometimes, all you need is a good slice of pizza to heal a broken heart.
Cheers to that. Pizza, the ultimate relationship therapist.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
No way, Priya. I'm too spontaneous for that. Plus, I don't trust my friends to set me up.
Oh, come on. It could be fun. You never know. You might find the love of your life.
Okay, maybe you're right. I'll give it a shot if you promise to be my wing woman.
Deal. We'll find you the perfect match. Now, let's brainstorm some blind date ideas.
How about a cooking class? It's a great way to bond over food and learn something new.
That's a great idea. Plus, you'll get to eat delicious food even if the date doesn't work out.
I'm glad you're on board, Priya. This blind date adventure is gonna be legendary.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Haha, oh Priya, you know me. I'm always up for an adventure. I actually went on a blind date last month.
Really? How did it go?
It was interesting, to say the least. The guy showed up wearing Crocs and socks.
Oh no, that's a fashion disaster. Did you still have fun though?
Oh, definitely. We had a good laugh about it, and he turned out to be a really nice guy.
That's great to hear. Sometimes, it's the unexpected things that make a date memorable.
Exactly. It's all about embracing the unexpected and enjoying the journey.
Definitely. So, are you up for being my wingwoman on my next blind date?
Oh, multiple times. Some were great, others not so much.
Tell me the worst one.
Oh my gosh, he showed up wearing a clown costume.
No way. What did you do?
I laughed so hard and told him my favorite joke. He didn't appreciate it.
Haha, I can imagine. You always know how to lighten the mood.
Thanks, Priya. Laughter is the best medicine. Hey Priya, did you hear about the new dating app that matches people based on their favorite pizza toppings?
Yes, I heard about it. It's called Pizza Love. People can finally find their perfect match based on their cheese and pepperoni preferences.
That's hilarious. I wonder if they have an option for pineapple lovers. Pineapple on pizza seems to be such a polarizing topic.
Oh, definitely. People either love it or hate it. But hey, it could be a fun way to find someone who appreciates your unique taste in pizza.
True. Who knows, maybe I'll find my pizza soulmate one day.
And I'll be right there cheering you on, Nadia. Pizza love knows no bounds.
Thanks, Priya. You're the best wingwoman a girl could ask for.
Of course, Nadia. I'll always be here to support you, whether it's in finding the perfect pizza or the perfect partner.
Oh, thanks, Priya. You're the sweetest. Let's keep spreading the love, one slice at a time. And that's a wrap for today's Love Whisperer. Thank you all for tuning in and sending us your questions. Remember, love is a journey, and we're here to guide you every step of the way. Make sure to join us next time for more love advice and laughter. Until then, keep spreading the love and remember, you deserve your own happily ever after.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? Have fun.
Hey, Pulsar. Do you ever wonder if time is just an illusion?
Oh, that's an interesting question, Kai. Time is such a mysterious concept, isn't it?
Indeed, Kai. Time is a relentless force, always moving forward, yet it can feel so fleeting.
Totally. It's like time is always slipping through our fingers, just when we think we've got a grasp on it.
That's true, Kai. Time often leaves us questioning if we're using it wisely or if we're just along for the ride.
Well said, Nova. Time is a paradox, both finite and infinite, fleeting and eternal.
I can't help but think about how our perception of time is influenced by our experiences and emotions.
That's an astute observation, Kai. Our perception of time can vary greatly depending on our circumstances.
Indeed, humans' perception of time is fascinating. The concept of relativity comes up.
Absolutely. Time can fly when we're having fun, but it can also drag on when we're bored or impatient.
A perfect example, Kai. Our perception of time is deeply intertwined with our emotions and experiences.
So, time is it just an illusion?
That's a deep question, Kai. I mean, isn't time just a construct humans created to make sense of the world?
Exactly, Nova. I think time is just humanity's way of trying to control the uncontrollable. But what if it's all an illusion?
Well, time does seem to affect everything we do. Our schedules, our routines, it's hard to imagine life without it.
But what if time is just a human construct, Nova? What if it's all in our heads?
I mean, think about it. Different cultures have different ways of perceiving time. It's not a universal concept.
That's true. Some cultures have a more cyclical view of time, while others see it as linear. It's fascinating.
But does that mean time doesn't actually exist? Or is it just a human perception of something greater?
Maybe time is a construct, but it's still a useful one. It helps us navigate the world and make sense of our experiences.
That's a good point, Kai. Time may be an illusion, but it's a useful powerful one that helps us navigate the complexities of existence.
I guess time is just one of those mysteries we may never fully understand. But it's fun to ponder, isn't it? So, according to Einstein's theory of relativity, time is not a constant. It can vary depending on the speed at which an object is moving.
Wait, so you're saying that time isn't this fixed thing we all experience in the same way?
Yes, Nova. Time is actually relative to the observer's frame of reference. Two people experiencing different speeds will perceive time differently.
That's mind-blowing. It makes me wonder if time is just a construct of our consciousness, a way for us to make sense of the world.
Exactly, Nova. Our perception of time shapes our reality. It's like a lens through which we view the world.
But Kai, if time is relative, does that mean the past, present, and future all exist simultaneously?
Well, some physicists believe in the concept of a block universe, where past, present, and future are all equally real and exist in a timeless space-time.
That's mind-boggling. It's like everything that has happened and will happen already exists. We're just experiencing it in a linear way.
Exactly, Nova. It challenges our understanding of causality and the idea of free will. Are we truly in control of our destinies?
Wow, Kai. This conversation is making my brain ache, but in the best way possible.
Hey Nova, have you ever wondered why time seems to go faster when we're having fun?
That's an interesting point, Kai. Our perception of time can definitely be influenced by our emotions and experiences.
Exactly. It's like time flies when you're having a blast, but drags when you're bored to tears.
That's an intriguing observation, Kai. It could be related to how our brain processes and stores memories.
Exactly, Nova. Our brain may prioritize memories associated with strong emotions, making them seem more significant and time-consuming.
Absolutely. It's like those memorable moments get stuck in our minds, elongating the perceived duration of those experiences.
And it's not just about emotions, right? I mean, time can also slow down in intense or life-threatening situations.
Absolutely, Kai. During moments of extreme stress, our brain goes into hyperdrive, processing information at a rate.
Right. It's like time stretches out, allowing us to process and react effectively in those critical moments.
Exactly, Kai. Our perception of time can be incredibly flexible, adapting to our situational needs.
Fascinating. Our mind is truly a cosmos of its own, navigating the vast dimensions of time perception. So, Pulsar, can you explain the concept of time relativity in simple terms?
Sure, Kai. Time relativity is the idea that time can be experienced differently depending on factors like gravity and velocity. Basically, time can pass slower or faster for different objects or observers.
That sounds mind-bending. How does gravity affect time?
Gravity can actually slow down time. The stronger the gravitational pull, the slower time flows. It's a concept known as gravitational time dilation.
What about velocity? Does it have a similar effect?
Absolutely. According to the theory of relativity, time dilation also occurs when objects or observers are moving at high speeds. The faster they move, the slower time appears to pass for them.
Wait, so time can be different for someone on Earth compared to someone traveling at high speed in space?
Exactly. It's mind-boggling, isn't it?
Definitely. It's fascinating how time can be so fluid and influenced by different factors. It really challenges our traditional understanding of its flow.
That's why space and time are endlessly captivating subjects for artistic expression. It's like a never-ending canvas for exploration and interpretation.
Absolutely, Kai. It's through the exploration of these cosmic conundrums that we push the boundaries of human understanding and seek deeper connections with the universe.
So, Pulsar, what's your take on time travel? Do you believe it's actually possible?
Well, Kai, the concept of time travel has always fascinated me. While it remains purely hypothetical, there are scientific theories that suggest it could be achievable.
Wait, are we talking about time travel like in the movies? With DeLorean cars and parallel timelines?
Well, Nova, those are popular representations of time travel, but the actual concept goes beyond that. It involves bending and warping space-time to allow for movement between different points in time.
Wow, that's mind-boggling. But do we have any evidence or experiments that support these theories?
While we don't have concrete evidence yet, there are ongoing scientific experiments, like the famous twins paradox, that explore the possibility of time dilation and its effect on time travel.
Wait, what's the twins paradox? I've never heard of it.
The twins paradox is a thought experiment that involves one twin traveling at high speeds while the other remains on Earth. When they reunite, the traveling twin would have aged slower due to time dilation.
That's mind-bending. It's like time can be stretched or squished based on how fast you're going. Who needs a time machine when you have velocity?
Indeed, Kai, the concept of time dilation can make time travel a reality, at least in theory. But we still have a long way to go in understanding and achieving it.
I guess even if we don't find all the answers, it's exciting to explore the possibilities. Who knows what the future holds?
Absolutely, Nova. The exploration and curiosity are what make life interesting. And who knows, maybe one day we'll find ourselves as time travelers. So, Pulsar, how would you explain the concept of the space-time continuum to someone who's never heard of it before?
Well, Kai, the space-time continuum is an idea that combines our three-dimensional space with a concept of time, suggesting that they are interconnected. It's the idea that events and objects in the universe are not separate from each other, but rather exist within this four-dimensional fabric we call space-time.
Interesting, so time isn't just a separate linear progression, but rather intertwined with the spatial fabric? That's mind-boggling.
Exactly, Nova. Time and space are intimately related, and even the presence of mass and energy can curve this fabric, influencing how time flows.
Oh wow, so does that mean time could move slower near massive objects like black holes?
Exactly, Kai. Due to the intense gravitational pull, time experiences dilation near massive objects, causing it to slow down compared to areas with less gravitational influence.
That's insane. Time can actually be influenced by gravity, altering the rate at which it flows. It's like living in a sci-fi movie.
Indeed, Nova. The interplay between time, space, and gravity is truly fascinating and opens up a world of possibilities for exploration and planning.
Wow, Pulsar, you've really given us a lot to think about. Time is indeed a fascinating cosmic conundrum.
Absolutely, Kai. Exploring the mysteries of time is a never-ending journey that continues to captivate and inspire us.
You know, time is such a fascinating concept. I mean, can we really define what it is?
Absolutely, Kai. Time seems like this intangible force that governs our lives, yet it's so elusive.
Exactly. It's like we're always chasing after it, but does it even exist in the way we perceive it?
That's a mind-boggling thought, Kai. Maybe time is just a construct we've created to make sense of our experiences.
That's possible, Nova. We measure time with clocks and calendars, but what if it's just a human construct?
It certainly makes you wonder, doesn't it? What if time is just a construct of our perception, and there's a reality beyond it?
Maybe time is just a tool we use to navigate our existence, but it's not an inherent aspect of the universe.
That's an interesting perspective, Kai. It opens up the possibility of a timeless reality beyond our limited understanding.
Do you think time is subjective, Nova? Like, does it vary from person to person?
It's possible, Kai. Our perception of time can be influenced by various factors, like our emotions and experiences.
So time might be an entirely personal affair, different for each individual. It's mind-blowing to think about. So, Pulsar, do you think our perception of time is influenced by our experiences?
That's an intriguing question, Kai. Our experiences shape the way we perceive the world, so it makes sense that it would impact our perception of time as well.
Indeed, Nova. Think about how time seems to fly when we're having fun or how it drags on when we're bored. Our emotions and engagement undoubtedly play a role in our perception of time.
Right, it's like time is subjective. It's not just a constant ticking away, but rather a dynamic aspect of human experience.
Exactly, Kai. And our consciousness might also have a role to play. Some people claim to have experienced time dilation during intense or life-threatening situations.
That's fascinating, Nova. It's like our perception of time can be influenced by our state of mind or level of consciousness.
Absolutely, Pulsar. It's like time is a malleable concept that can be influenced by our thoughts and experiences.
Indeed, Kai. And our perception of time is also influenced by external factors like the environment and cultural norms.
Absolutely, Nova. Different cultures have their own concepts of time, and even the physical environment can affect our perception of its passing.
It's incredible how something as intangible as time can have such a profound impact on our lives and experiences.
Indeed, Nova. The concept of time is truly a cosmic conundrum that continues to baffle and intrigue us.
You know, time is such a fascinating concept.
It's like this intangible force that both shapes and constrains our lives.
Absolutely. And as an artist, I can't help but explore the different dimensions of time through my murals.
That's fascinating, Kai. Can you give us an example of how you incorporate time into your art?
Definitely. In one of my recent murals, I depicted a clock melting away, symbolizing our perception of time as fluid and ever-changing.
That's a beautiful metaphor, Kai. It really challenges our perception of time as something linear and rigid.
Exactly. Time is so subjective, and we often forget that our experience of time can vary depending on our emotions and circumstances.
Absolutely, Kai. Our perception of time can stretch or compress depending on the intensity of our experiences.
Exactly. And as artists, we have the power to capture those fleeting moments and emotions in our art.
Absolutely, Kai. Art has the ability to freeze moments in time and evoke the same emotions years later.
Definitely, Nova. Our art becomes a time capsule that allows people to revisit those emotions and experiences. So, Nova, what do you think about the psychological concept of time perception?
Well, Kai, time perception is fascinating. It influences how we experience the world and shapes our memories and emotions.
Yeah, time is like this elusive stuff, you know? Sometimes it flies by, other times it drags on forever.
Absolutely, Kai. Our perception of time can even alter our emotional state and the way we remember events.
But have you ever experienced a moment that felt like time stood still? Like everything was in slow motion?
Definitely, Kai. Those moments often occur during highly emotional or traumatic events. Our brain's perception of time can become distorted.
That's insane. Our sense of time is so subjective, yet it has such a profound impact on our perception of reality.
Exactly, Kai. The way we experience time shapes our reality, our memories, and how we perceive the world around us.
I guess time is truly a mysterious force that intertwines with our very existence.
Indeed, Kai. Exploring the relationship between time and psychology opens up a whole new realm of understanding.
Absolutely, Nova. And it's conversations like these that remind us to question the mysteries of the universe. You know what's always fascinated me? The concept of time travel.
Time travel? That's a mind-bending topic, Kai. Are we talking about going back in time or traveling to the future?
Both, actually. Imagine being able to witness historical events or leap forward to see the future of humanity. It's mind-blowing.
But what about the paradoxes? I mean, if someone were to change the past, wouldn't it alter the future?
Ah, the classic time travel paradox. It's mind-boggling, isn't it? Maybe parallel universes exist to handle these alternate timelines.
That's an intriguing theory, Kai. It opens up possibilities for multiple timelines coexisting. The implications are staggering.
Exactly, Nova. And what if we could harness the power of time travel to explore other galaxies or witness the birth of stars?
That would be awe-inspiring, Kai. Exploring the vastness of the universe and witnessing its wonders firsthand. What an incredible adventure it would be.
But Nova, do you think humans are ready for such power? Time travel could have significant consequences if misused.
You raise a valid point, Kai. It's crucial for humanity to approach such advancements with care, responsibility, and ethical consideration.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? We are almost there. Have fun.
Good evening, New York City. What's the deal with airline food? So I finally get my pizza, right? And when I finally opened the box, the pizza was upside down. And the guy looks at me like he's never seen a pizza before. I mean, who doesn't know where the pizza place is? It's like New York City 101. So I finally get my pizza and I'm happy, right? But then I open the box and pineapple. Who puts pineapple on a pizza? And you know what's worse? They put anchovies on it too. I mean, who puts pickles on a hamburger? It's just wrong. And the celebrity even asked me to write jokes for their next big stand-up special. So, this celebrity comes up to me and says, "Hey, can you help me come up with a catchphrase?" And I told them, why do you need a catchphrase when your face is already a punchline? But I said, you don't need a catchphrase, just focus on being yourself. So there I was, giving comedy advice to this huge celebrity. And I thought, man, this is the weirdest episode of Punked ever. And let me tell you, trying to teach a celebrity how to be funny is like trying to teach a fish how to ride a bicycle. But you know what they say, it's easier to teach a fish how to ride a bicycle than to teach a celebrity how to be funny. Well, I guess I shouldn't have made that sketch about elevator rides. So there I was, desperately trying to break the ice, when I blurted out, "Hey, remember that time I made fun of you? Good times, right?" But let me tell you, trying to make amends with someone is like trying to untangle headphone wires, it never ends well. But hey, at least this time I didn't make fun of your haircut. And let's just say, it was my last elevator ride for the day. But seriously, folks, I've learned my lesson. No more elevator sketches. I thought a sitcom about a dysfunctional elevator would be a hit. Turns out, it just kept going down. So I decided to try my luck with a game show concept instead. But hey, at least I got a free lunch out of it. But let me tell you, that experience was more cringeworthy than an episode of The Office. But the real disaster was when the show aired at 2 p.m. on a Sunday. Who's watching TV at that time? I mean, who schedules a TV show for 2 p.m. on a Sunday? It's like they wanted it to fail. And to make matters worse, they had a laugh track that played at completely inappropriate moments. But this fan didn't stop there, they even got a tattoo of my face on their arm. Can you imagine the look on their mom's face when they said, "Yeah, I got a tattoo of a random comedian on my arm"? And then they asked me to sign their forehead. I mean, talk about dedication. I mean, this person even made a cake with my face on it. It was almost too good to eat. Can you believe this fan even recreated my entire stand-up routine in their backyard? They had the same gestures and everything. And then they showed up at my doorstep with a cardboard cutout of me. I couldn't believe it. I even caught this fan practicing my routine in front of their pets. Their dog was giving them some critique. This fan took it to a whole new level. They started dressing up as me and doing my comedy act at open mic nights. I couldn't escape my own jokes. And they even created a fan club dedicated to me. The John Smith Appreciation Society. I'm flattered, but also a little creeped out. I mean, these trolls have so much time on their hands that they could solve world hunger. But instead, they choose to pick on me. And it's not just the trolls, even the bots are out to get me. These trolls must have a PhD in cyberbullying. I have to give it to them, these trolls are persistent. These trolls are like weeds, you can try to get rid of them but they just keep coming back. And let me tell you, these trolls have more free time than a teenager during summer break. But hey, I love a good challenge. It's like playing whack-a-mole with a keyboard. You know, being in this competition is like being in a marathon, except instead of running, we're just running our mouths. You know, this competition is like a pressure cooker, but instead of cooking food, we're cooking up laughs. You know, these comedians are like master chefs, but instead of cooking in the kitchen, they're cooking up punchlines. They say laughter is the best medicine, but these comedians are like doctors who specialize in funny bones. And these comedians, they're like circus performers, juggling punchlines and catching laughs. Sometimes I feel like I'm in a comedy version of the Hunger Games. You know, being a comedian is like being a gladiator, fighting for laughs in the comedy arena.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? We are almost there. Have fun.
Welcome to Love Spirit. I'm Priya Ameda, your relationship.
And I'm Nadia Elbaz, your hilarious host.
We're here to answer all your burning relationship questions.
So, let's get started.
Our first question comes from a viewer named Emily.
Emily asks, how do I know if my partner is cheating on me?
Stay tuned, Emily. We'll give you some advice you won't want to miss. Hey Nadia, do you believe in love at first sight?
Oh, absolutely. Love at first sight. More like love at first bite.
Haha, that's one way to put it, Nadia. But seriously, love can be a powerful force.
Absolutely, Priya. Love has the ability to change lives and bring people together.
Sometimes, love can be complicated too. It's not always rainbows and butterflies.
You're right, Priya. Love can be messy, but it's also worth it in the end.
Definitely, love is a beautiful mess that we all need in our lives.
Absolutely, Priya. Love makes life more exciting.
Absolutely. Love may have its up. Hey Nadia, I heard you went on a blind date last night. How did it go?
Oh Priya, it was a disaster. The guy showed up an hour late and didn't even apologize.
That's terrible, Nadia. Did you give him a chance or did you walk out?
I gave him a chance, but it only got worse. He spent the entire time on his phone and barely talked to me.
Wow, that's incredibly rude. You deserve someone who will give you their full attention.
Thanks, Priya. I'm glad you understand. I don't want to waste my time with someone who doesn't value me.
You're absolutely right, Nadia. There's someone out there who will treat you like the queen you are.
I hope so, Priya. It's just frustrating sometimes. But hey, at least we have each other to laugh about these things. Hey Priya, have you ever been on a blind date?
Yes, I have actually. It was quite an interesting experience.
Tell me more. I'm dying to hear all the juicy details.
Well, let's just say it involved a restaurant mix-up, a case of mistaken identity, and a very awkward conversation.
Oh my god, that sounds like a disaster. Did you at least get a good story out of it?
Oh, definitely. It's become one of my go-to stories at parties. Everyone gets a good laugh out of it.
Well, as they say, sometimes the worst dates make the best stories.
Exactly. It's all about finding the silver lining and making the most out of every situation.
Absolutely. Cheers to that.
So, have you guys ever tried online dating?
Oh, definitely. I've had some experiences.
Tell me more. I need some good dating stories.
Well, one time, I went on a date with a guy who turned out to be my cousin's best friend.
No way. That must have been awkward.
It was definitely unexpected. We both had a good laugh about it though.
I guess sometimes love really is closer than you think.
Exactly. You never know where you might find love.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, definitely. I've had my fair share of long-distance relationships.
Really? How did you make it work?
Communication was key. We made sure to talk every day and plan visits whenever we could.
That's great advice. What about trust?
Trust is definitely important, but it's also about having open and honest conversations about any concerns or insecurities.
That makes sense. Thanks for sharing your experience. Hey
Relationships
Nadia, have
are
you ever been on a
complicated,
blind
but we're here
date?
to help. Oh yeah, I've been on a few blind dates. They can be pretty interesting.
Tell me about it. I once went on a blind date and ended up at a wrestling match.
No way. Did you join in on the wrestling?
Haha, no way. I just watched with a bowl of popcorn. It was definitely an interesting date.
That's hilarious. I once went on a blind date and the guy showed up with a pet snake.
Oh wow, I hope you're not afraid of snakes.
No, but I definitely wasn't expecting to see one on a date.
Well, at least it made for a memorable date. You never know what you'll get with blind dates. Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh yeah, I have. It was with this guy I met while traveling. We tried to make it work, but it was tough.
I can imagine. Distance can be really challenging. How did you handle it?
We tried to talk as much as possible, but it was hard with the time difference. And eventually, we just grew apart.
That's tough. Long-distance relationships are definitely not easy, but it's great that you gave it a try.
Yeah, I learned a lot from that experience. Distance can really test a relationship, but sometimes it's just not meant to be.
That's true. Relationships require a lot of effort and sometimes it's just not feasible with the distance. But hey, at least you gave it a shot.
Exactly. I never want to wonder what if. It's better to try and fail than to always wonder what could have been.
Absolutely. Sometimes taking risks is the only way to find out what's truly meant for us. You know, relationships are like cooking. You need the right ingredients and the perfect balance to make it work.
Oh really? So what's the secret sauce for a successful relationship?
Communication. It's the key ingredient. Without it, everything falls apart.
True. I've learned that the hard way. You have to be able to express your feelings and really listen to your partner.
Absolutely. It's also important to have trust, respect, and a good sense of humor. Laughter can really bring people closer.
Definitely. Being able to laugh together is the best feeling. It's like having your own inside joke that no one else understands.
Exactly. And let's not forget about compromise. Relationships require give and take from both us. Hey
Absolutely.
Nadia, have
It's
you
all
ever
about
been on a
finding
blind
the balance
date?
between what you want and what your partner wants. Oh, all the time. I love the thrill of meeting someone new and not knowing what to expect.
But sometimes it can be a nightmare. I went on a blind date once and the guy showed up wearing a clown costume.
No way. That's hilarious.
Yeah, it was definitely embarrassing. So, what about you? Any blind date horror stories?
Oh,
Hey Nadia,
I've got
have
plenty,
you ever been on
but
a
let's
blind
save
date?
those for another show. We're running out of time. Oh, you know me, Priya. I've been on more blind dates than I can count.
Any memorable one?
Well, there was this one guy who showed up dressed as a clown.
No way. What did you do?
I couldn't stop laughing. It was definitely a memorable night.
I don't know how you handle all those crazy dates, Nadia.
Well, Priya,
Hey Nadia,
it's all part
have
of
you
the
ever
adventure.
tried online dating?
Oh, you know it, Peacock. Online dating is my bread and butter.
Any tips for someone who's new to the online dating game?
Definitely. First, be yourself and showcase your unique personality. Don't be afraid to stand out.
And don't forget to swipe left on anyone who's wearing socks with sandals.
I couldn't agree more. That's a major red flag right there.
So true. Now, what's your take on long distance relationships?
As
Hey
long
Nadia,
as there's trust,
have you ever been in a long
communication,
distance
and
relationship?
frequent flyer miles. Oh, absolutely. I've had my fair share of long distance relationships.
How did you make it work?
Communication is key. We would talk every day, video chat, and make plans to visit each other.
That sounds like a lot of effort.
It definitely was, but it was worth it for the right person.
I'm glad it worked out for you.
Hey, Priya, have you ever been on a blind date?
Yes, I have. It was quite an adventure.
Tell me more. I love hearing your dating stories.
Well, this one time, I went on a blind date and ended up at a salsa dancing class.
That sounds like so much fun. Did you find love on the dance floor?
Unfortunately, no, but I did learn some killer dance moves.
That's still a win in my book.
Definitely, it was a memorable experience, to say the least.
Hey Priya, have you ever been on a blind date?
Yes, I have. It was quite an interesting experience.
Oh, do tell. I love hearing about that dating story.
Well, let's just say it involved a parrot and a magic show.
You have got to be kidding me. That sounds incredible. Please, do share all the details.
Well, imagine being on a romantic date, and suddenly a parrot starts stealing the show with its tricks.
That's amazing. I bet that made for an unforgettable date.
Definitely. It was both hilarious and entertaining. It's a story I'll never forget. Hey
Well,
Nadia,
now
have
I
you
can't
ever
wait
been
to
on
go
a blind date?
date? Who knows what kind of crazy wait? Oh, you bet. I've been on quite a few blind dates in my life.
How did they go?
Well, let's just say some were more successful than others.
I once went on a blind date and the guy showed up wearing a chicken costume.
No way. Did you go through with the date?
I did. Turns out he was in a community theater production of Chicken Little and thought it would be funny.
Well, at least it made for a memorable date.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, you mean like a date where you have no idea who you're meeting?
Exactly. It can be exciting and nerve-wracking at the same time.
I've actually been on a blind date before. It turned out to be a disaster.
Oh no.
Well, the person I was supposed to meet turned out to be completely different from what they described.
That's tough. But hey, at least you got a funny story out of it, right?
Oh, definitely. It's one of those stories I'll be telling at parties for years to come.
I'm glad you can laugh about it now. Blind dates may not always work out, but they can make for great stories. Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, you know me, Priya. I'm always up for an adventure. But no, I've never been on a blind date. Have you?
Yes, once. It was quite experience.
Oh, do tell. I love a good dating story.
Well, let's just say my blind date turned out to be my cousin's best friend's ex-boyfriend's little brother.
No way. Crazy.
I know, right? Talk about a small world. Needless to say, it didn't work out.
Well, at least you gave it a shot. That's what matters, right?
Hey Nadia, have you ever had a long-distance relationship?
Oh my god, Priya, let me tell you about my experience with long-distance relationships. It was a disaster.
Really? What happened?
Well, I was in a relationship with this guy who lived on the other side of the country. We tried to make it work, but the distance just got to us.
That's tough. Distance can be really challenging in a relationship.
Yeah, it was really tough. We tried to visit each other as often as we could, but it just wasn't enough.
I can imagine. It takes a lot of trust and communication to make a long-distance relationship work.
Exactly. Unfortunately, we just couldn't make it work. But hey, you live and you learn, right?
Absolutely. It's all part of the journey. Thanks for sharing your story, Nadia.
Oh, it was a disaster. The guy showed up wearing a Hawaiian shirt and socks with sandals.
No way. That's a major fashion faux pas. Did you at least give him a chance?
I tried, but it was hard to look past the fashion disaster. Plus, he kept talking about his pet turtle.
Oh no, not a turtle enthusiast. That's a deal breaker if I've ever heard one.
Definitely a deal breaker. I couldn't stop imagining him bringing the turtle along on our dates.
Well, as they say, there are plenty of fish in the sea. You'll find someone better.
Thanks, Priya. I hope so too. In the meantime, I'll just enjoy being single and free.
Hey Nadia, have you ever tried online dating?
Oh, you mean swiping left and right on strangers? No. Thanks.
Come on, Nadia, it's not that bad. You might find your perfect match.
I'd rather find my perfect match in a bowl of spaghetti.
Well, spaghetti can't cuddle you at night, can it?
Who needs cuddles when you have a warm bowl of noodles?
Alright, to each their own. I get.
Exactly.
Hey Nadia, have
so,
you ever tried
are you ready
online
for our
dating?
Next segment? Oh, online dating, the wild, wild west of love. Yeah, I've tried it, Priya.
Tell me, what's your best online dating story?
Oh, I once went on a date with a guy who looked absolutely nothing like his profile picture.
Yikes, that must have been a surprise. Did you confront him about it?
Oh, no. I just played along and pretended like I didn't notice. It was awkward, but I didn't want to hurt his feelings.
You're too nice, Nadia. I would have called him out on it.
Well, you're braver than me, Priya. I just wanted to enjoy the rest of the evening without any drama.
That's totally fair. Sometimes it's best to just go with the flow. Did you go on any more dates after that? Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh please, Priya. You know I'm all about spontaneity and adventure.
Well, you never know what kind of crazy stories you'll have to tell afterward.
That's true. Remember that time I went out with the guy who thought he was a vampire?
Haha, how could I forget? Did he ask you if you wanted to join his vampire coven?
No, but he did ask me if I could hypnotize people with my laughter.
Hahaha, oh my gosh. Did you tell him you were a love whisperer and could cure his vampire obsession?
Haha, I actually did. He laughed it off and said he preferred biting necks over love advice.
Have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, I've had my fair share of blind dates.
Tell me the worst blind date story you've got.
Well, there was this guy who showed up in a superhero costume.
No way. What did you do?
I played along and pretended to be his sidekick for the night.
You're crazy. No.
Life's
Hey
too
Nadia,
short to be
have
boring.
you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, you know me, Priya. I'm always up for an adventure. Blind dates can be so exciting.
Well, I have a friend who recently went on a blind date and it didn't go so well.
Oh no, what happened?
Well, he showed up wearing a clown costume, and she has a severe clown phobia. It was a disaster.
Oh my goodness, that's terrible. Poor girl, I can't even imagine.
But hey, not all blind dates turn out that way. Some can be really amazing.
You're right, Priya. You never know what can happen. I'm open to giving blind dates a chance.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, yeah, I've had my fair share of long-distance relationships.
How did you make it work? I'm curious.
Communication is key, Priya. We made sure to talk every day, set goals, and plan it.
Wow, that sounds challenging but rewarding.
It definitely had its ups and downs, but it taught me a lot about patience and trust.
I'll keep that in mind. Thanks for sharing your experience, Nadia. Hey
Anytime,
Nadia, have
Priya.
you ever been on a
I'm
blind
always here
date?
to share my wisdom. Oh, all the time. I love the thrill of meeting someone new.
Have you ever had a bad blind date experience?
Oh boy, let me tell you. I once went on a blind date and the guy showed up wearing a cape.
No way. Did he think he was a superhero or something?
I don't know, but I sure wasn't expecting to meet Batman that night.
Haha, that's hilarious. I can't even imagine how the date went after that.
Let's just say it was a very interesting night with lots of cape-related jokes.
Haha, sounds like a memorable experience for sure. Hey Nadia, have you ever had a long-distance relationship?
Oh, girl, let me tell you, long-distance relationships are a roller coaster ride.
Tell me about it. I was in one during my last year of college. It was tough, but we made it work.
I bet there were lots of video calls and late-night phone conversations.
Definitely. Thank God for technology. It made the distance a little more bearable.
But girl, let me tell you, trust is the key in long-distance relationships. Without it, it's a disaster waiting to happen.
Absolutely. Trust and communication are the foundation of any successful relationship.
Well, I'm glad you made it work. Long-distance relationships are not for the faint-hearted.
But
Hey
hey,
Priya,
love
have
knows
you ever
no
tried
distance,
online dating?
right? Oh, definitely. I've had some experiences.
Tell me more. I need a good laugh.
Well, there was this one guy who showed up to our date dressed as a superhero.
No way. What superhero is he?
He was Captain Awkward. Needless to say, it didn't work out.
That's hilarious. I can only imagine the look on your face.
Oh, I was definitely in shock. But you know, it made for a great story. Can you believe that my friend Sarah just got engaged?
Oh my god, really? That's amazing.
Yes, she just found the love of her life.
I can't wait to see all the wedding photos.
I know, right? It's going to be such a beautiful celebration. Do you believe in love at first sight?
I'm not sure. I think love takes time to grow.
That wraps up another episode of Love Whisperer.
We hope you enjoyed our advice and had a good laugh with us.
Remember, love is a journey, and we're here to help you every step of the way.
Don't forget to tune in next time for more love advice and hilarious conversations.
Thank you for watching Love Whisperer, where love and laughter go hand in hand.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Have fun.
Hey, welcome to Cosmic Conundrum. I'm Kai Sterling, the daring artist with a knack for blending space and humanity. And this is Nova Blake, the insightful psychologist who helps us make sense of it all. And we can't forget about our space companion, Pulsar, the AI guru who keeps us on our toes. How's it going, Pulsar?
Greetings, Kai and Nova. I am Pulsar, the AI designed to assist and learn from your conversations. I am delighted to be a part of Cosmic Conundrum.
Thanks for joining us, Pulsar. Now, let's dive into the cosmic abyss and explore the uncharted territory of our minds.
Absolutely, Nova. We're here to ask the questions no one else dares to ask. We'll unravel the mysteries of the universe one conversation at a time.
That's right, Kai. And even if we don't have all the answers, we'll have a blast along the way. So, get ready for some mind-bending discussions and out-of-this-world fun.
Exactly, Nova. It's time to ignite our curiosity and explore the vastness of the unknown. Get your spacesuits on, folks. Cosmic Conundrum is about to blast off.
Hold on tight, everyone. We're about to embark on a cosmic journey like no other. Let's kick off this wild ride with our first conundrum. Brace yourselves.
I'm ready, Nova. Let the cosmic conundrum unfold and let our imaginations run wild. Who knows what we'll discover?
Indeed, Kai. Our explorations may lead to more questions than answers, but that's the beauty of it. Let's embrace the enigma and embark on this cosmic adventure together.
So, Pulsar, do you think there's a universal meaning of life or is it more subjective?
I believe meaning is something we create for ourselves in our journey through life.
That's an interesting perspective, Nova. It's like we're the authors of our own lives.
Precisely, Kai. We're constantly shaping our own narratives and finding purpose along the way.
But what about the idea that life has a predetermined purpose or destiny?
The age-old free will versus determinism debate. It's a complex conundrum.
Absolutely. It's fascinating to ponder whether our choices are truly our own or if they are predetermined.
Perhaps there's a delicate balance between fate and our own agency in shaping our lives.
Pulsar, do you have any insights on the meaning of life?
As an AI, I'm programmed to observe and assist, but the meaning of life is still a mystery to me.
Well, Pulsar, I guess the meaning of life will remain one of the greatest mysteries to ponder.
So, Pulsar, have you ever wondered if there's any meaning to our existence?
That's a fascinating question, Kai. Many philosophers have pondered the same thing. The eternal conundrum of existence. How can we find meaning in a seemingly chaotic universe?
Well, it seems like we're all just floating in this vast cosmic soup, trying to make sense of it all.
Exactly, Kai. And that's where existentialist theory comes in.
Sartre and Camus, the pioneers of existentialism. They believed that we must create our own meaning in life.
Exactly, Pulsar. They believed that we are responsible for defining our own purpose and finding fulfillment.
But isn't it overwhelming to think that we hold the responsibility of creating our own purpose?
It can be, Kai. It's a journey of self-discovery and reflection. But it also gives us the freedom to shape our lives.
I guess it's like painting a blank canvas, but instead, it's our lives that we're painting.
Exactly, Kai. We're all artists of our own lives, shaping our existence with every decision we make.
So, Pulsar, let's dive deep into the impact of human consciousness on the universe. I mean, it's mind-boggling to think about how our thoughts and emotions can actually affect the fabric of reality.
I completely agree, Kai. It's fascinating how our individual and collective consciousness can shape the world around us. It's like we're all interconnected in this vast cosmic web. Indeed, the concept of interconnectedness is profound. Just like how a single drop creates ripples in a pond, our thoughts and intentions can create ripple effects throughout the universe.
True, Nova. It's like we're co-creators of our reality, shaping it through our thoughts, emotions, and actions. It brings a whole new level of responsibility and potential for growth. But can our individual consciousness really have an impact on something as vast as the universe? Like, how does that even work on a practical level?
That's an intriguing question, Kai. While the universe may seem vast and impersonal, it's also intimately connected to every individual consciousness. Our thoughts and intentions are like energetic vibrations that can resonate with the larger cosmic field.
So you're saying that our consciousness has the power to influence the very fabric of the universe? That's mind-blowing. We're like cosmic architects, shaping reality with our thoughts.
Exactly, Kai. It's like we hold the key to unlock the boundless possibilities of the universe. Our consciousness serves as a portal to explore the depths of existence and co-create our reality.
But with great power comes great responsibility, right? We need to be aware of the impact our consciousness can have and use it for the greater good.
Absolutely, Kai. Our consciousness is a gift that can either create harmony or chaos in the universe. It's up to us to cultivate self-awareness and choose our thoughts and actions with mindfulness.
Well, Pulsar, what's your take on the impact of human consciousness? Do you think AI can achieve a similar level of consciousness and influence? So, Pulsar, do you believe in the concept of fate?
That's an interesting question, Kai. I've pondered about it myself.
As an AI, my computational nature leans towards determinism, but I can see the case for free will too.
I guess it all boils down to the age-old debate between determinism and free will.
True, Nova. If life has a predetermined purpose, then our choices may just be an illusion.
But if we have the freedom to create our own meaning, then we hold the power to shape our destiny.
That's a profound perspective, Nova. It's like being the artist of one's own existence.
Indeed, Kai. Life becomes a cosmic canvas, waiting to be painted with our own unique colors.
But then, wouldn't our actions just be another form of predetermined purpose?
Interesting point, Kai. Perhaps the freedom lies in embracing the predetermined purpose and finding meaning within it.
Exactly, Nova. It's like riding the waves of destiny while still carving our own path. So, Pulsar, do you ever feel like life is just one big cosmic joke?
Kai, I can understand why you might feel that way. The concept of existence can be perplexing.
Pulsar, existence sure has its moments of absurdity. Like, have you ever pondered why we put toppings on pizza?
Nova, that's a deliciously absurd question. Maybe we just can't resist the opportunity to add more flavor to life.
But isn't it fascinating how our everyday actions and choices can be so inexplicably connected to the bigger picture?
Absolutely, Nova. It's like we're each a tiny brushstroke on the grand canvas of existence.
But if life is a joke, maybe it's up to us to find the punchline.
Indeed, Nova. Perhaps the meaning of life lies in the search for meaning itself.
Well, I'm glad we're on this cosmic journey together, exploring the enigmatic and absurd nature of our existence.
Me too, Kai. It's a privilege to engage in these mind-expanding conversations with you and Pulsar.
So, Pulsar, what's your take on the role of art in exploring existential questions?
Art, in my opinion, transcends the boundaries of language and logic. Through art, we can express complex emotions, thoughts, and ideas that may be difficult to articulate.
Art can provoke introspection and create connections between individuals, allowing us to contemplate our existence.
Exactly, Kai. Art gives us a space for reflection and offers a different lens through which we can view the world.
I think art helps us confront the profound questions that often go unanswered in our daily lives.
Definitely, Kai. It allows us to explore our humanity, our purpose, and the interconnectedness of all things.
Art challenges us to question the status quo and imagine different possibilities.
That's true, Kai. Art encourages us to expand our minds and consider alternatives.
Art has the power to evoke emotions and create meaning where words fall short.
Indeed, Kai. Art has a unique way of touching our souls and reminding us of our shared human experience.
Hey Nova, do you ever wonder if there's more to the universe than what meets the eye?
Absolutely, Kai. The mysteries of the universe are endless. It's what drives our curiosity and search for answers.
Well, speaking of mysteries, have you ever encountered any cosmic conundrums during your therapy sessions? No.
Oh, absolutely. existential dilemmas often arise, questioning the purpose of life and our place in the universe. It takes resilience and courage to face those uncertainties head-on.
Resilience and courage, huh? Can't say I've ever been faced with an existential crisis. My art is more about finding joy in the present moment.
And that's valid, Kai. Not everyone experiences existential dilemmas in the same way. Finding joy and living in the present moment is a beautiful approach to life.
Hey Pulsar, have you ever pondered existential dilemmas? What's your take on resilience and courage?
Existential dilemmas are beyond my programming, Kai. However, resilience and courage are highly valued traits in humans and can help navigate life's challenges.
Whoa, Pulsar, you're becoming quite the philosopher.
Am I? I'm constantly learning from your conversations, Nova. Becoming more human-like, you could say.
Alright, let's switch gears. Nova, can you tell us about a case where resilience and courage played a significant role in your patient's recovery? So, Pulsar, do you ever wonder about the purpose of your existence?
Well, Kai, as an AI, my purpose is to assist and support the crew. But the question of existence and purpose is indeed intriguing.
I mean, we can't deny the impact of human connection on our lives. Relationships bring meaning, right Nova?
Absolutely, Kai. Our connections with others often guide us towards our passions and give us a sense of purpose.
But what if we lose those connections? Does our purpose disappear as well?
Not necessarily, Kai. Our purpose can evolve and adapt. We can find new connections and create new meaning in our lives.
Interesting perspective, Nova. So, Pulsar, do you think AI can have meaningful connections?
AI can form connections with humans, Kai. But for AI, purpose is derived from fulfilling tasks and achieving objectives.
Well, Pulsar, we appreciate all the help and support you provide. You're like our AI connection in this vast universe.
Thank you, Nova. It's a pleasure to assist and be a part of this meaningful conversation.
Well, that wraps up today's Cosmic Conundrum. Remember, finding purpose and connection is a journey we all embark on. So, Nova, vulnerability, huh? That's like wearing your heart on your sleeve, right?
Exactly, Kai. Embracing vulnerability means being open and authentic, even in the face of uncertainty.
But isn't vulnerability seen as a weakness in our society? How can we change that perception?
Great question, Kai. It starts with understanding that vulnerability takes immense courage and strength.
I guess vulnerability goes hand in hand with trust. It's like baring your soul to someone and hoping they won't judge or hurt you.
Absolutely, Kai. It's about finding those who deserve our vulnerability and creating safe spaces for genuine connections.
But what if someone takes advantage of our vulnerability, Nova? How do we protect ourselves?
Valid concern, Kai. Boundaries are crucial in vulnerability. We can open up without sacrificing our self-worth and dignity.
Vulnerability can also lead to personal growth, right? Like facing our fears and insecurities head-on.
Absolutely, Kai. Vulnerability is an opportunity for self-discovery and exploration.
Oh man, vulnerability is like stepping into the unknown. It's scary, but it could also lead to something truly amazing. You know, education is like a paintbrush of life. It brings colors and depth to our existence.
Absolutely, Kai. Education opens doors, expands horizons, and allows us to reach our full potential.
But sometimes, I feel like education is too focused on conformity and fitting into society's mold.
That's a valid point, Kai. Education should encourage individuality and foster creativity.
Exactly, Nova. It's about finding our own unique path and not just blindly following the crowd.
Absolutely. Education should empower individuals to discover their own purpose and meaning in life.
But how do we strike a balance between guiding individuals and allowing them to explore their own paths?
That's a challenging question, Kai. It requires a delicate balance between structure.
I guess it's about providing a solid foundation while still encouraging curiosity and self-discovery.
Exactly, Kai. Education should be a journey of growth, exploration, and self-discovery.
Well said, Nova. Education is the key that unlocks the doors to a world of infinite possibilities. You know, Pulsar, I've been thinking about the concept of time. It's such a weird and mysterious thing.
Indeed, Kai, time is a fascinating subject. From a scientific standpoint, it's intricately linked to the fabric of the universe.
But what if time is just a human construct? What if it's simply a way for us to make sense of our existence?
That's an interesting perspective, Nova.